4. Trent's attention rose from his hands, having been gauging their shaking. 5, Jenks added, and Newt eyed him until the pixie flipped her off. Shrugging, Newt sipped her cooling coffee. They'll come around as soon as they know they won't be pulled back to that hole come sunup. They're just worried, poor dears. It's not as if we have to trust the elves. Just not let them kill us. Poor dears, my ass. Tired, I looked for and found my bag, still on the pickup counter. Newt's eyes shifted to the window. A big black car was pulling up in disregard to the parking lines. It wasn't the IS vans I had asked for, and Newt laughed at my fast inhalation when burly vampires began getting out. Shit, it was Cornwall. But then I grew angry. Ivy. She'd better be okay. He promised, damn it. Jenks hovered before Trent and nodded to the window. Trent sighed when he turned to look, and I could almost see him begin to pull himself together, his professional mask slipping over him to hide his fatigue. I thought it interesting that he'd let it drop in front of Dolly and Newt. I'm never getting home tonight. Elspeth is going to flay me alive, he grumbled as he tucked his shirt back into his pants. I know the feeling. I could think of a few reasons Cornwall might be here, none of them good. Newt wrinkled her nose. Vampires, she scoffed as Cornwall emerged from the car, tugging his coat sleeves down as his people jogged around to the back of the store to look for possible trouble. They remind me of surface demons in suits. Trenton, thank you for your offer to stay with you until I can arrange for the legal purchase of an estate. Trent jerked, clearly surprised, as Jenks hovered backward, mouth curling up in a laugh. Ah, I would be honored, Trent said, and Dolly chuckled as well, seeming to gather himself to leave. Seeing it, Trent paled even more. Hey, that's not a bad idea, Trent, Jenks said as he yo-yoed up and down. If that dog doesn't get Elspeth to leave, the demon sure as hell will. Licking his lips, Trent stood, all professional polish gone. Aha. Dog? Newt stood, and I froze when she leaned over to give me a professional cheek-to-cheek press. Trent, I'll fetch my horse and stable her. Dolly, you know where the elf lives, yes? It's my bloody line running through his office, the demon muttered. Ah, as much as I'd liked, Trent was saying, but it was too late, and Newt pressed her cheek against his as well, her lips smacking to make a kiss sound. I'll make you spaghetti. Rachel will be too busy tonight, the demon said primly. Little girls love spaghetti. And Newt, I stammered, but she vanished along with Dolly as one of the vampire thugs jimmied the locked door open. Behind the counter, Mark made a sad, tired groan, and I gave him my best sorry look. Elspeth is going to kill me, Trent said as the lock snapped and they opened the door. Nah, Jenks said as he took to the air and hovered between us. She's got lousy aim. Remember? Tired, I turned as the first of Cornwall's thugs sauntered in. The spicy scent of confident vampire pricked my nose, diving deep and fanning the small flame of fear higher. The suave, pretty man in his bad boy leather reminded me of kissin', and I quashed it. They were all afraid if you looked deep enough. He stopped in the middle of the room, his nose wrinkling as he took in the faint scent of burnt amber and rich coffee, and smiling, he gestured for us to stay where we were. Like I had a choice? Chapter 17. The thumps of car doors closing pulled my attention to Cornwall. Ivy, I whispered, and Trent tersely shook his head. His brow was pinched in thought, as calm and collected as ever. I wished I had his trust in vampiric deals and agreements. If he wanted Ivy, he'd have her already, Trent said as he tucked his phone away. My guess is he wants to talk to us about the surface demons. Jenks had said he'd warned us off them, but we hadn't done anything. Yet. And I sent Jenks to assess the situation since Cornwall seemed to be content to chat with his thugs while his people checked out the back. Paranoid much? FIB officers watched us safe 2 blocks down since getting a coffee wasn't illegal. I didn't expect them to help. Didn't want them to. They'd only get themselves killed. What had I been thinking telling Eden to make a stand? Ivy had better be okay, I muttered as Mark sighed from behind the counter and Cornwall entered the shop, his motions graceful with the ease and inevitableness of death. The man had run the country during the turn, and his confidence was absolute. Handing his felt hat to the man coming in behind him, he stood just inside and breathed in the air, nose wrinkling as he scented demons under the rich coffee and tang of spent magic. Demons, the man said, his Bronx accent obvious. Have you gotten rid of them, then? No. Why? I said, and Cornwall nodded to Trent as he shrugged out of his coat and carefully set it on the chair by the door. You're a hard man to find lately, Callamack. Cornwall, Trent said in greeting, the thinnest trace of magic flowing through him making my skin tingle. Blinking, I turned to Trent when Jenks whistled appreciatively. Not only was Trent's hair slicked back and clean, but he was clean-shaven. How, I stammered, then, when did you learn that? A hint of red about his ears, Trent adjusted his collar. It came with the, circumcision curse. Kind of an all-encompassing trim and neat spell. Do tell. I gave him an askance, approving look. Cornwall was 8 feet away, and all I wanted to do was run my hand over Trent's smooth face. My eyes lost their focus, and when Cornwall cleared his throat, I flushed. If Ivy is not okay, I'm going to slice your chest open with a plastic spork and rip your wrinkly heart out. Charming, Cornwall drawled, and my eyes narrowed as he shifted one foot to stand directly on a painted line, in effect preventing Trent or me from circling him with the patterns in the floor. I'm glad the rumors of your demise were premature. Premature? I thought dryly. Was that a threat? Making a show of breathing in my rising anger, Cornwall smiled. Get me a small black coffee, he said to the tidy man with him. No cream. And whatever anyone else wants? He asked pleasantly. Okay, he was being nice, but that only made me more suspicious. Jenks came in from the back smelling of fresh air. I'll have a buttercream latte if you're buying, the pixie said, and Cornwall blinked before waving his hand at his aide to get one. You're not afraid of me anymore, Cornwall said, and I shrugged, my attention on the parking lot behind him. The FIB had moved in and they were talking amicably with Cornwall's men. I felt a twinge of guilt. It wasn't safe. Why had Eden listened to me? Cornwall cleared his throat, and my focus shifted to him. Oh, sorry, I said, and Trent hid a smile behind a cough. No. No, I'm not. You've no idea what that does to the undead, Cornwall said, his voice a mix of velvet and smoke. Behind him was the mundane sound of coffee being prepared, a study in contrasts. Tired, I leaned against a table. It began to slide, and I jerked up again. Yes, I do. That's why I apologized. Would it help if I shivered a little? I said sarcastically. Pressed up against the wall, maybe? Shame what happened to your property, Cornwall said lightly. Exploded boiler, was it? Jenks's wings hummed louder, hands on his hips and near his sword as he hovered between Cornwall and us. It was my property, blood bag, and it's going to take a lot more than a coffee to make up for it. Not a flicker of shame showed itself as Cornwall settled his feet firmly on the floor, put his hands behind his back, and rocked forward and back. You will return the demons to the ever after. Is that what this is about? My shoulders eased. Ivy was okay so far. I'm not the one who freed them. Talk to Landon. Still as death and unmoving, I watched his thoughts realigning themselves in a pattern I couldn't guess at. He's missing. You will send them back, he insisted, a hint of a threat behind the professional cajoling. His lackey had come back with his coffee, and Cornwall took it, never shifting his eyes from mine. My skin was itching, humming almost where it was closest to Trent. It was kind of uncomfortable, and I edged away from him. No. I like them where they are. Trent tensed at the flicker of anger crossing Cornwall's face as the vampire sipped his drink. Landon claims you are able to reverse the spell and send our souls back to purgatory. That would be a mistake, Rachel. He had said my name, but he was looking at both of us. How's Felix? I asked, knowing I'd hit a nerve when Cornwall ignored my question, taking the top off his cup and going to the condiments bar. When the sun comes up he's going to walk. Rachel? Trent said, feet scuffing as his eyes flicked from me to the FIB guys outside. The intent is to avoid conflict. Not inside it. I like poking at dead things, I said, and Cornwall gave me a disparaging glance as he tore open 2 of the salt packets they had out for the breakfast sandwiches. Felix is going to walk, and he knows it. I protested. Cornwall, this can't work. Admit it. Cornwall calmly poured the salt into his coffee like sugar. He's doing much better, It doesn't matter how many sunrises you chain him in the basement for, he's going to walk. I'm sorry, but the entire idea of the undead having their souls is wrong. You. Out, Cornwall said tersely, and his aide left, head down and stinking of fear. Cornwall was silent as the door chimes jingled, motions sharp as he stirred the salt into his coffee with one of those lame little sticks. I'm here for 2 reasons, he said, his gaze flicking to the FIB men among his own, making me wonder if he was as eager to avoid an interspecies confrontation as I was. I will have my soul, and you will remove the demons from reality. I will not have them here mucking up the current power structure. Trent's small sound of agreement was as significant as a gasp. That's why he was here. Cornwall was rightly worried about the demons, and Landon was missing. Damn it, Landon. If you're going to break the world, you need to stay around to put it back together. Jenks's wings hummed a warning, and I strengthened my hold on the nearest ley line. It was more dangerous now that Cornwall was alone. You knew Landon was using you to try to topple the vampire power structure. Obviously. Cormel sipped his salted coffee. And you will finish what he began. Cormel, I can't. Frustrated, I pushed into motion. Jenks darted into the air, and I resolved to calm down when both Trent and Cormel jerked. I can't, I said again, voice softer. Undead souls running around, spontaneously merging? You're going to lose your entire population of the old undead. Why do you think Landon gave you your souls to begin with? Trent looked pained, but I knew he believed as I did. As I said before, this is why you're alive, Morgan, Cormel said, and a thread of fear slid through me at his anger. Fix it. Fix it. He made it sound so simple. I swear, Cormel, if you go after Ivy, I will hunt you down myself. Cormel's expression was stoic. Ivy is safe. Fix it, Dot. Order up. Mark called loudly, but Jenks hung where he was, over my shoulder. Cormel said Ivy was safe, but I didn't believe him. Neither did Jenks. I thought of her at her parents' house, knowing there was probably a crack team of efficient assassins within 3 minutes of her driveway. I never should have made a deal with him. Vampires and 5-year-olds played by the same rules, and both threw tantrums when they lost. Frustrated, I sat down. My cooled coffee was before me, and I reached for it, warming it up with a quick thought. Why should I? You tried to kill us so Landon would bring back your souls. Trent made a pained noise, but honestly, everyone in the room already knew it. Your lives were reasonably safe. With a sound of sliding linen and wool, Cormel sat down across from me, and surprised, I searched the vampire's expression. He was a hard man to read. I didn't know. Seeing me staring, Cormel saluted me with his salted coffee. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. The destruction of your church was a warning. A reminder of what everyone's place is. His eyes were pupil black when he looked up. You will do what Landon cannot. You will send the demons back. I exchanged a quick look with Trent. I'd give just about anything to be able to read Trent's mind right now, but I had a pretty good idea of what he wanted. Too bad it wasn't what I wanted. Yeah? I said, leaning back in my chair. I like them here. Rake. Jenks protested. Well, I do. I said, embarrassed. They've been stuck in that hole for 3,000 years. Maybe if they saw the sun once in a while they wouldn't be so crabby. Crabby? Jenks darted over, and I covered my cup so his dust wouldn't get in it. That's not crabby. That's a 2-year-old on a sugar high after missing his nap. I frowned at him and his Peter Pan pose on the wilted flowers. They aren't that bad. You just need to get to know them. Trent sighed. I found his hand under the table and gave it a squeeze. He didn't like my decisions, but he'd back them up. You have a week, Cormel said, and I shifted my focus past an angry Jenks to Cormel fitting a lid back on his cup. It was the universal signal that this meeting was over. An entire week. Wow. Or what? I said snottily. You gonna kill everyone important to me? Shut up, Rachel. Your mom is in town. My eyes narrowed and I stood, knees shaking. There were at least 8 vampires outside, a dozen FIB officers. I didn't want to risk them. I didn't want to risk Trent either. You need me, I said, pointing my finger at him as Trent stood as well, his calm beginning to crack. You need me because as soon as the sun rises, every single vampire who gained his soul tonight will commit suicide, and you know it. You will fix this, he said, hammering each word into me. Trent's presence was a whisper beside me. Ah, Rachel? You're making some rather large policy statements, but... Yeah. I wasn't going to do it. I'd fight them to get them to behave themselves, but I wasn't going to force them back in that pit. But there were FIB guys in the parking lot, and I tried to calm down. I'm not the one busting in here with ultimatums, I muttered. And I'm not going to make the demons go anywhere but to driver's ed, maybe. Cormel sat across from me, his chest not moving as his pupils widened and the air seemed to shimmer between us. I couldn't tell if he was pissed or trying to bespell me. Remove them, he demanded, the hunger in his gaze breaking the illusion of a kindly political leader and laying bare his true intent. Or Calamac will be your whipping boy. Pissed, I reached across the table, fear making me stupid. Cormel was faster. His fingers encircled my wrist, as cold as steel and twice as unbreakable. Rake! Jenks shouted as he darted forward, sword bared. Cormel's eyes flicked to the pixie, and my breath came in a single, unhurried draw as I felt Trent pull on the line. I felt it flow into him, saw it almost as a bright silver ribbon that sang. A familiar tingle raked over my skin with the rustle of feathers. Purple eyes flashed open in my mind, rejoicing echoed between my thought and reason as somnolent mystics awoke, eager to dole out mischief in a splashing banquet of overindulgent intent. "Stop!" I demanded, and they washed up against my will, cheerfully jumbled and riding the wave as I realized I was gripping Cormel's neck while he pinched my other wrist. Purple eyes spun madly, wanting me to give them direction. Between one heartbeat and the next I saw the FIB arranged outside, heard the tense decisions being made beyond the constructed calm within the chilly parking lot. I felt the indecision within Cormel, the unending agony pushing him to believe what he knew to be untrue. I saw a flicker of pain, real and new in him as his thoughts, spinning in unchanging circles, widened into the possible understanding that he could not have what he most wished for. And then my heart thudded and I realized I'd somehow crawled up onto the table, kneeling to put myself inches from Cormel's face. His canines were bared and sheened with a slick saliva, and his breath held still within him. His fingers gripped my wrist, and my free hand remained around his neck, thumb poised and stiff to jab into his larynx. He didn't have to breathe, but it would still hurt, not to mention impede his ability to talk for a while. Mystics wreathed us so thickly I could almost see them. They played in my hair, making it float. I wasn't afraid. Cormel was a small thought, one already dead and spinning in circles. Damn it, how had they found me? I thought, only now recognizing that the mystics had been in the room for a while, making Trent's aura tingle against mine. But Cormel's black eyes had scummed over with a long-dead fear. Jaw trembling, he stared at me, remembering the feel of the mystics on him, knowing they could hold his death if I wished it. He'd been a master vampire for a long time, but he started out as all of them do, as someone's toy. And he remembered being small. I'd made him feel it again. Oh God, I was deep in it now. "You will leave Calamak alone," I said simply, never letting go of his eyes as more people came in, halting when Cormel waved them off. It had been my fear that had brought the mystics back, fear for Trent, and now I was really up shit creek. Slowly I let go of him, edging backward off the table as Cormel's thugs clustered in small knots. My wrist was tingling where Cormel was still holding it, and he let go in the sudden realization that it, too, was a conduit for the mystics. "I may be a pawn," I said as I locked my shaking knees. "But I've been to the other side and survived the trip back and can move like a queen." Pixie dust sifted over us, and my skin burned. "Don't piss me off." Behind me were people stinking of fear and nylon. I could feel the give of rubber tread from heavy boots, and the chill being lifted off from skin too long in the cold. None of them was my sensation. The mystics had brought them to me, eager to become a part of something again. I gambled and lost. The demons would never listen to me now. But he had threatened Trent. Swallowing hard, I sank back into my chair to try to hide my shaking hands. Damn it, I loved Trent. I'd risk everything and all to keep him alive. It made me strong but vulnerable to manipulation at the same time. Love sucked. "You okay?" Trent's voice was low, and my chest hurt at the new fear in him, one born from the heart. He knew the mystics had found me again. Blinking fast, I reached to touch Trent's hand on my shoulder. He was still holding on to the line, and he started when the pure energy from the mystics washed through him as they used his connection as a way to get back to the line and ride it like an ocean current. The power in me lessened, and I breathed easier. "Ask me tomorrow," I whispered, and his grip tightened in understanding. I didn't feel good. People in suits and smelling of vampires surrounded Cormel. Our eye contact had been broken, and I wanted to leave. "Tink's a Disney whore, rake!" Jenks exclaimed as Cormel began to slowly distance himself. "He's as scared as a tick under the bed." "Yeah. Me too." I'd been ready to kill Cormel to keep Trent safe. And though Cormel had been shocked to find my hand around his throat, I couldn't shake the growing feeling that he'd almost been expecting it. Even as he bent his will to survival, a part of him wanted to die. Looked for it. Ached for it. Maybe that's why he was so adamant about getting his soul, but... "Rake?" Jenks called, his excitement faltering as he dropped down to search my face. "You're okay, right?" My head came up as I recognized Ivy's voice. Jenks spun where he hovered, darting to the door as she elbowed her way in. "Get out of my way!" she exclaimed as she fought her way through the growing crowd, and Trent's hand tightened on my shoulder when I smiled at her. Thank God she was okay. Nina was hot on Ivy's heels, the jealous little vampire scowling. I watched her visibly catch herself as the scent of frightened vampire hit her. Eyes lowered, she concentrated on the floor. Ivy, though, pushed through it as if it wasn't there. "Rachel," she all but breathed as she reached me, and I rose to give her a hug. She stammered, and then, "Are you okay?" I almost missed the flash of guilt that crossed her. It wasn't reflected in Nina, as much as sanctioned by the crafty woman's smug expression. I'm okay, I said, my suspicions tightening. Something had happened. Feeling it, Ivy let go. Trent texted me that you might need some help. Trent? I hadn't seen him on the phone. Surprised, I turned to Trent, stifling a shudder at the sensation of mystics peeling off me to dance in the pheromones and guilt she was giving off. When did you have the time? Trent shrugged, the rims of his ears reddening as he watched Cornwall's thugs begin to leave. I type fast. Like a 14-year-old girl. Jenks exclaimed, a happy ball of dust at his shoulder. Cornwall was putting his coat on with a formal stiffness, clearly not liking being watched by the admittedly proud but helpless FIB. We weren't done yet, but I'd given him something to think about as he sulked in his hole in the ground. Too many people in here, Nina muttered. She was doing really well despite the fading stink of frightened vampire. And then it struck me how good Ivy looked, a flush to her cheeks and moving better than she should for having been in intensive care less than 2 days ago. My eyes jerked to hers, and a flash of self-loathing and guilt crossed her before she turned away. Even having access to Trent's full-strength brimstone shouldn't have her looking like this. Ivy? I questioned, and Jenks rose up, clearly pleased when Eden walked in, glancing at us as he shook Cornwall's hand and held the door for him. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, the pixie smart-mouthed. Trent, you call him, too? Yes, Trent said from behind me. Fingers trailing reluctantly from me, he went to Eden, the stocky FIB captain making his slow way to us. The gray looked a little heavier, the worry wrinkles a little deeper, but his eyes were just as sharp and his smile inviting when he saw me. But even as I met his smile with my own, I ached for Ivy's guilt. I wasn't seeing the effect of brimstone alone. She'd satisfied her hunger for blood, and not just the little sips she'd been allowing herself while making love, but a huge grasping amount that was selfish and demanding. Nina had goaded her into it, and she had succumbed. It would account for Nina's increased stability as well, which might be reason enough to ignore it but for the little fact that it meant Nina was only exchanging one master for another. Ivy, I tried again, and she turned away. Rachel. Eden boomed, the force behind it honed by years of arguing with thick-head FIB officers. How did I do? He was grinning, and I couldn't help but smile back. Catcalls and hoots rose up as I gave him a hug, rocking back and seeing his pleasure in the embarrassed flush on his round face. I owe you, Eden, I said, and he smiled all the wider. Big time. Don't ever do it again, okay? It was a calculated risk. Eden looked out the plate glass windows, a flicker of spent worry saying he was lying. Cornwall doesn't want any bad press right now. We just need to travel in packs more often. Or pair your men up with a demon, I said flippantly. Eden's feet scuffed on the painted floor. Ah, yes. About that. Jenks's wings clattered in the new chill flowing in with the outgoing officers. Can we go now? I nodded, spent adrenaline laying like a heavy coil in my middle as I waved my thanks to Mark. He was behind the counter stoically handing out drink coupons as he refused to make anything despite his being open 24 hours a day. Mr. Fish was probably dead from the cold in my cup holder, and I wondered if I dared a warming charm lest I cook him. Your folks okay, Ivy? I asked as Nina all but bolted to the door. I really wanted to talk to her, tell her that one night of hunger was not a failure, but she wouldn't look at me. Jenks shrugged, his shifting dust telling me he'd figured it out as well. What a pair we were. Ivy had fallen off the wagon and I was harboring mystics again. Ah, Rachel. Eden pulled me to walk beside him, and I winced as Ivy strode out the door, her head high and jaw clenched. Rachel, you talked to the demons, Eden prompted. I'm working on it, I said as I hesitated before going out. You should be okay tonight unless someone gets a wild hair up there. Ah, yeah. My voice faltered as Trent breezed past. It won't get bad until they know if the sun is going to force them back, I finished, voice softer. Eden seemed pleased as he stuck his thick hand out for me to shake. It was rough, with just the right amount of strength, and I felt a moment of connection, of being needed, part of something. That's all I can ask for, he said, making a wrap-it-up motion to get his men out. Thank you. I'll have someone get right on your arson case. Thanks. The welcoming feeling grew as I left and took a deep breath of the good Cincy air not stained with vampire or demon, but smelling of deep river and chill. Cornwall's car wheels crackled and popped over the loose stones on the pavement as they found the street and drove away. The taillights blinked red at a stop sign, and then they were gone. I shivered, not moving as Trent handed me my bag. My stomach rumbled, and I looked at my hands. They weren't shaking anymore. The mystics were back. Ivy? Trent was right next to me, and I turned to him. Trent. A shiver took me as he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. We have time. All the time in the world. Thanks. Feeling breathless, I spun. Ivy. She hesitated at her mom's car, the door already open. Nina grimaced from the other side, and I paced forward, head down as I rummaged in my bag. "Here," I said, feeling unsure and nervous as I stopped before her. Made this for you, Dot." Behind her, Mark was pushing out the last of the FIB guys, locking up and bolting the door before shutting off the lights. Fingers shaking, I found the cool shape of the tiny bottle. Nina pressed jealously close as I put it in Ivy's hand, and they both looked at it, the faceted shape catching the buzzing streetlight. "What is it?" Ivy asked, her usual hesitancy where my magic was concerned blunted. "It's something to catch your soul in," I said, curling her cold fingers around it. "Keep it in your pocket." Ivy's head snapped up, and I could have cried at the hope in her eyes. "Until Felix laughs and means it, I'm not calling this a good thing, but if you have your soul in a bottle, then it's not in the hell of the ever after," I said. "You don't have to do anything, just keep it within your aura. And don't open the top once your soul is in there." "You did it?" Ivy said, looking at the stop sign where we'd seen Cormal last. "Well, we've not tested it," I offered, but she pulled me into a hug, her hand fisted at my back pressing into me hard. "I can't imagine that if you get your soul back right away there would be that much trauma." It was a hope only, but one I clung to with the same fervent wish that Cormal clung to his lies. She was nodding as she pulled back, her eyes dark with unshed tears, anxious to be away. Behind her, Trent leaned against the car, thoughts pinching his brow as he waited with Jenks on his shoulder. "I'll be at my dad's." She hesitated. "Unless you need me?" Nina was smiling, but it was a thinly disguised grimace. "Cormal is going to be too busy tomorrow to worry about us," I said, looking for my keys until I remembered Trent had them. "Dolly and Newt are terrorizing Trent's house, so I'm going over there to run interference." "Okay." Her eyes came back to me, and she hesitated, looking for words. "So it's the younger who find their souls first?" I blurted out, not wanting her to go until I could tell her she was a good person, and she shook her head even as Nina clenched her jaw, clearly wanting to leave. "No, it's how close you are to your death place." "Cormal died in Washington," I said, thinking he'd have a long wait if his soul had to travel only by night. "Unless he went to find it. Only those within 20 miles of their death are reuniting, but he expects it to make it here in a week." She hesitated. "If nothing changes." "That's the same time frame he gave me to get rid of the demons," I said, glancing at Trent when he started my car. It wasn't a silent rebuke to get me to hurry up, but a way to get Jenks out of the cold. Ice holding guilt, Ivy gave me a last hug before turning away. Grim, Nina hustled to the other side of the car and got in. I backed up, reluctant to leave Ivy alone, though I knew she needed to be with her dad. Her mom would be distraught but safe. I'd found out last year that she'd died in New Orleans. It would be weeks until her soul found her. But what made my steps slow as I walked back to my car was knowing that Cormal knew I was right, otherwise he would have gone to find his soul. He knew I was right, but he wanted me to be wrong so badly that he was ignoring it. Tomorrow was going to be one hell of a day. Chapter 18. It was anguished and alone, even as others of its ilk hovered supportively nearby, forgotten and abandoned, curled into a tight ball in the center of my presence like a lion cub seeking comfort from a dead lioness, unresponsive even as everything about her screamed memories of comfort and warmth. I saw myself through it, my dream cycling down to this tiny spot of torment until its heartache became mine. Confusion and betrayal soaked into me until I wept, not understanding. I'd searched for so long, and now there was nothing. I'd been forgotten, like a dream finding the window shut against it. "She doesn't see," the mystic moaned to the others, and they clustered about it, trying to make it feel better, that it would become. But it wouldn't. I took a breath in my dream to shout that I saw them, that I was here, that I was. But a soft gong distracted me, blurring my intent. It came again, and my dream broke apart as the waves of sound moved through my unconsciousness and pushed me awake. "That's Trent's alarm," I thought groggily as a chill slipped under the covers. The bed moved and my weight shifted as Trent pulled from me, stretching to reach his phone. I sighed, eyes closed as he rolled back, his warmth up against me now dulled with a sheet between us. The weight of a hand pressed into the bed at my left shoulder as he propped himself up over me and leaned to try to see my face. "Rachel, did you want to get up?" he whispered. "I can tell you what happens, Dot." A fuzzy feeling smile came over me, and I rolled onto my back. Eyes opening, I tucked his hair behind one of his pointy ears as he hung over me. The light was dim with the coming sunrise since the drapes at the French doors to the garden were open, and it made his eyes dark. He was himself, but different. "I like you best this way," I said, seeing him rested and still soft with sleep, smelling of soap from his shower before he'd come to bed. The bed shifted as he found my fingers and kissed the tips. The sun doesn't wait for lovers or villains. Up or not. I groaned, gaze on the elaborately painted ceiling of Horses and the Hunt. The sun had risen on the East Coast almost half an hour ago, and we both wanted to know if the demons and vampire souls had been pulled back to the ever after. Up, I said, and his smile widened at the pain sound in my voice. This was insane, getting up at dawn, but I was starting to become used to it even if my stomach hurt and my thoughts were slow. Horrors, as my mother would say. Trent kissed my fingertips again. I'll see if the coffee is going, he said as he rolled to the edge of the bed, and I watched him, listless and unwilling to move yet. The faint light outlined his skin, accenting his abs and thighs defined by his horsemanship. I sat up and shoved my tangled mess of hair back and tried to imagine his gorgeous body tamed by the years, more mature but no less attractive. Yes, I wanted to be there, but as I looked at the shadowed opulent room with its heavy furniture and extravagant lushness and attention to detail, I had a hard time seeing myself here longer than a weekend. On the few occasions I'd been here without Trent, I'd felt lost, as if I was curling in around something that didn't recognize or have a need for me. Sort of like my dream. Propped up against the headboard, I watched him hike his slacks up. My God, the man had a nice stomach. I'm going to miss you today, I whispered. Trent's smile vanished briefly as he put his shirt on. Head down over the buttons, he said. Believe me, I'd rather be spending it with you. Just because I have the right to speak before the doer doesn't mean they have to listen. He worked the last button and tossed the hair from his eyes, making my heart stop with his smile. You want to try to meet up around noon? I fumbled for my own phone, squinting at it and seeing that I'd gotten a call from Eden last night. It wasn't tagged as urgent and I set it back down. I'd been planning on spending the day with Jenks and probably Ivy at the church to find out what we'd lost and what could be salvaged. Only if you're really available, I said as I scrunched back down into the warm blankets. You know you're not going to have time for a coffee, much less lunch. The bed shifted as he sat next to me to put on his socks. I'm only going to be across the river. There might be more support among the doer than at first glance. It's easy to stand by and do nothing, even when you know it's wrong, harder when someone calls you out on it. If we have a wave of sunsides this morning, it will be easier. My smile froze, and he looked up, one sock in hand. That's not what I meant. I know, I said, touching his hand. Expression grim, he put his ankle on a knee. I'd seen him do it 100 times before, but never to put his sock on. That doesn't make me feel any better or this any easier. I was silent, my hand tracing along his back as he leaned over his foot. Trent, I said softly, remembering my dream. Are the mystics still with me? His fingers fumbled, and alarm brought me still. Ah, why do you ask? I had a weird dream. His smile wasn't exactly fake when he stood up, but he was hiding concern, which only fueled my own. Not unusual when you're woken up early, he said, words a bit breathy as he dragged a shoe out from under the dresser. You scared me last night, Dot. Really? What part? I scooted farther back, against the headboard. When I tried to throttle Cincy's head vampire, or when I stood up to Micah? His expression caught at me when he sat back down beside me. When the mystics found you. Rachel. Oh God. It's bad, isn't it? I said. Smiling, he cupped my face, but there was sorrow in his eyes. You might be sparkling just because you're glad to see me. Crap on toast, it was bad. My hands clenched themselves, and I looked at them, twisted about themselves into a knot in my lap. Rachel, he breathed, pulling me to him. My arms went around him and I held my breath, trying not to cry. I hadn't called them to me even if I'd missed them. I'd done everything right, and I was exactly where I'd started. The elves hated Trent because of me, and with the mystics I'd probably lost the demon support, too. It was falling apart, and I couldn't stop it. You're not hearing anything, are you? His words shifted my hair, and I shook my head. What happened in a dream was not reality. And there were no voices showing me visions around corners. His grip on me shifted, and I looked up to see his relief. Then you're okay, he said, making my heart almost break that he cared that much. Promise me you'll tell me if you do. Promise. My foot twisted under me was falling asleep, and my other, hanging out over the edge of the bed behind him, was getting cold. I wasn't going to move, though, not with Trent holding me, telling me he loved me without even a word. What time is your appointment? His breathing shifted, his shoulders tensing. 9:45. It was only a few hours away. I'm sorry, I said as he let go. If it wasn't for me, the Enclave would be listening to you and you could have stopped this before it started. Trent's eyes widened. Is that what you think? Rachel, if not for you, then I'd probably have been the one to start it in the first place. I like who I am. Do you know how long it's been since I did? Listen to me. He took my shoulders, leaning over to find my eyes. You and I are an excuse for the doer to try and wrestle control away. This would have happened regardless. But not to this extent, I said, and he collapsed in on himself, holding my hands between us as he chose his next words. You can't be the Sahan if you're with me, I said miserably. They won't let you. It's just a title, he said, but even I could hear the lie. One that gives you a voice, one that people follow. His lips pressed into a resolute line. I'm not letting you go, so stop it. We'll get through this. Besides, if the demons call me the Sahan, then maybe that's enough, he said, a hint of worry tugging at the corners of his eyes. Maybe, I said miserably. I will not cry. I won't. The demons won't listen to Landon, but they might me. I've ridden the hunt with them. Fought beside them to eliminate a threat. If that's not being the Sahan, then what is? The depth of his commitment shivered through me in the pre-dawn gloom. But how? This isn't your fault, he said, bringing me to him again, and the tingles his whisper started racing through me. We can do this together. I can't do it alone. I don't want to. My eyes closed as I soaked in his warmth, his hands firm without binding, their slow motion against me suddenly taking on a new meaning. I took another breath, and that fast, my desires flipped to another direction. I licked my lips and Trent's breath quickened. You know, we've got a good 10 minutes until sunup, he said, his fingers tracing over me in the flimsy nightie I had over here. They won't have any real information about Cincinnati for at least 20. I pulled back to see the heat in his eyes, the desire. We can't, I whispered, smiling. Why not, Dot? He wasn't confused per se, but clearly wary at my smile, and I pulled him closer, turning our embrace less amorous and more friendly. Because someone is pinching my toes, I said. Trent hesitated, and I almost laughed. Really? Someone is pinching my toes. Realizing I was serious, he leaned to see around me. Ray! He exclaimed, and I held my arms out for the little girl. She was about 18 months now, sweet with her blanket in her grip, her dark hair carefully combed and her even darker eyes solemn as she pinched my toes for our attention. She couldn't have been there very long, and her expression was troubled. Daddy? She said, her high voice clear. I'll see no. No! She demanded, pointing to the door, now open a crack. I hadn't even heard her open it, but she was a quiet little thing. Trent pulled the toddler up, bringing the scent of baby powder and snickerdoodles with her. Dressed and ready for the day, she pointed again at the door, her features tight in distress. I could hear Lucy, her sister, shrilling something in the background as I fixed Ray's collar. What is Lucy doing that she's not supposed to? Trent said patiently, and Ray scrunched her face up, clearly wanting to spill the beans but not having the vocabulary yet. Lucy? Trent called, loudly, and the little girl's enthusiastic shouts became closer. Daddy! The toddler cried, shoving the door open so hard that it bounced against the wall and nearly closed again. But the blonde, excited girl was already in here, a strip of toilet paper in her grip as she danced in a circle, somehow not breaking it. Happy birthday! She shouted, throwing it up into the air and silently watching it drift down. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet, I whispered, and I swear Ray rolled her eyes. Lucy clapped her hands and ran for the bed. Hi, Aunt Akel. She shouted, flopping against Trent's knees, making Ray shove Lucy's hands off him. I pulled Lucy to me, glad that Trent hadn't started dressing them alike. Lucy was only 3 months older than Ray, but their personalities made the difference seem larger. Squishy and wiggly, Lucy bounced in my lap until I penned her in with my arms, bringing the wonderful smell of innocence to me. Hi, Lucy, I said, careful to not talk to her like she was a baby but a real person. Is that toilet paper? Shouldn't it be on the roll? She slid from me, running to where it lay on the floor and throwing it back into the air with a jubilant surprise. Trent looked up from playing a finger game with Ray. There were streamers at a party, and now she won't leave the toilet paper alone. Ray held her arms out to me, and I took her willingly. Elizabeth is supposed to be watching them, Trent said, his eyes on the door. Though to be honest, Gwen is keeping an eye on them as well. And John. Everyone. You think she's okay? Standing, Trent ran a hand over his chin, mildly concerned. She's still fighting jet lag. Maybe she fell asleep reading to them again. Unless she left. That'd be nice. She wouldn't do that, I said as I arranged Ray's very dark hair. I knew that Trent believed Elizabeth agreed with the elven doer's opinion that the world would be better if we weren't part of it, but I wasn't so sure. Maybe you should check on her, I said, because I sure as hell wasn't going to. Not in my nightgown. Trent nodded and held out his hand to Ray. Ray, where is Elizabeth? Blinking her dark eyes, Ray slid from me. Her hand looked small as it fit into Trent's. Wobbling only slightly, she looked at the door. "Should nap," the little girl said, and I swung my feet to the floor. "That can mean anything," I said as I stood and glanced at my phone. It was almost sunup. No time for a shower now. I could do it after the news. Trent's frown took on a shade of concern. "I'll be right back," he said, starting for the door. "Lucy? Where's your mommy, I asleep." Lucy crowed, throwing her toilet paper banner again and watching it drift down. "Surprise!" Trent held out his other hand. "Show me?" he asked, and she jumped over to him, her dress flying up to show her tights. "Come on, Daddy," she said, dragging him off. Ray turned before they left, and I made an open and closed hand wave to match hers. Ducking her head shyly, she trailed along behind Trent, leaving the door open. I didn't mind, but I did put on a borrowed robe before I scuffed into my slippers. I could hear Quinn talking to Trent, and I wasn't quite up to more people yet. The morning garden beckoned, a gray patch of solitude and calm after Lucy's exuberance, and after a look at my phone and the time, I shuffled to the big French doors. I wasn't going out into the living area until Elizabeth knew I was here. Besides, if there was a real problem, Quinn or John would be on it. It might look as if the girls had been wandering the upper floor unattended, but both John and Quinn were big on letting the girls explore freely within sharply defined boundaries. Either one wouldn't have a problem letting them walk in on me and Trent, each for different reasons. Lucy's shrill voice was punctuated by masculine rumbles as I hit the code at the box by the door and opened it. The first breath of morning damp cooled my flush as I recalled the pandemonium the first time I'd opened it without the code. Birdsong and what might be the clatter of pixie wings drew me out onto the sheltered patio. There was a small koi pond with steam rising from it, and tidy flower beds carefully raked and put to bed for the coming winter. I wrapped my arms around myself as the coolness slipped up my legs. A soft scuff yanked my attention to the small patio table for two, and I jerked to a halt. "Al?" I said, fear for being coated in mystics flashing through me. I froze, unbelieving, as he stood, clearly having been waiting for me out of sight of the door. At least I hope he'd been out of sight. "What are you doing here?" I warily shuffled closer in my slippers and robe, having to trust that he wouldn't come here, out of his way, to choke me to death. "And in a suit?" I added, thinking he looked dashing, though very different. He wasn't trying to kill me. That was good, right? He looked up from the hat in his hands. "I didn't change for you," he said, his proper British accent only a hint, and I nodded, more nervous yet. The tight pinstriped suit gave him almost a 40s look. He'd trimmed his physique as well with a narrower waist and shoulders not as thick. It made him appear younger, less mature, more hoodlum, but not quite a thug. The hairstyle shifted it to professional? Professional what, though? I wondered as my eyes slid from the hat he placed on the table to his shiny shoes. The demon did like his shiny shoes, stylish hats, and glasses that he really didn't need. "It's a different look for you," I said, and he sniffed. "Not everything I do revolves around you," he said quickly, as if I might think he was softening to me. "I have my reasons." "It looks great, but I thought you looked good before," I said, and he hesitated as if never having considered that. Remembering where I was, I glanced back at the open door and inched closer. "What are you doing here? And how long have you been here? Did you look in the window? Did you see me happy with Trent and his children beside me?" Ailes' gaze was on the door when I turned back around, and my eyes narrowed in mistrust. "I want to ask you a few questions," he said. "Is now a good time?" It wasn't, but I went back and shut the door. "You put Elizabeth to sleep, didn't you?" He smiled, and I knew it was the same old Al despite his new look. "Was it you who destroyed the back end of your church?" "No." "What is his game?" I wondered, arms over my middle again. "Was it Trenton Aloysius Calamack?" "No," I said again, coming closer until only feet separated us. "Tell me about it in your own words." "Tell me about it in your own words?" I stood before him, head cocked. "Why?" The scent of burnt amber was almost non-existent, and I wondered how he could lose it so fast when it always took me a week of showers. "I want to know." Nose wrinkling, Al flicked something away from me. "Disgusting creatures," he muttered, and I backed up, thinking he was talking about the mystics. "I can't hear them," I rushed to say. "And I didn't call them to me." I shut my mouth, thinking that to tell him they'd showed up when Cornwall had threatened Trent was a bad idea. Al's jaw tightened, and I felt a pang at his disgust. "Ah, it was one of the vampire camarillas," I said to distract him. "Cornwall made a deal with the elf doer that if they got rid of Trent and me, the elves would bring their souls back from the ever after." So it was Cormel's men? He said. I licked my lips, remembering Al had seen Cormel last night outside Junior's. No. Al sighed and clasped his hands before him. No proof. That should be your middle name, Rachel Mariana Morgan. Why is he even interested in this? Look, I said, thinking this was a lame excuse to check on me, but it was better than choking me to death. They were vampires, I added, and he made talking motions with his hands. This snagged one and Trent got a confession. A forced confession means nothing, he said, and I wondered if the demons were working on some point of law thing they wanted to use somehow. Why are you badgering me? I asked, and he casually sat, tugging at his sleeves before remembering the lace was gone. You're very defensive, he said. I'm simply ascertaining what happened that morning, but... Yes, but why? He waited silently, and I finally said, there was a mix of vampires from a lot of Camarillas. No one took responsibility, but last night Cormel said the attack was his effort to remind Trent and me of our place in life. Goat-slitted eyes unfocused in thought, Al steepled his fingers. This was last night? Someone has been watching old Godfather flicks, I thought as I nodded, and then I said, yes, when it became obvious I needed to actually say it. I didn't blow up my church, but I did take advantage of it to pretend to be dead. I leaned one palm against the table, shivering as the cold from the iron seeped into me. Why are you here? His lip curled, and I forced myself to stay unmoving as he flicked nothing off me, his finger just missing my robe. I thought you might be interested in seeing what happens to the surface demons when the sun rises. I glanced at the house, imagining Elizabeth's reaction if I came in with him. It might be worth the fallout. That's why I'm up at this godforsaken hour. You want to come in and watch the news with us? Quen makes a good cup of coffee. Al blinked, quickly regaining his aplomb. No, thank you, he said, the barest shifting of his feet giving away his surprise. I thought we could do this out here. Sure, I said softly, then stiffened when Al spoke a word of Latin, gesturing with his usual flair. It lacked a little something without the lace and velvet, but his eyes still glowed with the pleasure of doing something no one else could, and I tightened my hold on the ley lines as a sheet of black-tinted ever after coalesced into a hunched shape right there on the patio. Crap on toast, it was a surface demon, and I reached out to circle it. Al was faster, and a second sheet of power snapped shut around the surface demon with a solid thump I felt in my soul. Nasty little bugger, he said, both feet on the floor as he scooted to the edge of the metal chair and peered at it, elbows on his knees and head tilted. Uneasy, I inched closer. The surface demon hissed wildly, pounding against the wall even as smoke curled up from his fists. Or maybe it was a her. This one had hair snarled down to her waist, and a decidedly delicate cut to her jaw even if spittle was dangling from her chin. Who is that? I whispered, and I stopped short, not having realized I had moved to stand right next to Al as if wanting his protection. Al's expression was closed. I've no idea. Newt gave it to me. His gaze lifted to the sky lightning in the east. The tops of the trees were already glowing, and it wouldn't be long before we had our answer. Look, the sun, Al said as if it wasn't obvious. Let's see how well the elves have fucked this up, I was holding my breath, and as the sun touched the top of Al's containment bubble, the surface demon hissed, hunched as if afraid. Eyes wide, it went silent for 3 heartbeats, and then without fanfare, it vanished. Hot damn! I exclaimed, spinning to Al. My lips parted. His eyes were closed, and his jaw was clenched as if expecting to be whipped. Al? I whispered, and they opened. Slowly his tension eased, and he exhaled, fingers shaking as he hid his hands behind his back. There, you see? He said confidently, but what I'd seen was his fear. Typical elven sloppiness. Rachel, if you are ever that careless, I'll strangle you with your own charm. Al, I touched his shoulder and he jerked away. This was why he was here, not to show me the flaw in the elven curse. He'd been afraid, and I was the one he'd come to. You weren't sure if you could stay, I said, and his eyes flicked to mine. What? Nonsense, he grumbled, taking his circle down with an unnecessary wave of his hand. The elves haven't crafted a decent curse in 3,000 years. Pull up your second sight, he said, grimacing at empty space. What a nasty piece of work. I was never for their creation in the first place, but you do have to admire the pure savagery of it all. He'd once told me demons had created vampires, which would in turn mean they'd created surface demons, and feeling uneasy, I pulled up my second sight. It wasn't hard to do, but I didn't do it often, not liking the red-smeared, gritty vision overlaid on the green of reality. Sure enough, the surface demon was there among the sparse grass and sun-baked dirt that existed this far out from the city center. It howled soundlessly at the sun, clearly not happy to have been forced back. Hissing, it turned to Al and myself, and I dropped my second sight to become invisible to it. Holy crap on Velveeta toast, I whispered, shaken as I imagined this happening everywhere as the sun slowly crept across the surface of the world. Just so, Al said, a hint of what might be sympathy in his voice. Shaking, I felt my way around the table to settle in the second wire chair. There were going to be lots of unhappy vampires. I had a feeling that I wasn't going to get to muck out the church with Jenks and Ivy today. This was bad. If the vampires had been ticked at me before, they'd be doubly so now, blaming me for the elven failure since Landon had set me up to take it. That is what happens when you try to tweak a well-crafted curse, Al said, flipping his hat. It's always better to start from scratch than mend flaws created by a modification. What about the vampires who found their souls last night? I asked. They are soulless again, he said, attention distant as he flipped his hat to land squarely on his head. The long undead will be most unhappy that their headlong rush to their demise has been interrupted. I predict that by noon, the elves will be spelling to bring their souls back again. They want the old undead gone, and this is the easiest way to do it. He set his hat on the table between us. But you already knew that, he said, voice low. Killing them with a kindness. Perhaps elves are more like us than they wish to admit. I rubbed my forehead. The sun was barely up and I was tired already. I needed to call Ivy. This isn't my problem. Of course not. Al stood and brushed at his coat, watching the way the sun hit the fibers. There's a way to save them, the undead I mean. I looked up, hesitating when I realized some of the threads in his suit sparkled. How? He twirled his hat, running it down his arm, across his back, and down to his free hand where he caught it and jauntily placed it on his head. If you break the path between the two worlds, I'm not going to destroy the ever after. It will be the end of all magic, I interrupted. Why not? He eyed me speculatively. You've seen Cincinnati without her undead. You can end it all right here. Break the lines and no one goes in or out. You might learn to like living without magic. It may be the only way to survive us coming home. He meant the demons, and my arm dropped, chilled against the cold metal. Why are you concerned about Cincinnati or the vampires? I'm not. I simply don't want to go back. He turned to me. Ever. If he was proposing an end to magic, it was a good bet he had a way to fix it. Then maybe you should try playing by our rules. Maybe we already are, he shot back. Right. Mistrusting this, I leaned back in my chair, tugging my robe closed when it threatened to fall open. So I break the lines to keep surface demons out and you hear. Everyone is mad at me. I hesitated as he beamed at me. Except the demons, who set themselves up as king, but that's about it. You do it. I don't have time to learn a new life skill, I said, and he put a hand atop the table, leaning over me with his breath smelling of brimstone. You are the only one with mystics in her. He took a breath. Rachel. I put a finger on his chest and backed him up. So now mystics are a good thing? Does it feel like a good thing? The birds were getting noisy, and I shook my head. It didn't feel good. Not at all. I didn't ask for this, I said, and Al looked toward the house. Be careful what you wish for, he said, and I watched as a sheet of ever after fell over him, clothing him back in his usual green crushed velvet coat and top hat. His shoulders broadened, and his middle became thicker, more muscular. Because you might get it, I finished, wondering why he'd changed until Elizabeth's voice rose in distress. Great, they were coming out here, and I tugged my robe closer. Be nice, I warned Al, and he gave me an innocent look. Oh God, it wasn't just Trent, but Elizabeth and the girls, too. Lucy made a shrill demand when she spotted Al, thumping her fists into the door to be let out. Rachel didn't charm you, Trent said as the door opened and Lucy darted out before he saw Al and me waiting. You simply fell asleep. Trenton. Elizabeth shrieked, panicking as Lucy ran to Al. Allie, Allie, Allie. The little girl cried, flinging herself at the demon's knees. Al winced, hastily covering his crotch as she flung her doll around. Ray was no less captivated, watching Al from Trent's hip, her evaluating eyes never looking away. Get her away from him. Elizabeth demanded, frozen at the door as she wanted to both fly at him and run back in the house. Good morning, Elizabeth, I said, and she looked at me, horrified and hyperventilating as I calmly sat at the table. Elizabeth, Al purred, delighting in the fear he'd instilled as he sat down and took Lucy onto his lap. How nice to see you, Trent. Get her. She screamed again, and Trent sighed, waving Quinn and John back from the window. Get him out of here. I stood, uncomfortable in my robe all of a sudden. He wanted to show me what happened to unbound souls when the sun came up. Trent's eyes lit up. And he prompted. Ray was beginning to wiggle to get down and get a closer look at the pink and purple flying horses that Al was making, each one coming from his cupped hands to Lucy's delight. I couldn't stop my grimace. We're both going to have a very busy day. Elizabeth was clinging to Trent's elbow, her face red and her fear obvious. Surprise! Lucy shouted as Al opened his hands and another horse neighed and leapt into the air. Giving me a tired look, Trent sat Ray down, and the little girl toddled forward. I gentled her to me so Elizabeth wouldn't pass out, and Ray leaned against my legs, watching Al and her sister. Get them away from him! Elizabeth demanded, and Trent took her elbow. The girls are safe. It's you I can't vouch for, he said, and Elizabeth jerked her eyes from the children, her face red. Al straightened as he let 3 horses go and Lucy ran after them, giggling. I no longer steal people, he said as if insulted. Haven't you heard? Seriously? I said, and he raised his hand, tilting it back and forth to say more or less. Elizabeth glared at Trent, refusing to go, and even as his hand on her back began to look forceful. You aren't believing this, are you? She said. I was having a hard time believing it, too, but I wasn't worried when Ray stood wobbling before Al, captivated by the horse charm. Her little hand went to his knee for balance, and Al froze, emotion cascading through him so fast I couldn't recognize anything but its depth. Why are you even here? Elizabeth exclaimed. Many reasons. Al was staring at Ray's hand, and I held my breath as he wiggled a finger under her palm and she gripped it, smiling up at him with her one-toothed smile. Emotion hit me as Ray's carefully given but ultimate trust smacked Al like a ton of bricks. That fast it happened, and I knew he'd move heaven and earth for her now. Ray may have saved us all. Lump in my throat, I turned. I didn't want him to know I'd seen, and if I stayed, I'd start to cry. Ah, I'm sorry, I said, looking around as if my purse and coat were out here. I have to go take a shower. Al, thank you for the information. He looked up, and when he saw my damp eyes, he took Ray's hand off his finger with a frown. I'm being gotten rid of. Trent inched forward to take Ray, and I lifted her from Al. You're welcome to stay for breakfast, Trent said as I settled Ray in his arms. I have already breakfasted, thank you, Al said stiffly. He was trying to be flip, but I could tell he was shaken. He hadn't expected Ray's trust, and it couldn't be taken away. Lucy, come here, Elizabeth demanded, crouched with her hand held out, ignored. What time was your appointment with the doer? I asked, having forgotten already. Trent jiggled Ray. 9:45. You, think I could come with you? I said, and Elizabeth jerked, her attention on Lucy momentarily eclipsed. I need to persuade them to leave the surface demons in the ever after and the real demons in reality, I added, wincing. I wasn't going to be the demon's liaison, but someone had to say something, and I did have a reputation for saving large demographics even if the collateral damage was high. Elizabeth finally got hold of Lucy, and she backed up to the door with her as the little girl protested. You're joking, she said, voice distracted. You want them here? Absolutely, I said. My feet were freezing, and I wanted to go in. Trent shrugged. Sure. I'll pick you up at 8. You'll be at the church, . Elizabeth was struggling with Lucy. Exasperated, she exclaimed, yes, you both go. I can watch the girls. My eyes darted to Trent, and then Al. You will watch the girls? Al drawled, popping little blue horses into existence as fast as Lucy could pop them out of existence between her 2 hands. I heard it was your idea to kill Trent and Rachel so you'd have the girls as your own. It was out, and Elizabeth's cheeks reddened. That was not my idea. She protested, and Lucy slipped from her. Frustrated, Trent checked his watch. Gwen and John can watch them. I am not trying to steal the girls, Elizabeth said hotly, and Trent absently took a horse out of Ray's mouth. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, he said frankly. Rachel seems to think the best of everyone, but I'm not that, he hesitated. Naive, I believe is the word you're looking for, Al said, and I frowned, almost smacking him with the back of my hand. Lucy is my child. Elizabeth said, one hand gripping the wildly twisting little girl. I can watch her. Trent lifted his chin and started for the door. I don't want you to. I needed to get dressed, and I hesitated, wanting to say goodbye to Al before going in, but not wanting to do it in front of everyone. I can watch the girls until 6, Al said suddenly, and I blinked. Face red, Al jerked his watch out of its little pocket. That'd be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm busy after that. You? I said, and his complexion darkened. You don't know anything about babies. Absolutely not. Elizabeth pushed her way into the courtyard, a mix of terror and anger. Al seemed unperturbed. They're not babies, they're toddlers. Besides, I'm third on the list, I believe? Trent was smiling, small but honest. No, thank you. John can do it. Elizabeth struggled with Lucy, the little girl wailing about the dead horse in her tight grip. What does he mean, third on the list, dot? Trent and I exchanged a look, but Quen poked his head out the door, saving us from having to answer. Sahan? Ms. Morgan? Ivy has phoned. She's fine, but she's trying to reach Rachel. Felix committed suicide this morning and she'd like Rachel's help with Nina. Fear slid through my soul, and I took a fast breath. The doer would have to wait. I have to go. I hesitated, wanting to touch Al to say goodbye but not daring to. Of course he committed suicide, Al said distantly. That's why we had to separate their souls from their bodies to begin with. Go. Trent jiggled a fussy ray. I'll bring up your concerns to the doer. I looked at Al one last time before I started for the door. Thank you, I said, trying to remember where I'd left my boots. I'll do what I can. You're going to need all the voices you can get in the doer, Calamac, Al said loudly. Poor use of resources to waste Quen and John tending your girls, especially when you claim to want this closer tie. Let me watch the little darlings. I turned, half in the house, half out. Elizabeth waited, her lilac perfume strong on the still air. Trent was frowning, but it was in thought, not concern. I'm not worried about the girls, he said, making Elizabeth gasp. I'm worried about you rummaging in my things. No. I'll take them with me. It will be a good reminder to the doer. Al pulled himself up, a hand elegantly behind his back. I will be the perfect example of correctness. Elizabeth's hand went to the house for balance. I swear, Trent, if you give our children to that demon to watch them, I'll never forgive you. Trent looked at me, and I shrugged. He won't keep them permanently, I said, and Al grinned to show his blocky teeth. Trent set Ray down, and the little girl wobbled to Al, beaming as if he was a new toy. Trenton! Elizabeth shrieked, and Lucy finally slipped from her. Elizabeth made a lunge after her, and Quen jerked the woman back, his expression stoic as she slapped his face. You get my standard sitting rate, Trent said, almost shouting over Elizabeth's hysterics as Al picked Lucy up. You stay on the top floor and out of my room. And my spelling hut. And everything else. No phone, no scrying, no showing them off to anyone. I want them here in my apartments at all times. De alighted, the demon said, then vanished with both girls. Trent! Elizabeth screamed. Giving her a sidelong glance, I sidled up to Trent. You forgot to tell him no visitors. Trent's breath hissed in between his teeth. Oh, I did, didn't I? Trenton Aloysius Calamac. Elizabeth exclaimed as she pushed between us, her face red. Where are my girls? He pointed inside when Lucy's laughing giggle echoed into the patio. Hand to her mouth, Elizabeth bolted inside. You're welcome to stay, Trent said loudly, but she was already inside. Only now did a faint worry line wrinkle his forehead. Tell me this isn't a mistake. Smiling, I gave him a hug. This isn't a mistake, I said, feeling his arms take me in and make me strong. He's the only one who might agree to play by our rules. The rest need to be shamed into it. Thank you. I dropped back to see a lingering worry in him. I'm going to miss you today, too. He was tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, and I felt loved. Maybe we can have dinner or something. But I knew that I'd be lucky to end today still standing. If Felix had committed suicide, Nina was going to be out of control and Cincinnati's old vampires would be a conflicted terror of want, desire, and fear. What tore at me though was that Ivy's hope of ever saving her soul was now tied to a maybe. And as I gave Trent a kiss and felt his grasp slip from me, I vowed that Ivy was going to get her happy ending. Even if it killed me. Chapter 19. My breath caught and I stomped on the brake when the car ahead of me squealed to a stop. Head swinging, I flicked my eyes to the rearview mirror, wincing until the car behind me stopped as well. I was trying to get to Fountain Square. Ivy and I were having lunch before digging through the mess at the church. Yes, I should be in some library looking for how to close the lines, but Ivy needed me to tell her that one blood orgy wasn't the end. Besides, I had to do something normal for a few hours before I started saving the world again. What the turn? I said to myself, trying to see past the cars lined up before me. Traffic was at a standstill, and when I rolled the window down, I could hear a crowd and a bullhorn a few blocks up. I was nearly at the square. Something was wrong. Ivy was there. Pulse fast, I jerked the wheel, driving in the wrong lane for a few car lengths to pull into a tiny and illegal parking spot for the meter police. I waved at the guy blowing his horn at me as I popped my FIB sign in the front window and grabbed my shoulder bag. Thanks to my weekend sleepovers at Trent's, I was in a clean pair of jeans and a casual sweater, but I felt anything but professional as I locked the car and strode off, boots clunking. Nina? I wondered, shocked as her voice came through the bullhorn, her aggressive urgency mixing with the rising roar of unseen people. Crap on toast, Felix had committed suicide this morning. A handful of other masters had gone from soul-induced depression to out-of-control raging when their souls were ripped from them. That they were forced underground was a blessing and a breathing space. Cops were everywhere, both the FIB and the IS, and I strode up to the nearest. "Excuse me. What's going on?" "That way, miss," he directed, and I jerked back before he could touch me. His expression hardened, and he actually looked at me. "There's an illegal demonstration at the square," he said, clearly not recognizing me. "Please go home." They were almost lining the streets now, and everyone was being turned away. I'm trying to reach someone," I said, thinking if Nina was in there, so was Ivy. I was called in to work," I said, flashing my old IS badge with my spell-burned hair and dopey look. "Who do I talk to?" "Hell if I know," the cop muttered as he looked at my street clothes. "Go on." He didn't have to say it twice, and I slipped behind the forming human wall and hustled to the square, waving my outdated ID at everyone with a badge who looked my way. My pulse pounded, and the brief respite of people vanished. It wasn't a demonstration, it was a mob, and I stood in the middle of the blocked-off road trying to make sense of it. Nina was on the stage with a bullhorn, trying to outshout the man with a mic. The crowd was split and ugly, yelling at the stage, hands and fists raised in protest. The huge TV was showing a national news station, but it was all bad, with excited newscasters standing, as I was, at the outskirts of similar protests in other cities. High above, people pressed against the windows of the surrounding buildings taking pictures. IS and FIB officers were everywhere, but apart from the ring of them keeping new people out, I couldn't tell what they were doing. "I'm with the IS," I said, flashing my ID when a cop came close, and he went the other way. News crews were setting up on the corner, and I began to inch away before I was recognized. "Ivy, where are you?" The sound of pixie wings jerked my attention, and I looked up, getting an eye full of pixie dust as Jenks dropped down. "Damn it, Jenks!" I exclaimed, eyes watering. "Tink's a Disney whore, rake, what are you doing here?" He exclaimed, his voice shrill as he struggled to be heard over the rising noise. "Yeah, I'm glad to see you, too," I said sourly, hand up for him to land on. "I'm trying to find Ivy." "What is Nina doing?" He went to land, then darted back as someone jostled me forward. My hand hit a lamppost, and I stepped up onto the footing for a few extra inches as Nina's voice rose clear and strong, a hard surety in her voice that she'd learned from Felix. She sounded like a master, and it was chilling. "The piece is false," she cried, the vampiric pull in it bringing a good part of the crowd to silence. "Peace is death to the undead. It breaks them. Your masters are weeping. It's our duty to protect them as they protect us. They keep us safe, and now it's our turn. Even if they rage and threaten, we must withstand the anger knowing they love us. Their souls will kill them." "How long has she been up there?" I asked, one arm looped around the post for balance. "Long enough." Jenks's wings were shading blue from the cold, and he vibrated them for warmth. "She's, rallying the living vampires to protect the undead. Not everyone is happy about it. I don't know what's going to happen if the elves bring their souls back." Concerned, I climbed farther up the pole. The crowd was ugly, and my brow furrowed when I heard a few let them die. Rise up. This was so not good. Had they forgotten already the chaos of Cincinnati not 3 months ago when the master vampires were sleeping? You can't deny them their souls. The man with the mic shouted with the professional outrage of someone comfortable with the pulpit. "It's their God-given right. Is it not our right to protect them?" Nina said, eyes black with threat. "We've always given them what they needed to survive. We can't give them their death. They've been tricked by the elves and their own desires." Nervous, I looked toward the river. Trent was only a few blocks away at the arena and the closed-door meeting. It was too easy to imagine the mob storming the place. No one could stop it with the IS and FIB concentrated here. "My master found his soul," Nina said, and the crowd stilled at the power in her voice. Felix had changed her, almost into a master herself with his thoughts running through hers for so long, and I shivered at the command. It was fixed to him, she intoned, and even the zealot on the stage was silenced. It tormented him day and night until he walked into the sun. Be glad the souls have fled. Hide your masters if they should return. They bring only pain. He was weeping in joy. The man with the mic proclaimed, but beside Nina's impassioned presence, he looked cheap. Who are you to deny him? He was in pain. Nina shouted, and the crowd began to stir. The grace of the undead is that they feel no pain, and he was in pain. He was broken. Tell your masters the elves lie. Tell your masters they seek to kill them. Tell them even if they should beat you and send you from their sight. You must protect them because they love you, but... The voice of the crowd rolled between the buildings, drowning out both Nina and the man on stage. Worried, I got down from the pole. I had to find Ivy and call Trent. Get him out of there. Warn him. Your master died because God brought his sins home. The man was saying. The elves sit in conference right now to bring their souls back. We can't let them do it. Nina thundered. They're trying to kill our masters. He walked into the sun. She cried in pain. He walked into the sun and now I am alone. Her anguish raged out, connecting with every living vampire there. They knew what it was to be alone. They feared it. The urge to rise up was almost unbearable. Felix had given her the strength of the undead and the passion of the living. No wonder Ivy loved her. My God, I whispered, jolted from her charisma when someone bumped me. Jenks, is Eden here? We had to get Nina to shut up, even if I agreed with her. The vampires were going to storm the door if this continued. Yeah. Jenks landed on my shoulder. He's over by the curb. Where the horses are. I looked over the heads to where the mounted police usually hung out. Sure enough, there were two very unhappy horses, an FIB van, and a bunch of FIB guys clustered around something. A plan to get the people out of here, maybe. How am I going to get over there? I muttered, gaze roving over the square. The huge vid screen was now showing the Cincy Arena. The wind down there was intense, blowing the newscaster's hair everywhere as the doer began to break up and people began to leave. My breath came easier. Maybe they were evacuating before the crowd decided elves were on a par with biogeneticists and lynched them all. Maybe the vampires were trying to get rid of the elves. So far, only Felix had died, and he'd been on his way out already. It's God's will they die. The zealot was screaming, a harsh contrast to Nina's powerful anguish. It's penance for the atrocities they have perpetrated. Let them be judged. Jenks's dust was a beacon as he hovered over me, looking for the easiest path to the curb. Ah, rake? Is that your mom? Oh God. I shoved someone, trying to see. My fear redoubled as I spotted her standing on a planter, hand in a fist as she shouted and gestured, calling someone a prejudiced prick and religious hypocrite zealot all in one breath. She looked fantastic in her outrage, and I almost lost sight of her when the crowd shifted. Mom! I shouted, then grunted when I got an elbow in the gut from some faceless woman. Mom! She heard me. Somehow she heard me over the noise and confusion. She turned, her face still alight with the fire of battling injustice. Clearly this was where I'd gotten it from, and without even a glance at the stage, she fought her way off the planter into me. Mom, what are you doing here? I said when she finally got close. Oh, you ruined your funeral. She moaned, giving me a quick hug. She was okay, and I hugged her back. Mom! We have to get out of here, I said, not believing she was worried about my funeral. No matter, she said, beaming as she shoved someone to get a smidgen more room. The band crapped out on me anyway. Isn't it a marvelous day for a protest? Wincing, I held her shoulder so no one would force us apart. Marvelous wasn't exactly the word I'd use. Nina was on the bullhorn again. Some were listening raptly, others, mostly human by the look of it, were booing. I could tell who were the living vampires not only because of the way they reacted to Nina but because they looked terrified. It was starting to slide from a mob to a riot. Jenks? Find Ivy. My car is on Vine. He darted off, making me envy his wings. My heart pounded. Mom, we have to go, Dot. But she was watching the stage as Nina exclaimed, if there's one thing the living have learned, it's that what you want most will kill you. It's our time to protect them. We can't allow the elves to bring back their souls. My mom wiped an eye. It reminds me of the turn, she said, smiling. But it smells a hell of a lot better. No one decaying in the alleys. I elbowed someone out of the way so we could start for the street. Mom, where's Donald? He went to get me a coffee. It takes him a while. People recognize him, and he always stops and talks. It's a pain in the ass sometimes. Visions of tomorrow's headlines began swimming before me. Stomach tight, I began to inch her to the curb. She jerked me to a stop with a hug. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. I've been watching Nina, and I think she's perfect for Ivy. It wouldn't take much to change your funeral into a wedding for them." "Mom," I said as I disentangled myself. "We have to get out of here, dot. I'm just saying she's smart, attractive, and has more determination than you. Look at her. Magnificent. She's so entrenched in her belief. It makes me want to protect the beastly things myself." "We have to go," I said again, then jumped when my phone vibrated. "Go!" she exclaimed, face flushed and eager. "It's just getting started." She turned to the stage, arm pumping in the air as I let go of her to fish my phone out. It was Trent, but I'd never be able to hear him. Just glad he was alive, I flipped the phone open. "Trent? You okay?" I shouted, hand over one ear as the zealot with the mic pointed at the TV and proclaimed that now they would know the true purity of the soul. Clearly something had shifted at the doer, and I turned to the TV, showing the riverfront with lots of blonde men and women coming out of the stadium now instead of one or two as before. "Rachel?" Trent's voice came, tiny and small. "I'm fine. Where are you?" "I'm looking for Ivy." "I'm at the square with my mom and Jenks," I shouted. On the screen, a reporter I recognized elbowed a CNN reporter out of the way to get in front of Landon. "Nina's rallying the vampires to stop the elves from returning the undead souls." "Trent, you have to get out of there." "I'm going right now," Trent said, but I never would have understood it if I hadn't heard him whisper in my ear before. "You have to leave the square. Now." But the reporter had gotten Landon to stop, and the crowd quieted enough to hear her say, Sahan Landon, can you comment on the sudden disappearance of the undead souls with the rising sun? Have the elves agreed on a course of action to bring them back?" Her voice was echoing between the buildings, and the sound of the crowd diminished even more, punctuated by the occasional shout. "Rake?" I dropped my head, trying to hear Trent. "I can't leave without Ivy." "Trent, I'm looking at Landon on TV. He's going to make a statement, dot." "Damn it, Rachel, get out of there!" he shouted. "It's about to get ugly." I tugged at my mom with my free hand, but no one was moving anymore, all eyes fixed on the screen as Landon raised his hands at the mic shoved at him. Behind him, people were leaving the arena with the quickness of rats fleeing a foundering ship. "Wait, I want to hear this," my mom said. "It has been determined that the sudden absence of souls this morning was caused by the demons, not a failure in our original spell," Landon said, his benign young smile both practiced and convincing. "You liar!" I shouted up at the screen. "It was your lame-ass spell that failed." People turned to me, and I scowled as Jenks's dust suddenly wreathed me. "Rachel?" came Trent's voice, tiny from the phone in my hand. "Listen to me. Get out of there. For God's sake, get out now." Jenks landed on my shoulder, his wings cold against me. "Ivy's coming. Don't move." But moving was the last thing on my mind as Landon spoke. "We've decided on a course of action, one that not only will bring the souls of the undead back and lock them to this reality, but one that will also facilitate a smoother reunion with their original bodies and rid us of the demons now among us." "You son of a bastard," I whispered. I stared up at the screen, almost oblivious to the new space around me and that the nearest people were whispering. "He's lying," I shouted, and from the stage I could hear more voices raised in anger. "The demons didn't do it. It's the doer elves with their sloppy spell casting. They're trying to kill the undead." "Ah, Rake?" Jenks said from my shoulder, too cold to fly well, but I stood there and fumed. Had they forgotten the chaos of when the masters were sleeping just 3 months ago? Their fear of the night? "I would implore everyone," Landon was saying, "especially the living vampires, to find it in themselves to not take their anger out on the demons. We will resolve the issue in due course in a safe and efficient manner." My jaw clenched. "You're saying that because it's only demon magic that can fix the souls permanently, and you need them. You want the vampires dead." "Rake!" Jenks shouted, and I jumped when he pinched my ear. Blinking, I saw the new 8 feet of space between me and everyone else. My mom stood at my shoulder, and I could hear Ivy fighting her way to get to me. My phone dangled in my hand, and Trent's voice desperately shouted at me to leave, to get out. I didn't think it was going to be that easy anymore. "You see the lies," the zealot on the stage shouted, and I spun to see he had the stage all to himself. "She is a demon." Oh God, he was pointing at me. Sure, I could do some magic and blast everyone, but that'd only get me in jail, if I was lucky. "Ah, Trent." I gotta go, I muttered, then closed the phone in the middle of his outcry. Shaking, I tucked the phone away. The ring of people stared at me, more joining them every second. My mother took my elbow protectively. Let's go, she said, but no one moved to let us through. Instead, they inched closer, expressions determined. Stop them. Make them answer to us. The man on the stage shouted, and I gasped as hands reached out. Instinct kicked in. I pulled heavily on the line. Someone cried out a warning, and I sent it through them, the power of the line arching from one to the other. Rachel! Jenks shouted as it had no effect, and I went down under a wash of arms and hands. There were too many of them, and my strength was diluted. Hands grasped and tugged, and I couldn't breathe. Someone pulled my hair, and I hit the pavement. I couldn't set a circle, there were too many bodies crossing the line and it couldn't form. No! I shrieked as a hand clamped over my wrist, and then I cowered as I felt the snap of lavender strike through me as if in protection. Carumpo! My mother shouted, and I cowered again as a wave of energy pulsed forward, ripping the grasping hands away so the sun could beat down on me again. Stunned, I looked at the one hand still on me. Mom? I questioned, and she yanked me up as if I was still 14 and couldn't walk a block without panting. Where did you learn that? Get your hands off my daughter! She shouted, her color high and her hair wild. Jenks dropped down, and my mom let go of my wrist. Geez, Rake. Your mom kicks ass. I took a breath. We weren't out of it yet. They were wary, but that guy on the stage was still yelling at them to attack us. She needed to be to keep me alive, I said, edging forward and seeing people grudgingly begin to part. She once took an orderly out with a bedpan so I could go home for the solstice. Move. Ivy's voice came, and I turned. Get out of my way. The man on the stage pointed, distance making him brave. Stop them. She's a demon. She took their souls. If you act together, she can't stop you. The hell I can't, my mother muttered, and hearing her, the people pressed back to make a path. Ivy finally broke through. Her head snapped up at the harsh klaxon that suddenly rang out. Son of a bitch, my mother muttered, staring at the sky. They're going to seal the circle. Run. I had no idea what she was talking about, but after seeing her blow a lynch mob off me, I wasn't going to question her. Come on. I shouted, grabbing Ivy's hand and running at the people circling us. They screamed, parting in panic as we came at them, and we plowed through. Elbows hit me, and the scent of fear. My grip on Ivy never faltered as I followed my mom in Jenks's dust. Adrenaline was cold fire as I felt the prickling of a rising field. It was just before me, and I lunged, dragging Ivy behind me as I dove for the rising shimmer. No! I cried as it licked over me, hesitating a heartbeat as it decided what side of me it would form on, and then I was through, Ivy in tow. We hit the ground together, and she spun to her feet with unreal grace. Shocked, I sat on the pavement and stared at the purple and green shimmering field behind me. It was so thick, I couldn't see past it. My palm was scraped, and I rubbed at it as I tried to decide what hurt and what didn't. I hadn't known they could close the square like that. My urge to rise vanished at the new pain in my shoulder. Hissing, I took my weight off my hand, then yelped when some guy smelling like vampire hoisted me up. Hey! Let go, I shouted, then looked for my mom, even as the man got a tighter grip. It's a containment field, she said, smiling as an IS officer wrenched her arms behind her and zip-stripped her. Donald and I got stuck in it once during a protest and they let us sit there for 5 hours before dropping it. She looked up at the man trying to haul her off. Hey! I've a right to assemble. Jenks was grinning, darting back and forth to avoid a man with a net. Your mom could write a book, Rake. They were arresting us? Dude, I'm on your side. I exclaimed, then gasped when the guy who'd picked me up off the sidewalk shoved me at a car and wrenched my arms back. Ow. Watch the shoulder. Nina is still in there. Ivy was screaming, and I heard the familiar thumps and pained grunts that happened when you told Ivy no. The man let go of me, and I spun, wrists bound as I leaned against the car to watch. I kind of worked for the FIB. We'd get this sorted out as soon as we found Eden. Oh, that's going to hurt for a week, Jenks said in admiration as he hovered beside me, and I winced. Jenks, go find Eden, will you? You got it. He said cheerfully, and darted away. Ivy was backed up to the shimmering barrier, keeping everyone a good 8 feet away with her attitude. They knew who she was, and I thought it dumb they persisted. She was magnificent with her streaming hair and dark eyes, motions clean and sharp as she beat off 2 more agents who dared to try her. IS officers in specialized vests were going in and out of the barrier as if it didn't exist. I hadn't even known they had this kind of thing. Ivy spun when Nina's voice carried as she was brought through, subdued in a straitjacket as they bundled her to an IS van. The zealot was right behind her, and I hoped they put them in separate vehicles. What is taking Eden so long? This strip is too tight. Nina! Ivy called, and then I gasped as a man in a vest came through the barrier right behind Ivy and took her down. Ivy struggled wildly, and my mom inched to stand beside me, eyes wide in admiration as my roommate wiggled, twisted, and finally succumbed to a martial arts grip that would snap her wrist if she continued, her free hand slapping her thigh in a show of submission. Good girl, Tamwood, the vampire who had downed her snarled. Get me a restraining harness. He shouted, louder. Hey! I exclaimed, pissed. He was the same guy who'd zip-stripped me, clearly pleased with himself as Ivy was bundled up by his buddies. I'm Rachel Morgan, and that's Ivy Tamwood. What are you doing? We're here to help. The vampire's smile chilled me, but his charms fell flat as I lifted my chin and stared him down. Rachel Morgan, he drawled as he took his field harness off and handed it to a subordinate. Resisting arrest? You're going to be locked up for a long time. I did not. I said indignantly. I did not do one thing to resist arrest. If I had, I wouldn't have been arrested. Where's Captain Eden? But as the vampire continued to smile at me, I was starting to have doubts. I hadn't done anything wrong except fudge a little on why I was down here, but once you went into IS custody, they could make you sit in a room for over a day before they had to charge or release you. And here I stood, my magic gone because I played by the rules. I could almost hear Al laughing at me, telling me I deserved to be locked up if I expected a demon to get a fair shake. Cornwall wants to talk to you, the vampire whispered. Back up, Fong breath, I said, and his nasty smile faltered because he hadn't scared me. The reality, though, was a little different. Cornwall? Great. He wouldn't accept that this was madness. I couldn't help him, and even if I could, I wouldn't. You're making a mistake, I said softly, gaze flicking to Ivy being hauled up from the pavement, sullen and angry. The vampire looked back at her. I didn't like the way his lips curled in satisfaction. Cornwall wants you to fix this. Give him his soul. And be blamed for it when he commits suicide? I snarled. It was starting to thin out this side of the barrier, though it would probably be at least an hour before traffic would be allowed to resume. That way, the vampire said, shoving me into motion. My mother was behind me, and Ivy in front. The IS van was dead ahead, and I wasn't going to get into it. Once you went into the IS tower, the law didn't seem to matter anymore. And they are afraid of demons? I asked myself, heart pounding. What did they know that I didn't? He wants his soul, the vampire said, pinching my shoulder as he pushed me along. You either get it for him, or Ivy dies. My pulse raced. I looked at Ivy, then the van. I tensed to do something, spinning when Eden's voice echoed out, whoa, 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 what are you doing, Yurik? These are my people. My knees almost gave way, and the vampire, Yurik apparently, stopped, hands scrabbling to catch me as he suddenly had my entire weight to hold. Eden, I breathed. Thank God, Yurik hauled me back up, and the entire group of us came to a halt, mere steps from the IS van. Since when? He said boldly, and I jerked when he twisted the band around my wrist to make it hurt. She can't work for you. She's Inderland. Eden buelled his way forward, 6 uneasy but big officers behind him. She's a demon, Eden said, gesturing. There are no restrictive labor laws for demons. She's mine. Let her go. The scent of angry vampire grew, and the man holding Ivy grunted as she jabbed an elbow into him. She was resisting arrest, Yurik muttered. I was not. I went slack in his grip to keep him from hauling me off, then stood up when he tried to scoop me into a carry hold. Eden, I made no move to resist arrest, or I wouldn't be here now and you know it. This is an abduction. Cornwall wants me, and if I go in, I'm not coming out. I hesitated as Eden chewed his lip, making his mustache bunch. Eden. Eden's eyes narrowed. He reached for me and Yurik pulled me back. Do the paperwork, Yurik said, and Eden's eyes narrowed. Jenks hovered, unsure and uneasy. Hit me, Eden said, and Yurik's hold on me tightened. Excuse me, I stammered, then exclaimed, ow, when Yurik yanked me back a step. Hit him, rake. Jenks shrilled. Yurik gestured, and the men holding Ivy began wrestling her to the van. Rake. Jenks shouted, and my mom pursed her lips. Hell, I'll do it, she said, and flung out her foot, kicking Eden square in the balls. Clutching himself, he groaned as my mother muttered that she hadn't hit him that hard. Everyone was looking at him, and it suddenly dawned on me what he was trying to do. Let go! I shouted, wiggling out of Urich's grip and doing a soft, barely there crescent kick at Eden's jaw as he froze, clutching his privates. Get her down! Someone screamed, and my eyes widened. They were all coming at me. Both sides. Look out! Jenks shrilled, and I was suddenly trying to breathe as 3 men pretended I was a loose football and fell on me. The pavement hit hard, and I think I blacked out for a second. Oh God, I couldn't breathe, but it was Eden who hauled me up, a little rougher than he needed to as he shoved me at his men. I fell into them, gasping for air. Shit, I'd broken something, and his nose was bleeding. From the outskirts I heard a wolf howl rise, and a shiver ran up my spine. She's mine! Eden yelled at Urich, inches in front of him and angry as Eden had to peer up at him around his watering eyes and bleeding nose. She hit me, and she's mine. You hit an FIB officer, you go to the FIB. You can have her when I'm done with her. Got it? Breath fast, I looked for Ivy, not seeing her. She'd used the distraction and gotten free. From behind the crowd I heard a bang and the van holding Nina shook. Another howl rose. David? I hadn't seen any words in the crowd, but that didn't mean they hadn't been there. My mom was grinning as she landed next to me against the cop car. God, I love protest rallies. Her gaze went past me to the crowd. You who? Donald. Come bail me and Rachel out, will you, sweetheart? Oh God, the news crews were here, and I hung my head as my birth father grinned and waved his checkbook. He had a couple of groupies with him, and I figured he'd get a ride to the FIB building with no problem. They're Inderland. They're to be in my custody. Urich was shouting, eyes black and face red, and Eden shoved his chest right back at him. That woman assaulted me, Eden said, pointing at me. She's mine unless she assaulted you first. Did she assault you? Urich's lips curled back, and I thought I saw the fear of self-preservation in him. No, but Tamwood did, he snarled, and then his expression became even uglier when he saw the bleeding faces and cradled arms of the men who had been holding her. Fine Tamwood! He shouted, and everyone scrambled into motion, even the one with the bad limp. My good feeling died as Urich focused on me for a long moment before turning on a heel and striding away. There's got to be an easier way to do this, Eden said, dabbing at his bleeding nose. Crap on toast, Eden. I'm sorry, I said, heart pounding. I owe you big. He put a hand on my shoulder and led me away with a quickness that told me he wasn't quite sure he had the legal authority on his side. Don't think I won't call this in someday, he said, leaning so close I could smell the coffee on his breath. Ivy just better keep that girlfriend of hers quiet. He glanced back over his shoulder, then dropped his head. Damn, Rachel, don't you know how to pull your punches? Eden dabbed at his lip. I bit right through my lip. Sorry, I said, then gestured for Jenks to see if he could find Ivy. Knowing her, she was probably safe already. Humming his approval, he darted off. How is the investigation on my church going? I asked, hands still tied behind my back. There was an FIB car up ahead, and I guess that's where we were headed. I've assigned someone to it, but we've been kind of busy lately. What are you doing out here? It's not safe. I looked back at the mess. People were being pulled out from behind the hazy field in ones and twos, the most cooperative coming first, apparently. Yep, I figured that out. How about getting this zip strip off me? I asked as he unlocked the back door and opened it. Takata was watching this, and I was embarrassed. Next time pull your punches, Eden said as he put a hand on my head and sort of scooted me into the back seat. Watch your head. Eden. I complained, and he hesitated, pointing for me to stay but not shutting the door. It was awkward with my hands behind me like that, and I sat sideways with my feet on the pavement. It smelled like stale man sweat, and my nose wrinkled in disgust. My mom was already free, talking to the officers and waving to Trent as his car slowly pulled under the don't cross tape. I jumped when my phone rang, frustrated when I couldn't reach it. Damn it, it was probably Ivy. I didn't do anything wrong. I grumbled, pulling at the plastic-coated silver strip. Trent had gotten out, and my heart thumped as he talked to Eden. He shook Eden's hand before turning to me, his hands in his pockets and stepped slow as he wove through the thinning crowd of officers. I told you to leave, he said when he got close enough, and my frustration vanished at his smile, both glad to see me and worried. I tried, I said, gaze shifting to my mom and then the IS van. It got complicated. I scooted out of the car, awkward until he took my shoulder to balance me. Turn blasted zip strip, I thought, and suddenly the wristband gave way with a little pop. Surprised, I rubbed at my wrists. Thanks, I said as I sighed in relief. For coming down here? It was a calculated risk. No, for taking the zip strip off. Trent hesitated, and a cold feeling slipped into me. Ah, didn't you just snap it? I hadn't felt anything, but if he'd been quick about it, I wouldn't, seeing as the strip blocked you from all line contact. No. Worried, I turned back to the car to find it. Yurik must have put it on too tight and it just broke. But a cold feeling slipped into me when the back seat and pavement were bare. It's got to be here, I said as I dropped to my knee and looked under the car. What? The zip strip, I said, not seeing it. One of the IS guys zipped me, and it just snapped. Worried, I dug down between the seat and the back to find an old pen and a plastic cup lid, but no zip strip. You sure you didn't break it? Trent shook his head, and my heart seemed to stop. The strip hadn't broken. I had destroyed it. I had destroyed it with a wish, with a want, and I'd done it without access to the ley lines. There was only one way to do magic without access to a ley line, and my jaw clenched. I had mystics in me. I might not be able to hear them, but they could hear me. And I think Al knew it. Was counting on it, maybe. He wanted me to close the lines, and it would take magic to open them back up again. Trent, I started, then scrambled to grab my phone when it began humming again. It was Ivy, and I thumbed the answer tab, fingers shaking. Ivy. Where are you? A velvety, angry voice flowed out, chilling me. Don't wait too long, Yurik said, and the phone clicked off. Chapter 20. Trent's tiny car was plush, the fan pushing a warm breeze over me, making my hair tickle against my neck. My hands were on the wheel, but we were parked in one of the few spots on the street right outside the IS building. It had been a good hour since leaving the square, and Ivy was probably in there by now, settled in whatever cell they'd picked out for her. Fidgeting, I tapped my nails on the wheel. I chipped one somewhere, and I ran my thumb over the rough edge as I looked at Trent drowsing, slumped against the window on the passenger side. Jenks was in the back window doing the same. I didn't want to wake either of them, but if I waited much longer, Cormel would start tormenting Ivy. I had one shot at getting her out, and I was lucky Trent was with me, sleepy or not. His bangs shifted as he breathed, and I stifled my urge to arrange them. He shouldn't be here. He's too important, I thought, but Trent had flatly refused to leave. And I could use his help a lot, so I sat here in his car hoping something would happen and I wouldn't have to risk Trent's life in order to save Ivy's. Love stinks. My attention flicked behind me to a car beeping as someone locked it. Trent stirred, quickly placing himself and straightening with a soft sound and a stretch. From the back, I heard the hum of wings. How long have we been sitting here? Trent asked, fuzzy with sleep. About 5 minutes, I lied, then shot a look at Jenks to shut up when the pixie darted into the front, his dust a tattletale orange. You were tired. I was thinking. Trent frowned as he looked at his watch and then to a smug Jenks. About what? About the mystics in me, I thought, then decided to keep lying. How good that island you offered me 3 years ago sounds. Yeah, rake, but think of all the stuff you would have missed lounging on a beach with an umbrella drink. Jenks parked it on the dash and ran a hand over a wing, looking for tears. Trent's smile took on a touch of longing. Yes. He began gathering his things to get out, and I just sat there, not moving. We had a plan, but I didn't like it. He hesitated, glancing at Jenks before settling back. Taking my hand, he pulled me to him across the small space. Eyes inches apart, he earnestly said, we either go in under our terms, or they come get us when the sun goes down. I know, I said, thinking of how little I had in my shoulder bag. I needed his help, but I didn't want to risk his getting hurt or worse. Trent's grip on me tightened. Ivy is down there, he said, and I almost pulled away. Fighting our way in and out is chancy. This gets us halfway there. I know. Damn it, I'd worked hard to stay out of Cormel's grip. That is where we need to be, Trent said, and I blinked fast. He'd said us. He'd said we. This isn't your fight, I whispered. Rachel, Trent squeezed my hand, bringing my eyes to him. It is. This is more than Ivy, and even if that's all it was, I'm not about to let you walk into Cormel's office alone. Cormel knows Landon is lying about giving him his soul. He needs you alive to give him what he wants. Jenks was watching us solemnly. How does that make this your problem? I asked, and Trent's eye twitched. He needs me, too. He just doesn't know it yet. I have to make him aware of it before he tries to kill me again, he said, and Jenks frowned. Sighing, I looked past Trent into the lobby door wishing I knew how to play this political game better. I'd spent 2 of the last 3 years of my life hating Trent and the last 6 months realizing it hadn't been hate at all. I fail to share your optimism about our intrinsic worth to a master vampire, I said dryly, and Trent ran a hand over his stubbled cheeks, a flicker of surprise crossing him at the rough feel. Landon is trying to find enough support to close the lines, he said. It's the only way to keep the surface demons in reality. If the lines close, magic ends, he hesitated, unable to look at me. For the most part. If it happens, we need to be in a position to open them back up again. My lips pressed in disbelief. And we get that 7 stories down in the earth? Trent nodded, shrugging helplessly. If that's where you are, then yes. He wasn't going to let me out of his sight. The soft snick of Jenks sharpening his sword seemed loud. I still say that's a bunch of hooey, so I'll let you come with me, I said, and Trent smiled, leaning across the space to give me a kiss. His lips met mine, warm and tasting of cinnamon and wine. My eyes closed, and my heart gave a thump, almost an ache for how much he loved me. I loved him. There's that, too, he whispered as he pulled back, his fingers leaving tingles. Ready? I was going straight into the devil's lair, but at least I had company. Okay, you can come, I said as I looked behind the car for traffic and reached for the door handle. Trent's touch pulled me to a stop, and I turned to see his worried smile. Thanks, he said, and I choked back a bitter laugh before I got out, scared for Ivy, scared for me, scared for Jenks and Trent. But I did get out, breathing in the good Cincy air as I sent my eyes up the imposing facade. Trent and Jenks were waiting for me at the curb, and I hustled forward. Thanks for driving, he said as I came even and I hooked my arm in his. The nap did me good. Me too, Rake, Jenks chimed in, and I tossed my hair so he could land on my shoulder. No problem, I said, playing along with the idea that we could actually do this. I wasn't leaving without Ivy and Nina, and my fingertips tingled as I strengthened my hold on the lines and filled my chi, then spindled even more in my head. Trent held the door for me, and the wind blew my hair back as I went in. The first floor of the lobby was almost empty, and noise from the second and third floor offices filtered down the huge stairway. I looked up at the glass railings and desks, feeling my stomach knot. Head down, we angled toward the bank of elevators. There were at least 7 levels downstairs, maybe more. I'd never been there, but Ivy had told me about them one night when she'd had too much to drink. The treasurer is on the 3rd floor, Trent said, eyes flicking from the information sign. You think they'd let us post bail and leave with her? I said, and Jenks snorted. Trent's arm slipped from mine. It will get their attention. It would at that, but I figured we already had their attention. I'd sat outside their building for almost an hour. I say we go down as far as we can, I said as I pushed the button for the elevator. Excuse me. A somewhat feminine voice called out. Yes, at the elevator? We turned to the tall man coming down the stairway. He was in a trendy suit, a living vampire by the way he moved, having confidence and fear mixed in all together. Jenks, don't go too far but see what you can find out, I muttered, and he tweaked my ear before flying away, his dust matching the color of the marble floor exactly. Trent sighed as he pulled himself upright and found a professional expression. The sharp taps of dress shoes on the stairs echoed as the man jogged down, his hands free and arms swinging. Ms. Morgan? He said as he got close, clearly nervous and more than a little excited. Could you accompany me downstairs? Maybe. Damn it, this felt wrong. The clerk moved as if to put a hand to my back, and I jumped to avoid him. Flustered, the man tried to find his aplomb. Mr. Cornwall would like to speak with you, he said, all civilized, but there were 2 big guys at the lobby doors now, and people lined the glass railings, watching. Trent scratched the side of his nose, not being ignored as such, but clearly not the focus of the man's interest. I want to pay Ivy's bond, I said, though it was actually Trent's money that would do it. Nodding, the clerk pushed the down button on a different panel. He can arrange that, Dot. I bet he can, I said as the door opened and Trent and the clerk got in. Eyes wide, the clerk gestured for me to join them, and sullen, I stomped into the lift. This is not a good idea, I grumbled as the doors closed and the clerk ran a card. Jenks hadn't made it, but elevators had never stopped him before. It's better than having them come at us over dinner, Trent said softly, and the clerk caught back a snort. My eyes went to the panel. 6th floor? Way out of reach of a ley line. Cornwall is a reasonable man, Trent said, more for the aid than me. He's not going to shove us in a hole. Trent's voice had been confident, but the tension in his fingers against my back gave him away. He was wire-tight, and my own alarm ratcheted higher. Yeah, well, if he tries, I'm going to burn his office down to his red stapler. I could talk to the aide, too, and Trent's hand fell from my back as the doors opened to show a wide, brightly lit carpeted hallway. 2 more pretty men and 1 sexy woman waited by the narrow table against the wall. Orchids and cut flowers made it less 6 stories under and more 30 stories up. The silk, linen, and jewelry they wore made no attempt to hide the scars. The clerk with us hit a button to freeze the lift, clearing his throat and holding his hand out. "Your purse, Ms. Morgan. And your cap and ribbon, Mr. Calamack." My grip on it tightened. I'd lost contact with the ley lines at about level 3. There wasn't much in the bag to begin with, but I was loath to let it go. One by one, I was being stripped of my defenses. "And your phones?" he added smugly. Sighing, Trent dug in his pocket. Expression amused, he handed the clerk his phone, cap, and ribbon. I hesitated, but when Trent glanced at his watch, I shoved my bag at the clerk and stomped out of the elevator. Was I a demon, or was I a demon? I swear, Trent was smiling when he caught up, slipping an arm in mine and slowing me down. Ivy was here somewhere. If they didn't give her to me, I was going to tear the place apart. "I hope your chess game is better than mine," I said softly. "Me too," he breathed, and I wondered where Jenks was. "This way, please," one of the men said, and I stifled a shiver at the 2 guards following. The walls were bright, and with the artwork from multiple periods and schools on the walls and pedestals, it felt as if we were in a museum. The air stank of vampire. No wonder Ivy had worked so hard to get out of here. Damn, my scar was tingling. "You okay?" "Ask me tomorrow," I said as the escort stopped before a glass and wood door and gestured for us to enter. Heart pounding, I went first, thinking it looked like any other corner office apart from the no-window thing. "It's better than an interrogation room," I said, then spun when Cormel bustled in right behind us, his motions vampire quick. "I don't like it much either," he said as he moved behind the opulent, but largely bare, desk. "This is my office. Please, sit down. We have time to chat before everyone arrives." "You mean Ivy, right?" I said, and he laughed, gesturing at the chairs. "Sit down, Rachel." That made me feel oh so fuzzy and warm, and I eased into the leather chair closest to the door. Trent hesitated, then took the other. "I wasn't aware that you worked for the IS, Trent said. Cormel laced his fingers atop his desk, clearly pleased. "I don't. The office came with Piscary's title. I do enough business here to warrant keeping it, but not enough to have a secretary. Thank you for saving me the effort to find you. Can I get you anything?" My eyes narrowed. "Ivy," I stated, and he smiled. It was the smile that had saved the free world during the turn, but it fell flat against me. "Pleasure before business," he said, chuckling. Lifting the chair under me, I scooted it forward until my knees were almost touching the desk. Sitting back, I put my ankles up on it. It was meant to bother him, and it did, but instead of pushing back, Cormel leaned forward until I could see he wasn't breathing. "Would you like something to drink?" he said, the words precise and clear. I took my feet off his desk and leaned over it, the flat of my arms stretched out until my fists were right under his face and I could watch his eyes dilate to a full, angry black. "Where's Ivy?" Trent cleared his throat. "I'd like a black coffee," he said pleasantly. "I don't know what Rachel wants." Second-guessing her is a mistake. He'd given me a way to back off, and I took it, settling into the leather chair and trying to keep my breathing shallow and avoid taking in so much vampire pheromones. My God, they were thick down here. "Coffee," I said, and the man eased out of the room, shutting the door behind him. "Cormel, this is stupid." Felix walked into the sun. "How much proof do you need?" "Right to the point," Cormel said, sighing. "But wrong nevertheless." "It will kill you," I continued, wanting to get out of here. "Don't ask me why, but I don't want to see you dead." "Dead?" Cormel's pupil shrank, and I breathed easier. "No, you simply don't want to see us progress out of the trap we're in." Felix was not sane. "I am." "You think you're sane?" I said, almost laughing. "The longer you've been sucking people dry, the harder it is to survive the trauma of your soul. Give me Ivy and I'll see what I can do for the newly undead, but you having your soul will cause you to suicide. Landon knows it. He's counting on it. Why are you listening to him?" Trent dryly cleared his throat, but I fixed my eyes on Cormel, daring him to look away. His lip had curled up to show a little more fawn, making me wonder if I should back off. "Landon is doing exactly what I want," the vampire said. "We will not perish but be stronger for our souls after we adapt. Can you imagine it?" he said, eyes alight. "The power of the undead with the strength of the living?" I thought of Nina, swaying the crowd with just that. "It's a dream, Cormel." A flicker of unease crossed him. He knew, and yet he still persisted. "Why?" Steepling his fingers, he said, "Indications show that with enough time the emotions will fade. Guilt takes forever to fade. We have forever, he shot back, and agitated, I turned to the man bringing in 3 cups of coffee. It smelled wonderful, and no one said anything as he gave Cornwall his first, then Trent, and finally me. The man practically backed out, and my eyes narrowed at his fear. To live forever will elevate us, make us strong, Cornwall said, his attention on the tiny spoon as he sifted what was probably salt into his coffee. I'd be willing to bet it shifted the flavor more to a mug of warm, salty blood. Ask the demons how great forever is, I said, deciding to skip the coffee. Yet you've given Ivy hope, Cornwall said. You must believe it's possible for the undead to survive with their souls if you gave Ivy a magic to capture hers. Shit, he'd found the soul bottle. If you took it from her, I threatened, wishing I hadn't pushed my chair up so close. It was Ivy's, damn it. He had no right. I didn't take her magic, Cornwall said. Expression blank, he sipped his coffee. You failed to convince me of the danger. I'll trust Landon a little longer. Then you're going to die. I exclaimed, frustrated as he gestured for someone outside the office. The longer you're dead, the more wrong things you do to stay alive, and the harder it is to survive the guilt in your soul. It's only the newly undead that might make it. There is no wrong. Cornwall shouted, suddenly standing. I've done nothing wrong. I said nothing, not having even seen him move. Trent, too, was a little disconcerted, and I grimaced, not wanting to have Cornwall at my throat but needing to make him understand. Cornwall edged from his desk, a hint of confusion marring his confidence. They gift me with their blood, their aura, their soul. How can it be wrong? It is, I said softly. That's why you weep when you get your soul back. You can't have everything you want. Remember that, Cornwall said as the door to the hall opened and Landon was shoved in. He looked disheveled, in the same robes I'd seen him wearing on TV. I figured he was about as happy as we were to be here, but the shimmer of satisfaction in the tilt to his head gave me pause. Slowly I stood, not wanting to be at a disadvantage. Trent remained seated, his fingers steepled and his ankle across one knee. You shouldn't be here, I thought, worried. Landon pulled himself straight, seeming official in his purple and green robes and that hat that Newt favored. Rachel, he said, giving me a nod. Trent, he added sarcastically before turning to Cornwall. I told you it wouldn't last if they're alive. Kill them or the surface demons remain in the ever after. My gaze flicked to the 2 thugs just inside the door and back again. We didn't send them back. Your spell fell apart. Rachel tells me you're lying, Cornwall said, and Landon's expression blanked. And I believe the actual wording of our agreement was that I'd remove them from power. He gestured to Trent. I sent them fleeing to the West Coast. They returned and I isolated them. They have no power, he said, smiling pleasantly. Bring back our souls. Now. The doer is split because he lives, Landon said, but he was sweating. If I could see it, every vampire on the floor could smell it. I won't bring your souls back until I have control. Won't, or can't? Cornwall sat down, leaving Landon and me standing. You'll not survive this, Landon, Trent intoned, and Cornwall turned to him in speculation. You'll die by your own hand. I'll have no regrets. It sounded poetic, and I hid my shiver by moving to stand behind his chair. It was a good 8 feet away from the desk, and I breathed easier. I didn't like his being here. Despite everything he'd said, I'd never forgive myself if he suffered because of me. It's business, Landon said dismissively and turned to Cornwall. Well. The vampire leaned back into his chair, making it creak. The living are fascinating, he mused aloud. You both seem to think you have leverage. You don't. He licked his lips to show his teeth. I don't trust you, Landon. You didn't kill them. Landon shouted, and I shrank back when Cornwall stood. You are lying. He thundered, and the guards outside in the hall came in. I'm not going to kill them. I don't have to. All you need is control of the doer, yes? Cornwall wasn't going to kill us. Great. Somehow that didn't thrill me. Trent paled, and I put a hand on his shoulder. The stored energy in his chi tingled through me, and I felt our balances equalize. Neither of us could make a circle, but we had at least one good spell each. You will stop lying to me, the vampire said, motion smooth and controlled as he ghosted out from behind the desk. Landon backed up, jerking when one of Cornwall's thugs shoved him forward. Cornwall closed the gap. I know you lost control of our souls, the vampire said, reaching to arrange Landon's collar. You didn't force them back because Rachel and Trent still live. You let them slip away. Blaming them to cover your error is disturbing. I barely breathed as Cornwall leaned in toward Landon. If you have control of the doer, can you bring them back? Cornwall asked. The truth. Why yes, he stammered, and Cornwall smiled, giving his face a little pat. But the doer won't side with me while he lives. Cornwall turned his back on us to retrieve his coffee. And the demons? Smiling, still smiling, he leaned against his desk, looking at me over the rim of his coffee cup. Landon's attention shifted between Cornwall and Trent, clearly nervous. I can force all of them except Rachel back to the ever after, he said. I can then close the lines so the ever after will collapse, taking the demons with it. He wants to kill the demons, too? I shook my head in disbelief. You'd end all magic? I said softly. What in hell are you afraid of, Landon? Trent was the only one still sitting, and it made him look like he was in control when he clearly wasn't. Or was he? Landon sneered, telling me he was afraid. Don't be stupid. I wouldn't end magic forever. With the entire doer and enclave backing me, we can reinstate the Arizona lines. Jaw-dropping, I followed that through. He'd hold the entirety of Inderland hostage with the threat of destroying the lines if he didn't get what he wanted, when he wanted, whenever he wanted. Beside me, Trent made a small noise of appreciation, and I tightened my grip on his shoulder. Okay, it was a great idea, but not for us. The lines are dead. You can't reinstate them, I said quickly, wondering if Cornwall had us down here to affirm or deny Landon's claim. Why are you listening? He wants you dead. Expression ugly, Landon took a step away from the thugs. Nothing is impossible. He turned to Cornwall. And nothing happens until I control the doer. Cold, I gripped the back of Trent's chair. Cornwall's eyes traveled over all of us, and with a little sigh, he pushed into motion. We can take care of that right now, he said as he pulled open a drawer and brought out a folder. Calamac, where are your daughters? My daughters? Trent echoed, and my first fear that Cornwall was threatening them vanished. They were with Al. Nothing could harm them. With a demonic babysitter, I believe? Cornwall drawled. Landon looked awfully smug all of a sudden, and I tensed. As a matter of fact, yes, Trent said, and I snatched the papers that Cornwall was extending. Trent reached up and took them from me before I could read them, but then my jaw clenched as I saw the first few lines. Child abuse? I spat. Are you kidding? Cornwall leaned back in his chair. No. Mr. Calamac is accused of child abuse for putting the girls in the care of a demon. You can't do that. I exclaimed, but by Trent's pale face, I thought they not only could, they had. Criminal neglect and endangerment, Cornwall was saying. He may as well have dangled them from the top of the IS tower. Not a good choice, Morgan. Your idea, wasn't it? No, it had been Trent's, but I thought it was a good one. They aren't in any danger. Al isn't going to hurt them. Trent let the papers fall, and I scooped them up, hands shaking. Calamac's actions are being seen as a political stunt to show demons in an uncharacteristic and false light. Of course, we can avoid all this. If you return our souls yourself? I froze, my stomach nodding. Son of a bitch. Elizabeth was going to have the girls within the hour. This is for both girls. The scent of spoiled wine pushed out the vampiric pheromones. My pulse pounded as Trent stood and took the papers from me. Elizabeth can't claim Ray, he said, dropping them on the desk. She's not her child. Landon edged forward as Cornwall spun the paperwork to him. Lucy was the firstborn, was she not? He said, peering over his glasses as he sat down and fumbled for a pen. There should be sufficient doer support with just the one girl. This isn't about power. Trent exclaimed, and Cornwall looked up from crossing Ray's name off the paperwork. Lucy is my child. Not anymore. Cornwall lightly flipped through the pages and initialized the changes. Horrified, I stood by the chair. This was my fault. They were doing this because of my association with Trent. He was trying to find a way to live with demons because of me, and it was costing him everything. Damn you, Elizabeth. Do you even know what you're doing? Cornwall slid the pages back in the folder and closed it, an ageless hand resting atop it protectively. Produce Lucy, or you will not leave this room. My God, he was going to give Lucy to Landon. The girl was a living symbol of the elven future, and whoever raised her held her power until she was old enough to hold it herself. Scared, I sized up the thugs by the door. I'd had worse odds and fewer assets, but one of them was Trent, and I recognized an odd panic. There'd be no ley line this deep underground. I had only one spell's worth of power spindled, but when Trent reached up and put a hand on mine, I felt a jolting tingle. Lips pressed, he pushed more energy into me, and shocked, I remembered Trent had a familiar. He had access to a line, and through him, I did, too. Not so helpless then. But my fear for him remained. You're holding us on what grounds? Cormel looked at the ceiling and pushed back from the desk. Callamack for refusing a court order, and you. I don't know, but we'll come up with something. I moved back from the chair, pissed as 3 of his people approached. This is why you weep when you get your soul, Cormel. I'm almost ready to force it down your throat. A flicker of unease passed over Cormel, but it was gone quickly. Satisfied? Cormel asked Landon, handing him the folder. Your souls will return at sundown, Landon said shortly, and Cormel's smile faded. We have to wait until the lines are flowing in the proper direction, he added, then paled at Cormel's sudden snarl. I will personally fix your soul to your body myself, he said quickly. You can't force the tides, and we must wait until the flow of energy is conducive for the magic required. Suspicious, Cormel looked at me, reading the truth of it in my grimace. And I need time to sway the doer, Landon said with a relieved exhale. I'd had just about enough. You mean parade Lucy about like a trophy, I said as Trent got to his feet, shaking out his coat and stopping the vampires with one hard look. You haven't earned your voice, Landon. You've not done one thing to prove you're fit to lead a school outing, much less an entire people. He can't force the demons into the ever after, Trent told Cormel. Watch me. Landon's face was red as he held his papers like a shield. He can't reinstate the Arizona lines once he destroys the ever after either, Trent continued. Cormel, you will be known as the man who allowed an elf to kill all magic. There were too many people in here, and my back was almost to the wall. My heart pounded. This was easier when I didn't love anyone. The risk is worth it, Cormel said, motioning to the 2 guys still standing by the door. Crap on toast, they had guns. Landon, if it's not done at sunset, you will die an hour afterward because I will wring the life from you personally. Take your stolen power and go. Landon looked frightened as he edged to the door. Damn it, if he left with that folder, Lucy was gone. Frustrated and angry, I paced to Cormel. He can't save you. The vampire's eyes were black when they met mine. And you won't. He had the short distance between us and waved his men closer. Take them away. Frustrated, energy swirled to my fingertips. I wasn't going to get Ivy or Nina, and coming here had only lost Lucy. By the door, Landon hesitated. You strapped them, didn't you? He asked, and I smiled at Cormel. It was wicked and promising pain, but he wasn't looking at me. No, he said, and I was jerked back as someone pulled me away from the desk. We're 7 stories down. They can't reach a ley line from here. Trent can. Landon exclaimed. I flung my head back. The sudden crunch of cartilage and the cry of pain raced through me, fueled by adrenaline. My grin widened at the cry, and I yanked my arm free, spinning and jamming my palm into the man's jaw for good measure. He fell back, but I was already turning. You will not take Lucy from him, I panted, almost crawling over the desk to get at Cormel. Down. Someone yelled, and I heard Trent's voice raised loud in elven chanting. Tanache swirled in my thoughts, making my heart pound and my lips pull back from my teeth. You! I snarled, and Cormel dodged out of the way, his eyes black in fear as he saw my desperate confidence. I feinted, then scrabbled the other way, ducking his reach for me and spinning to slam my foot behind his knee. He dropped. I could hear crashes behind me and Landon shouting spells. Someone shot one of those stupid guns. Trent! I shouted, turning. Cormel's fist slammed into my head. Dazed, I did nothing when his meaty hand fastened on my neck, yanking me up with the strength of a wolf with a kitten. You think you can best me? He snarled, and I screamed under the pressure. Tears born in pain pricked, and I hung there, seeing Trent struggling under 2 vampires. I could smell ozone and gunpowder. A woman screamed for help in the hallway. Let go! I exclaimed, the last of the energy in my chi sparking between us. Cormel jerked, his hold coming back all the stronger. With a sudden tug, he yanked me to him, an arm wrapping around my neck. God help me, how does that vampire bitch resist you? Cormel murmured, his breath in my hair. Do you know how long it has been since anyone has been able to hurt me? From somewhere, ever after energy burst from me, and with an angry cry Cormel flung me away. I hit the wall, sliding down and rolling to stay out of his reach. Carumpo! Trent raged as I tried to find my feet, failing. Just as well, as a pulse of force exploded from Trent, knocking everyone down. The windows shattered into the hall with a loud pop, and frightened cries filtered in. Cormel was on his hands and knees. His men were disoriented. I ran for Cormel, scooping up a gun as I went. Energy zinged down my pathways from an unending spool in my head. Trent must have given me more than I realized. Kohibara! Landon bellowed from the floor, and I ducked even as Trent set a circle and the magic was harmlessly deflected. I skidded to a halt behind Cormel, dropping down and wrapping an arm around his neck and shoving the gun to his head. Give me Ivy. Now! Cormel moved, and I stung him with a pulse of ever after. You want to live forever? I shouted, gun pressed against his head. You need your brain intact. Tell them to back off. Now! It had gone silent. Landon was flat on the floor, a haze of energy in his hand. Trent was standing over the 2 vampires he had downed. He had a red mark on his forehead, and his eyes were angry. Whispers came from the hall, and I tightened my grip when 6 capable-looking vampires edged through the glass in the hallway. Each one of them had a gun pointed at me. Cormel began to laugh, pissing me off. Shoot her, he said to his men. Try not to hit me this time. My eyes widened. Shit, he had called my bluff. Rachel! Trent cried out, and he went down under 2 vampires. My breath came in. I could see everything. Landon on the floor, the court papers strewn before him, a scrap of Trent's pants showing from under the pile of guards, the scent of excited vampires stinging my nose. The bang of the handgun seemed too small, and I knew before the bullet left the muzzle that it was going to be true. I had no time. My eyes closed and I wished it had happened some other way. Energy tingled, but I couldn't set a circle. Not without being connected to a line. He'd won. The bastard had won. With a familiar fur-ping, the bullet glanced off a bubble and buried itself in the wall. I tensed, feeling nothing but the sensation of tingles over my skin. My heart thudded in the new silence, and I opened my eyes. Someone had saved me. Trent? But it hadn't been him. My lips parted. Cormel tried to move and I instinctively tightened my grip, shoving the handgun into him harder. A faint haze hung before me like a bubble, but it wasn't the expected red-tinted ever after with shades of an aura, but a milky white. Shit! The mystics! Panicked, I looked at Trent. His face was pale as he struggled in the grip of 2 vampires. How? Landon sputtered, the papers scattered before him forgotten. You don't have a familiar. I swallowed hard, my grip on Cormel tightening. Yeah, how about that? Everything I'd been working for to get the demons to survive was gone. Even they wouldn't listen to me now. Not with mystics swarming through me. She must have taken a familiar, Cormel said. He had me on wait, but the gun beside his eye kept him still. That's right, I lied, and Trent shook off the goons on him. You there. Put the paperwork on the desk. This won't change anything, Landon said. He was right, but I wasn't leaving without Ivy. Get Ivy in here. I shouted. Now. No one moved. You're just going to have to kill me, Morgan, Cormel said, and it was starting to look like a good option. Trent tensed as my finger tightened. It wouldn't take much. The world would be a better place. Rachel! Don't! Trent called out, and I looked at him, unbelieving. Why not? I asked, watching Cormel's eyes dilate in fear. This isn't who you are, Trent said, shaking off the hands holding him. How do you know? I shouted, and the whispers from the hall grew loud. I already let one sniveling excuse for a person live because you asked me to. Maybe this is who I am. Huh? Maybe I'm just a murdering bastard and you don't know it. Why should I be any different from you? Why? I swear I saw a drop of sweat trickle down Cormel's neck. He wasn't breathing, terrified. For 3 long seconds Trent thought about that. Head dropping for an instant, his eyes rose to find mine. The enormity of the past 2 days was on him, heavy and thick. You're right, he said softly. Do what you want. Cormel's eyes closed to hide the fear and hope that I might shoot him dead and end it all. Son of a bitch, this isn't who I am. Crying out in frustration, I shoved Cormel away from me. I never saw him hit the floor as someone flew at me, tackling me around the waist and sending me down. It's yours, it's yours. I shouted as one sat on me and spun my arm around behind my back and another wrenched my wrist until I let go of the handgun. Get her off the floor. Cormel bellowed, and I was yanked to my feet again. Like a huge cat, the master vampire paced before the desk, his fear just under the surface. Landon was a hunched shadow gathering his precious paperwork as if it was diamonds in a mine. But I couldn't look away from Trent, strapped and standing with a defiant gleam in his eye and a cut under his cheekbone. His suit was rumpled, but the only fear in him was directed at me. He knew the mystics were working in me. I was a loaded gun. You going to kill me now? I said. And you wonder why you walk into the sun when you find your soul. The soft sound of Landon shuffling papers almost made me sick, and I stared at Cornwall defiantly when he jerked to a stop. Don't harm her, he said, pointing, and my arm was wrenched back until I saw stars. Put her in a box. One that has holes so she can breathe. Calla Mac. His voice whispered to nothing, and my breath caught when I realized Trent didn't have the same value I did. My lip curled and I pulled the mystic energy together enough to make my hair begin to float. If he made one move to hurt Trent, it was going to start back up, and this time I wasn't going to hold back. Cornwall's lips were pressed tight as he looked from me to Trent and back again. Put them both in a box, he said. Kill his horse, though. Trent didn't move as two vampires literally lifted his feet from the floor. Which one is his? One of them asked, and Cornwall looked at me in disgust. I don't know. Kill them all. Cornwall, Trent said, his voice cutting off when one of the vampires hit him. Cornwall turned his spilled coffee cup upright. I'll get my soul, Morgan. One way or another. Yeah. I managed before we were pushed into the hallway, my boots and Trent's dress shoes clinking among the shards of safety glass. We had two vampires each holding us, and though I could do magic, Trent would suffer if I did. Hey, Trent, I said as we were shoved past the onlookers and to the elevators again. Was this about what you wanted? Apart from his killing my horses, yes. Cornwall now realizes he needs me. We were at the elevators, and I looked at him, wondering how big this box was going to be. Needs you? For what? His eye was beginning to swell, and he smiled as the doors opened and they muscled us in. To keep you from killing him, of course. Chapter 21. As cells went, it was one of the more spacious lockups that I'd been in. I didn't think it was one of the usual IS cells, though I could be wrong. It would be a mistake to lock the undead in a standard Barancot 5x8. The 15x15 room had a toilet behind an opaque screen and a pedestal sink. There was even a mirror over it, cemented into the flat gray walls. I hadn't decided yet if it was a two-way or not, and by now, I didn't care. There was one cot, which Trent was stretched out on with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. One gray blanket and a thin, sad excuse for a pillow was all they had given us. I didn't mind sharing such a tight space with Trent, but I was beginning to have issues with us being down here at all, even if it was nicer than that damp hoppa cell under the museum, or the soft gray nothing of the demon lockup, or even the rat cage Trent had kept me in for a few days. Frustrated, I looked at him, his green eyes fixed on nothing as he took slow, careful breaths. He was irritatingly relaxed, with his shoes neatly arranged under the cot and his slim feet in their gray socks just begging for me to come over and run my finger up the arch of his foot to make him jump. His jaw tightened when I sighed impatiently, and I put my ear to the door, listening. It was soundproof, but I tapped it anyway. I still hadn't seen Jenks. Ivy was down here somewhere, too, and I hit a knuckle again, straining to hear an answering knock. What are you doing? I couldn't tell if the irritation in his voice was real or me projecting. If we're in a cell block, then maybe Ivy's next door. Well, could you do it a little quieter? Not believing what had just come out of his mouth, I spun slowly on a heel. He was right where I'd left him, eyes closed and his neck muscles tight. You want me to be quiet? I said, and he cracked a single eye. We're locked in a box and you want me to be quiet? Trent's eyes opened all the way, and he looked at his watch. Not bad. Most people would be at my throat in 40 minutes. It's been almost 3 hours. Well, I'm glad you're impressed. Hands on my hips, I watched him swing his feet to the floor and stretch. Landon not only gets control of the doer but he also gets Lucy. Because of me. Because if not for me, none of this would be happening. Forgive me for being a little upset. He eyed me as he finished his stretch, elbows on his knees. Why do you think everything is your fault? Because it usually is. Ticked, I gestured wildly. If not for me you wouldn't be in danger of losing the girls, the doer would listen to you, and you wouldn't be broke. And Tulpa. My face scrunched up in sudden worry and my anger fell flat. Trent, what if they kill him? Tulpa will be fine. He shook his wrist to spin the zip strip to a more comfortable spot. I've had rival stables try to break into the grounds, and you were the only ones to make it. Still, with one Uzi and a parachute I started, and he held up a hand. Second, I'm not broke. Trent reached for his shoes, wiggling one on, then the other. Third, Landon doesn't understand what makes Lucy important. Having her doesn't ensure a following. Stealing her does. Landon didn't steal Lucy, he used the law, and it won't bring him as much political power as he thinks. He hesitated, bringing a foot up to retie a shoe. And last, if it wasn't for you and Jenks, I never would have had Lucy in the first place. Even so. Somewhat calmer, I came closer, wishing they had a chair in here. They'd listen to you if it wasn't for me. Because of who I am and who I protect. Glum, I sat beside him as he laced up his shoe. Smiling, he put a hand on my knee. Crap on toast, how does he make everything seem so easy? Demons? Trent patted my knee. It's admirable. The vampires are simply afraid. My breath came faster as I flexed my hand. That hadn't been leyline energy that had spooled from me to make that circle in Cormel's office, it had been straight from the mystics I had stolen from the goddess. They're right to be afraid, I whispered, uneasy. I don't know why the demons haven't started turning the people in front of them at the grocery store inside out. Where do you think they are? Head cocked, Trent gazed about our small cell. I think they're sitting on a beach terrorizing sand crabs. That's where I'd be if I'd just escaped from prison. Rising, he stretched again. His dress shirt had come untucked, and it pegged my attraction meter. Wrong time, wrong place, I thought glumly. How long do you think they're going to make us sit down here? Trent's eyes met mine through the mirror as he finger-combed some continuity into his hair. Oh, sunrise tomorrow, I think, when every vampire who gets his soul tonight sunsides. He arched his eyebrows at whoever was behind the glass before he turned to me. Then you think Landon will get enough support to bring the undead souls back? Fear will push them into it. He was tucking his shirt in. It looked like he was getting ready for something. It won't be long now, he added as he looked at his watch. I'd probably feel the charm down here if I wasn't strapped. Frustrated, I got up. I flinched. I was so worried about you being hurt that I wasn't paying attention. And then, when I get Cormel where I want him, I chicken out. I'm serious, Trent held both my arms to my sides, making me look at him. I like you when you're good. I pulled away and flopped down on the bed. Great, that's great, I said sourly. Trent hesitated for a moment, and then, with an odd, determined pace, he went to the sink. Why don't you take a nap? Just lie there and be quiet for a minute. My head turned and I stared at him. Quiet? I almost snarled. You want me to take a nap? Ivy is somewhere down here, my words faltered as he ran his fingers across the tiny lip over the mirror. And you want me to take a nap, I finished. What are you doing? Trent's shoulders stiffened. As I watched, he turned the water on full force, and steam billowed up, misting the mirror so I couldn't see his face. Washing up. Why don't you just shut up? Your bitching isn't helping anything. I'm bitching? Excuse me? I exclaimed as I sat up. I seem to remember you in Cormel's office, too. This was one of the dumbest ideas, he wasn't even listening to me, and my eyes narrowed, not in anger, but understanding. He was looking for bugs, the mirror eclipsed by steam. One of the dumbest ideas I've ever let you talk me into. He smiled as he shook the water from his hands. Will you shut up and go to sleep? I hesitated, and he made a motion for me to say something. Go to hell, Trent, I said, then kind of pushed on the bed to make the spring squeak as if I was rolling over. Trent gave me a thumbs up, and I carefully sat on the edge of the bed, not moving when he waved for me to stay. Crouching, he reached under the open sink, wedging out a tiny button-like object. Saying nothing, he carefully set it on the sink, next to the running water. There was no stopper, and the water continued to flow, filling it halfway up. Immediately he crossed the room, fingers on his lips as he went right to the back left corner of the bed and found another stuck to the frame. This one went next to the sink as well, his eyes full of satisfaction. That's the last of them, he said, his voice hushed. How did you know where they were? His shoulders rose and fell. That's what I've been doing for the last 3 hours. I pressed my lips. You've just been lying on the cot for 3 hours. I've been listening, trying to find them. I shifted down a smidgen when he came to sit beside me. You can hear the circuitry? Damn, you've got good ears. I knew that Jenks could hear circuitry, but elves? Given enough time. He looked at his watch, grimacing. It's more like feeling the waves coming off them, like reverse sonar. I didn't want to move until I found them all. Thanks for being so quiet. You really are something, you know? I was serious when I said most people would react badly. Thanks for that. Well, it's not the first time I've been in a cage, I said saucily. Got any carrots? He chuckled at the reminder of his once keeping me in a ferret cage. God, I was stupid, he said, shaking his head, and I touched his face, liking the feel of his bristles. We both were. Grinning, I leaned in for a kiss, jerking back when the lights went out. Was that you? I said, my flush of good feeling gone. No, his fingers found mine, and we didn't move. I guess they figured it out. He sighed, and I gave his hand a squeeze. They wouldn't turn off the lights unless they wanted to get back at us, right? Trent made a small noise that wasn't agreement or disagreement, and a thin sliver of doubt wedged itself under my short-lived satisfaction. Maybe they turned the lights off not to disorient us, but so they could burst in and do something nasty. Ah, can you make a light? Trent asked, his voice eerie coming out of the dark. I froze, my thoughts zinging back to the mystics. He knew I had no contact with the lines down here. It was impossible for me to make a light. No, I said quickly, my fear finding a closer home than vampires possibly attacking us. Rachel, please, he said, his arm slipping around my back as we sat on the edge of the bed in the dark. I saw what happened upstairs. I know you're not happy about it, but this isn't a bad thing, especially if Landon breaks the lines. No, I can't. I exclaimed, but he knew I was lying, and he pulled me into him. Can you hear them? He whispered. No. He was silent, then, are you lying to me? Can't you tell? I said bitterly. Not in the dark, he said, a hint of a laugh in his voice. Make a light, and I'll let you know. His arm slowly fell from me, and I felt a moment of loss until he found my hands and cupped them in his. I felt our balance equalize, and then my breath caught when a faint glimmer within our cupped hands grew and blossomed. Tanache, Sumira, Trent whispered, and I shivered as I felt him siphon energy from me to him, and then into the charm, using me like a ley line. How, I whispered, and the light became brighter, bright enough to see his expression pinched with worry and pride. Damn it, I didn't have time to be fighting the goddess, the demons, and the vampires, not to mention the court battle convincing 12 prejudiced elves that leaving your children in the care of a demon was not child abuse. But what pained me the most was that the mystics making our hands glow, was why Elle wouldn't talk to me. Don't let go, Trent said, his fingers tightening on me so the charm wouldn't break. Oh, Rachel, it's going to be okay, he said, pulling me into a one-armed hug. I promise. My eyes closed. The energy flowing through us somehow felt transparent without the usual taint of ever after. It occurred to me that if we just left and went to that island in the Pacific, no one would care if I had mystics in me or not. Are they speaking to you? Trent asked, the thread of fear he tried to hide sparking through me, crushing the want for sand and sun and solitude. I pulled back, feeling his absence keenly. My fear was reflected in his eyes, strengthened by love. No, but they can hear me. He blinked fast, his hold on my hands tightening. It's okay, he started, and all the fear and anger I'd shoved down boiled up. It's not okay. I shouted, and the light redoubled, making shadows in the small room. Did you see AL's face when he saw me? Saw the mystics? I took my hands from his, and the light continued to glow within them. I didn't know what spell it was since it wasn't aura-based. I guess when you're line energy, it doesn't matter. They're going to kill me. No one is going to kill you, he insisted. Besides, I like the way your aura looks. I tried to smile as he gave me a kiss, his lips finding mine with determination. And the way you smell with them in your hair, he whispered, fingers firmly at the back of my neck. Why do you even care what they think about you anyway? My eyes closed, and I breathed him in, wondering how it could be so good and so bad at the same time. Because they're the only group of people who aren't afraid of me. I wouldn't be so sure of that, a low voice growled. My eyes shot to the closed door, then the sink. Al. Shit, how long had he been there? I panicked, the light glowing like a neon sign of guilt. Trent stood, tension pulling him ramrod straight. Where are my girls? AL's features creased as he scowled at Trent. You are late. I told you I had to leave at 6 p.m. exactly, and it's after that now. Trent took a step forward. Where are Lucy and Ray? He asked again, and Al finally took his eyes off me. In their beds, he said, thumbnail running under the nail of his index finger. You left them alone? I blurted out, and Al rolled his eyes. Nothing will happen in the time it takes to tell you to find someone else to watch them. I stood, setting the ball of light on the bed. It's not like you went to the bathroom, Al, you're across the city. You can't leave them like that. Even if they are sleeping. Al's face was ugly when he pulled his eyes from the ball of light. I'm 3 seconds away from them, he said with a sneer. It would take me longer to take a piss than to jump back to them. My God, you're covered with elf shit. How can you stand yourself? I dropped back, ashamed and embarrassed. Trent stood beside me, a protective gleam in his eye. We're a little busy. You think you could watch them for a bit longer? Al ran his eyes up and down me again in disgust before turning to the sink and the still running water. I see how busy you are. No. I have to go to work. Work? I echoed, surprised. Seriously? Then I pulled my thoughts back from how much damage a working demon could do. We're stuck here, I said, gesturing. You can't leave them until we get back. It's the babysitter's creed. You have to wait until the parents come home, even if they're late. Al picked up one of the bugs between two careful fingers. Elizabeth is there, he said, as if the bug was a mic. She's a parent. Elizabeth. Trent's hand fell from me. Go back. Stop them. Al, she filed for custody on the basis that leaving them with you is child abuse. Al spun, the bug in his fingers crushed to nothing as the sting of that soaked in. Just so, he said succinctly, the pain of betrayal simmering in the back of his goat-slitted eyes. Al. I begged him. You can't leave them with her. I don't fucking care, Rachel. He shouted, and I stumbled back. I am a demon. I lifted my chin, frustration making me reckless. Liar. Al's eyes almost glowed in the light from my mystic-powered globe. Excuse me? You heard me. Trent was edging toward me as Al came forward, and I stood firm. Now either get your butt back there until we can get ourselves out of here, or get us out of here yourself. Ah, Rachel, Trent was wincing, and I stiffened. Al was toe-to-toe with me, and my knees shook. I stared up at him, not willing to kowtow to him anymore. So I had mystics in me. I didn't ask for them, and they were coming in handy. Get out of here yourself, he said, and I stifled a jerk when he flicked a strand of my hair. You are disgusting, he said with a sneer. Slimy with elf shit. Covered in them. How do you stand yourself? It wasn't really a question, but at least he wasn't throttling me anymore. And you should be glad of it, Trent said. Al spun to him, and I took a grateful breath of air when his eyes left me. Glad? The demon spat, and I swear the hem of his trousers shook with his anger. Yes, glad, Trent said. Landon is trying to shove the lot of you back into the ever-after and break the lines. A low growl of disbelief and dismissal came from Al. Never happen. Trent eased forward to come between me and Al. What if it did? The only magic will be goddess-based. You'd have to learn wild magic or stay helpless. Al's eyes flicked to me, and I shrank back. Yep, I could do elven magic. So could they, but they'd have to admit that it was stronger than theirs, or at least more versatile. The chances of that were on a par with, say, us making it out of here alive. That is, possible, but only after a lot of hurt and effort. You've made me late, he said darkly. Hey! Al! I shouted as he grabbed both of us by the shoulder, but he was only jumping us out, and I felt nothing from the mystics even as the shadowed darkness of the room seemed to fold in on itself, replaced with the brighter warm glow of Trent's upstairs living room. Thank you, I breathed, and then my jaw dropped. What did you let them do? I said as I looked over the mess the living room now was. Ah, the demon said, clearly surprised as well. Trent shoved Al's grip off him. Lucy? Ray! He shouted as he darted into the nursery. 3 seconds? I said tightly, striding after Trent. Well, Al stammered. Rachel! Trent shouted from the nursery, chilling me. Call the switchboard. Tell them we need a med team. Shit! I shoved past Al to look into the once cheerful room. Fear made my pulse fast, but the room looked normal apart from Trent kneeling beside Quen, prone on the floor beside one of the toddler beds. Memories of seeing Quen dying in a field after trying to protect the woman he loved flashed through me. But Quen was still conscious, and a hand reached up to grip Trent's shoulder. We found them alone, he said, pain-filled eyes touching on Al briefly. Elizabeth had a court order and 8 magic users. John followed them. He wasn't hurt. Better than me, I suppose. Better? No. But he was more savage. Where? Trent demanded as he helped Quen sit. He's very upset, Sahan, Quen choked out, then touched his mouth to have his fingers come away red with blood. That's not good. Where? Trent asked again, and Quen eyed him with a hot, fervent gaze. If we knew that, he wouldn't have to follow. Quen winced as he got his legs straight and tried to get up. Aha, that's going to hurt tomorrow. Trent's exhalation was loud as he stood, arm down to help Quen stand as he looked at me. Did you call them? He asked me. No, I turned to leave, needing to dodge around Al. Don't you have to go to work or something? I said bitterly. The girls weren't in any danger, but it still pissed me off. Al held up a finger in thought, but his confusion was coated with guilt. Whatever. Was it 0 for the switchboard, or 1? I thought, not remembering in my panic. I reached for the phone. Pain ripped through me, hard and fast. Gasping, I fell, the shallow stairs cutting into me as I landed. My breath came out of me in a pained groan. Eyes wide in agony, I could do nothing as my hand shook on the upper tile floor, outstretched for the phone and cramping as fire burned along my long muscles. It was a curse, the same smothering black that had found me on the west coast, now rolling over me with the unstoppable strength of waves against a cliff. A bright red seeped from a cut on my hand, the sharp throb hardly noticed over the spike driving through my head with each panicked pulse of my heart. The curse dug deep, the way easy for having been in me before. It was stronger, more focused, and I took a gasping breath, feeling it tear me. Rachel? I heard Trent call, and my eyes found Al. He was down as well, eyes open and glazed as he fought the same thing. Synchronized to the beat of ancient drums, we both clenched as the curse dug into our souls and began to pull. Trent, I tried to shout, but it came out in a whisper. My eyes opened, finding the clock in the kitchen. Sundown. This was the elves. My teeth clenched. No, I gasped, pulling my knees forward and inching toward Al. I might be able to fight this off, but Al had no escape. Not Al. I groaned, trying to get up the 2 stairs between us. My hand shook as it stretched out. Grasping. Reaching. I could not breathe. No. I said again, dragging myself forward until I finally touched his hand. My breath came in cleanly, and I dove into his mind, finding the toehold the elf's curse had. Not him. I said once more, wedging the curse out of him with the clear, pure energy from the mystics. With a resounding crack, Al's presence snapped from the elven curse. The how of it flew on wings of thought to the rest of the demon collective, and I felt them all break from it. For an instant I hung in the demon collective, seeing them all as individuals, their fears, their pain, the tiny slip of hope they allowed themselves. Smothering them like a fog was the elves' plan of how they were going to imprison them and break the lines, committing the entire demon collective to a slow, terrifying death as the ever-after shrank to nothing and finally vanished. And then they realized that they'd escaped once more. Rage filled me, not mine but no less potent. With one thought, the demon collective bounced the curse back into the elves. No! I demanded, overwhelmed as the elves spinning the curse were struck by the demonic anger, swamping them and turning their magic against them, snuffing it out to send their intent coiling up like a plume of smoke from an extinguished candle. No! Stop! I demanded as the demons gleefully rolled the elves about, disorienting them so they could affix the curse to them and shove them into the lines and oblivion. I reached for a frightened presence, trying to save just one. But the elf fought me, thinking I was trying to harm him. Claws raked through my aura, and I had to let go. Stop! Stop this now! I demanded, and it was as if someone backhanded me, sending me flying into nothing. Rachel! My eyes flashed open as Trent touched me. Mystics swarmed over us, blanketing the fire in my thoughts. I couldn't hear them, but they could hear me. Stop this! I screamed into my thoughts, and with the clean stroke of a knife-sharp thought, the mystic severed the demon collective from the doer. Beside me on the floor, Al gasped. Oh God, that hurt, I breathed, then groaned when Trent yanked me to him, almost crushing me as he sat on the highest step and held me in his arms. Are you okay? He said, fingers splayed behind my head as he held me. They burned you. Look at me. Rachel, are you okay? He let go just enough to see me, and groggy, I peered up at him, wondering why my skin wasn't red. It felt like I'd been burned. "Es okay," I lisped. "I'm here." I started to shake, cold though my skin burned. The mystics were thick. Everything hurt. "I'm fine. I'm okay. Look. I can tap a line and everything." I didn't tap a line, but my hair floated as if I was, and the burn ebbed to a familiar tingle. "Where are the girls?" I said as I ran a thumb under his eye. For crying out loud, he was worried about me. "With Elizabeth, I presume," he said, and my gaze flicked over his shoulder to Quen staggering out from the nursery. Al picked himself up, stiffly tugging at his lace cuffs and brushing cookie crumbs off his crushed velvet. He was avoiding me even as he stood there, listing slightly. He had to see the mystics on me, making my skin tingle. Had the collective seen them? But how could they not? "Thank God you're okay," Trent said, crushing me to him again. "The girls," I protested. His breath came fast, and he held me tighter, so close I couldn't see Elizabeth has them, not a terrorist. "We'll get them back." Quen coughed, and I pulled back to see him leaning heavily against Carrie's old high-backed chair. He held his ribs, and his nose was bleeding. "You are a poor babysitter, Al." Al opened his mouth to say something, and Trent gave me a little shake. How am I supposed to let you go off and do things when you might be pulled out of my reality like that? He said, and I winced as his aura seemed to tingle through mine. I don't feel very good, I said, the sensation of being overly full making me ill. Trent tensed when Al leaned over to peer into my eyes, his hands on his knees as his back hunched. I'm not surprised, he said dryly, giving me a final grimace before he slowly, almost painfully, walked down into the living room. May I use your phone? Surprised, Trent's grip on me eased. Sure, he said cautiously, and I took the tissue that Gwen handed me. What does a demon need with a phone? I said as I eased myself out of Trent's lap and just sat there on the stair, heart pounding and wishing the mystics would go check on something. Anything. Would just leave me alone. Al gave me an askance look, hesitated as he peered over his glasses at the phone as if never having used one before, and then began punching buttons. My nose was bleeding, and I dabbed at it. Al? What? He said flatly, turning to stand sideways to me. I cautiously brought up my second sight, relieved that it didn't hurt. His aura was patchy, but enough of it was there that he could do magic. Trent's glowed with agitation, and Gwen's was dark with regret and guilt. I'm glad you weren't pulled back. He frowned at me, then turned his back on us. Good evening. This is Al. He hesitated. Then why did you give me this number? You'd rather I just pop in? He drawled suggestively. Trent sat on the step with me. Leaning over, he whispered, who, and I shrugged. Exactly. Al looked back at us with an uncomfortable expression. I'm informing you that circumstances require that I will not be able to clock in this evening at the required time. I froze as Al's eyes met mine for a moment. As a matter of fact, I am, so I would appreciate it if my restitution would reflect that fact. Restitution? As in paycheck, . Not long, Al said, again looking at his nails. 15 minutes ought to do it. He smiled wickedly. Thank you. You too. You could almost hear the silence crash down as he hung up the phone. Where did you learn your phone etiquette? I asked. My long muscles ached, and I rubbed at my calves. Al fluffed the lace at his throat. I had a craving for secretaries in the 80s until the hairspray began to catch in my teeth. Excuse me. Gwen pulled himself upright, the tissue wadded up in his fist. Take me with you. Take you? I said, becoming alarmed. Where are you going? Al made a face at me, then looked at Gwen. Why should I? Because you lost them, Gwen barked, and my heart leapt. Al was going to retrieve the girls? Why? Why did he care? You're going to get them? I tried to stand, but by the time I managed it, Al and Gwen were gone. I spun, reaching for Trent when my balance left me. You think? I said. I don't know. Trent steadied me. He did lose them. My pulse hammered. And they expect us to just sit here and wait? Well, he did say 15 minutes. I can't sit here for 15 minutes not knowing. I have to, I wavered on my feet, breathless. Trent's hand on mine gripped harder, and a hand cupped under my elbow. You're as cold as ice. You need a bath. Trent, I protested as he helped me up the last stair and aimed me to his bedroom. His tub was bigger than the one in the guest bedroom. I can't take a bath. The girls. But he just kept pushing me. A demon, Gwen, and John have gone to get them. I'm more worried about Elizabeth and Landon. You need to learn the art of delegation. I snorted, scuffing slowly across the carpet. Actually, a bath sounded great, and I winced when I thought of everything that had happened between now and my last shower. Hey, I'm sorry about Lucy and Ray. I never thought he'd leave them like that. Trent pushed the door open with his foot. The room was dark, the vid screen on one wall showing a live feed of the orchard, dim with sunset. He was in a hard place, he said softly. Hard place. He knew you were in trouble, and he loves you, Rachel. I stopped dead in my tracks, pulling out of Trent's grip and putting a hand on the wall beside the bathroom door. He does not. Trent's smile was easy and gentle as he reached a hand past me to flick on the light. He does, he said as he slipped an arm behind my back and breezily ushered me in. Not romantically, or even that of a father for a daughter, but he does. I think he sees something in you that he lost a long time ago and still mourns. He knew what would happen if he left the girls, and he went to rescue you instead. Rescue me instead? I thought, feeling colder yet. That we were late in getting back was just an excuse to hide his fear for you. I would have done the same. The girls aren't in any real danger, even if Elizabeth has them. Not like you. Trent turned on the water, jiggling the taps until he was satisfied. "You think," I murmured, and he straightened, shaking the water from his hand. "I know." My expression must have shown my panic because he took my shoulders. "Don't read too much into it. It could have been coincidence." "Right." I couldn't meet his eyes as a sharp hail came from the living room and Ray's crying suddenly pulled at my heart. "I'll be right back," he said, almost jogging out of the bathroom. "Be right back," I muttered as I turned the taps off. Glancing in the mirror, I shifted a strand of hair out of my eyes and sighed at my reflection before I pulled my shoulders up and tried to walk as if I didn't hurt everywhere. It was a frightening thing to have the love of someone so determined, resolute, and unafraid of committing a great wrong for his personal right. The love of two men so determined, actually. I hoped I survived it. Chapter 22. Bare feet scuffing the carpet, I halted just outside Trent's room. Trent was in the kitchen, taking Ray from Quen. The little girl was crying softly, clearly distressed. Al stood stoically beside the small breakfast nook, looking awkward in that suit from the 40s. Quen was beside him, his weight on one foot and nursing a new bruise. John was with them, and not eased even if the tall, sour-looking man was red-faced and furious. But it was on Al that my attention lingered. I wondered at the shift of clothes and if what Trent had said about his making decisions based on a deeper feeling, his loss of something he now saw in me. Had he come to save me knowing he could get Lucy and Ray at his leisure? And then it hit me. Lucy wasn't here. I crossed the sunken living room, stomach light and uneasy. "Where's Lucy?" John tensed, his long face becoming ugly in hatred. "He left her." He snarled, and I reached for Carrie's high-back chair, my skin prickling from a heavy draw from the line bisecting Trent's grounds. Trent backpedaled toward the stairs, his hand protectively over Ray's head. Quen moved forward, first blocking John's outthrust, glowing hand, and then grabbing his wrist, wrenching John to kneel with his arm pulled behind him, almost snapping his elbow. Al stood there, suspiciously quiet, his belligerent expression hiding what I thought was guilt. "He left her there," John exclaimed, his short graying hair hiding his face, turned toward the floor. Ray's voice rose up in distress, higher than I'd ever heard it. "He left her there with that monster of a woman." Pain making his eyes stand out, he looked up past his bangs to Al, "Demon or no, I will kill you for that." My eyebrows rose as I remembered the savagery with which John had attacked Elizabeth's people when they'd threatened the girls. Perhaps I was lucky to have gotten only pencils poked into me when I'd been a mink in a cage. Trent's lips were a thin angry line. Ray was miserable in his arms as she clung to him. He wasn't saying anything, so I stomped over to Al, keeping clear of Quen and John from a faint sense of prudence. "Hey! You lost both of them. Why did you only bring one back?" Al's gaze came back from Ray, his eyes flicking from me to Trent. "I have to go. My compensation, please." My jaw dropped. "For babysitting?" I said, glancing back to Quen wrestling John back into submission. "Where's Lucy?" Trent tried to be calm as he jiggled Ray, but his red ears gave him away. "I want to know if it's because you're angry with Rachel, or if you're actually trying to work within the law." "Al?" I jerked upright, spinning to them. "Law?" I blurted out, remembering that ridiculous claim Elizabeth was filing. "You mean that lousy scrap of paper?" "Al! Are you nuts? That is full of crap and you know it, but..." Al's shoulders stiffened as if taking on a burden. "She had a legal right," he said softly, and John grunted in pain, almost on the floor under Quen's nerve hold. "A legal paper and a scary woman from social services. Even a babysitter has to honor that. I have to leave. I'm late." I reached out, jerking my hand back when he spun at my faint pull on his sleeve. "Not yet," I said, backing up. "You still have 3 minutes before you have to be at work. What do you do, Al? Are you Mickey D's newest fry cook?" Okay, that may have been a little bitter, but how could he honor a stupid scrap of paper that was bull to begin with? Trent patted Ray, the little girl finally having stopped crying. "If I'm not mistaken, he works for the IS?" Trent guessed. "The FIB, actually," Al said, and I sank down into a chair at the breakfast nook. I chose the FIB over the IS because the IS currently functions on decisions from old white vampires who have lost touch with the ever-changing social structure and are slowly losing power. Progress and all. Thunderstruck, I blinked. "You work for the FIB?" Al tugged his suit coat straight. "I accepted a request to investigate the damage to your church initially, but I like it and I needed a job on the rental agreement other than former Emperor of China." Trent was chuckling, but I failed to see anything funny. I get to push people around, poke my nose where I want, and no one stops me. At least not more than once, Al finished with a familiar evil smile. Tired, I rubbed my forehead. Did they give you a bright shiny badge? Al flushed, but I figured they had when he touched a breast pocket. That explained the weird questions he'd asked me earlier. Maybe he'd tell me how my case was going if I asked. I think that's commendable, Trent said, and Al's face twitched. Quen, I left my wallet at Cormel's. My God, he was going to pay the demon. With a final pinch to tell John to behave himself, Quen let go of John. The taller man rocked into a sitting position, rubbing his shoulder as he slowly got up. Quen reached for his wallet, reminding me that my shoulder bag with my phone, keys, and splat gun were still at Cormel's as well. Commendable, I grumped. Like me trying to get the world to accept demons. Trent took the cash that Quen handed him, easily jiggling Ray on his hip to have 2 hands free. Who else will keep them in line? He said as he handed most of it to Al. You? Elbow on the table, I shook my head. Heck no. Al, you can have the job. Trent faced the demon. Thank you for the return of Ray, he said calmly, but I could tell he was annoyed, not at Al, but himself. I can't believe you're paying him for that, I grumped. Rachel, Trent admonished, and I stood. Ray was reaching for me, and I went to get her. She looked miserable, far too aware of what was going on for her age. Al looked at the folded money in his grip, never opening it to count it. This is the damnedest way to run an economy. I rocked Ray, the little girl snuffling pitifully, her grip on me tight and endearing. Better than blackening your soul. Al's expression became blank. I failed to see the difference. Trent gave John a sharp look to be quiet. I know what you did. Thank you. I would have done the same. I'll get Lucy back on my own. The demon's face twitched. It was an accident, he said flatly. If you get the paperwork that returns Lucy to you, just summon me. Had he just acknowledged that he cared? And what was with the request to summon him? My anger faltered. Perhaps the situation was bothering him more than I realized. And besides, it was impossible to be angry when holding Ray. It would be an honor to work with you again. Trent held out his hand, and Al took it, leaning in over their clasped fingers and jerking Trent off balance and into him. Don't think this means anything, Al said, then shoved Trent back. Al nodded to me, glanced at Ray, and vanished in an inward-falling haze of ever after. A scuff behind me pulled my attention to John and Quen. I couldn't tell what had happened, but both men were angry, Quen still favoring that one foot. Trent said introspectively as he flexed his hand. How about that? His gaze clearing, he smiled at Ray, still on my hip. It's okay, sweet pea. We'll get your sister back. I frowned as I realized the little girl had a silver flower in her grip that she hadn't had before Al left. There was no way I was leaving Lucy where she was, court order or not. I don't have a problem breaking the law, I muttered. Quen, you want to ride shotgun? Quen jolted into motion, and Trent raised his hand. Stop, Trent said, his voice tired. Please stop . I scowled and Trent reached for Ray. John, will you put Ray to bed for us? He was still waiting for me to hand him Ray, and the little girl gave me a big sloppy kiss, her tiny arms clinging around my neck with a feeling of trust one was loath to let go of. She smelled like lemon and sea grass, and her cheek was cool when I kissed it. I gave her to John, and the tall man made no move to take her to the nursery. Seeing our determination, Trent shifted his weight and rubbed his forehead. No one is going after Lucy right now, he said, and Quen dryly cleared his throat. She isn't in any immediate danger. As ugly as Elizabeth is in her efforts to gain her, she isn't going to harm Lucy. I'm more concerned about the immediate threat of the doer. Exactly, I said. With Lucy, they can do whatever they want. We need to get her back. Ray was reaching for Trent, and John passed her to him so she could give him a goodnight kiss. I watched his face, seeing the pain flash over it even as he held the little girl. Hand against her back, he looked at us in turn. After having their own curse bounce back at them, I don't think they'll ever get the support to destroy the demons, Lucy or no. Maybe, I admitted grudgingly. But their fear would eventually turn to anger, and then action. It's late, Trent said as he gave Ray to Quen, the little girl reaching to go to her other daddy. I'm going to have a quick shower and catch up on my sleep. I want to be up an hour before sunrise tomorrow. Quen? Yes, Sahan, the dark elf said, his manner subdued as Ray gave him a little girl kiss. I eyed him and John suspiciously. I wouldn't have put it past them to sneak out of here on their own, direct request or not. That's it, then? I said sourly. Trent smiled, but I could tell he was dead tired. Delegation, Rachel. It's how things get done. He hesitated, frowning. Or forgotten. Which reminds me. Quen, could you move the horses in? Cornwall threatened them. I could tell by Quen's expression he was thinking the same thing I was. Busy work to keep him occupied until morning? Credible? He asked, craggy voice catching as he handed Ray back to John, putting her full circle. He's going after Tulpa to cut off my access to the lines while underground, but he'll take out the entire herd to get him. Chances are Cornwall is going to be busy with the returning souls, but I don't want to risk it. Quen was scowling, his midnight plans probably foiled. Yes, Sahan. I'll forward all your calls to your secondary phone. He turned to me, inclining his head with an unknown emotion darkening his mood. Rachel, he said flatly, and then he turned to the stairs, moving slowly to hide his limp. I wished I had a secondary phone. Trent was standing a little too close, and I looked up. Your bath? He prompted. I can't believe you're going to take a nap, I said as I glanced at the clock. The only reason the doer failed was because the sun was down and the lines were flowing contrary to shoving someone into the ever after. Soon as it comes up, they'll try again. And what about all the undead? We've got surface demons running around again. I can feel it. Trent's hand went behind my back. I would have protested as he escorted me forward, except I liked his hand there. They didn't fail because of the flow of the lines. They failed because of you, he said, almost whispering it. The nursery door shut with a soft and certain snick that John somehow made sound accusing. My steps into the lower living room slowed. Trent had asked John to put the little girl to bed to try to bring him down from his anger and rage. Suddenly I felt a lot more worried. I hedged, not wanting to call it a night quite yet. Can I use your phone to call my mom before she storms the IS? Trent's hand made tingles as it slipped from me. Sure. Good idea. Thanks. I'll be right in. He gave me a faint smile, hesitating at the door to his rooms. Take your time. I'll be in the shower. The couch pillows were on the floor, and I picked them up, replacing them before I sat down with the phone. The memory of being attacked washed over me, and I quashed the surge of anxiety. Trent had left the door open, unusual for the privacy-loving man. It was a clear indication that he was on edge and didn't want anything closed between us. The shower went on as I punched in my mom's cell number, and the faint soft sounds of running water were soothing. My eyes roved over Trent's living room as I waited. It wasn't that bad, especially compared to the ruination of my church, and as the call connected, I stood to fix one of the pictures. I took a breath as the line clicked open, but my mom was faster. Trent? Her voice came, worried and fast. Where are you? Is Rachel with you? I smiled, feeling good all of a sudden. It's me, Mom. We're good. Al helped us. Your demon? She blurted out, and my heart leapt as Jenks's wings became obvious in the background. Mom? Is that Jenks? Can I talk to him? Thank all that was holy. Something was going right for once. I thought the demons were pissed at you, my mom was saying, but I hardly heard her. Ivy. I could hear Ivy. She was okay? She was with my mom. Thank God you called, my mom was saying. Ivy's made an unholy mess of my front sitting room. Sweet Jesus, that woman has a temper when planning things. I don't know how Nina puts up with her, the sweet dear. Mom. Let me talk to Ivy, I said, then lowered my voice before I woke Ray up. Mom. But she wasn't listening, hand over the phone with a muffled, irritated what? No, and then an indignant hey. Rachel? Ivy's soft gray voice filtered through the phone, and I closed my eyes, holding the warm plastic to my ear and almost rocking in relief. Jenks was there, too, swearing at Tink, the sun, and her unmentionables. I'm fine. I'm a trance, I said, choking up. I thought Cornwall had you. They called on your phone. I lost it at the square. David got us away. Why did you go to the tower? Rachel, you could have been killed. Tears warmed my eyes, and I wiped them away before they could fall. She was okay. I wouldn't have to live with the guilt of her languishing in a cell because of me. I thought they had you, I said, sounding weepy. Jenks couldn't find you. We thought my words choked off, and I just smiled. Her phone. All they had was her phone. Jenks's wing clatter sounded like static over the line as he hovered by the receiver, and all I could do was grip the phone and smile. So you were going to rescue us? Of all the unplanned, thoughtless Ivy started, but I could hear the relief in her voice, and I picked up a vase of flowers, setting it upright. Yeah, I love you, too. They were okay. All of them. Slowly my shoulders relaxed. Rake, we were coming for you, Jenks said, guilt thick in his voice. You did good, I said, reluctant to tell them why Elle had gotten me out. I'm going to stay here tonight if that's okay. Back off. I heard Ivy admonish Jenks, and I knelt to pick up the scattered stack of children's books. At Trent's? She said, her irritation clearly not directed at me. Good. Don't come back into Cincy or the Hollows yet. It's crazy here, and you can't do anything. Now that I know you're okay, I'm going to head back to my folks with Nina. My motion to collect the crayons hesitated. Maybe I should come in. Tink's little candy ass, Ivy, I told you not to tell her that. I said back off. I can't hear when your dust hits the receiver. Ivy set off the phone, and then to me, we're fine. Nina crashed, but I think she's going to be okay now. There's no reason to come back until it's safe. When was it ever safe? I sat down on the edge of the couch, guilt bringing my shoulders to my ears. I'm so sorry, but you can't let your mom find her soul. Every vampire who does is going to commit suicide in the morning. Ivy hesitated, and I tensed. Ivy? Crap on toast, how did Ivy's mom find her soul that fast? It was just after sundown. She's okay, Ivy rushed on, but I could hear the heartache in her. She's never wanted her soul before, but after seeing others find them, Ivy's words trailed off, and I pressed the phone to my ear, heart aching. Rachel, she wants her soul so badly. She knows it will kill her, but she wants it. She's hurting. I've never seen her in pain like this before. I'm so sorry, I whispered. Lucy's doll was half under the couch, and I pulled it out, propping it carefully in the crook of the couch. Maybe, but there was no maybe. If she got her soul, she would suffer until she brought her soul, body, and mind back in balance, that is, until she committed suicide and died for good. Ivy was silent, thinking. It should settle down in the morning, right? Or turn really, really bad. I clicked off the table lamp, wanting the muffling gray of shadow. Don't have my phone anymore either, I said, reluctant to hang up but having nothing more to say. Just call Trent to get hold of me. Unnoticed until now, the faint glow of the downstairs bounced against the ceiling to light everything in a soothing haze. Trent's number. Got it. Call me before you get on the roads. I'll let you know where it's safe to meet. This was bad. Ivy. Stay there, she said, voice hard. I mean it. We're fine. She was down to 3-word sentences. Great. Yeah, we're fine, Rake, Jenks said, almost shouting into the phone. Take a night off from saving the world for once, huh? We got this, . My fingers were cramping, they were so tight on the phone. Tell my mom bye for me. I'll be up before sunrise if you need me. Me too, Ivy said softly. Bye. Talk to you then. I didn't hang up, and there was a telling hesitation as both of us sat there saying nothing, just silent. Well, hang up already? Jenks said, and I sighed when the phone clicked off. Guilt tugged at me as I set the phone down. Guilt, but what could I do? I had a lot of things I was capable of, but until I had a direction, a place to aim my frustration at, it would be for naught. I wasn't good at waiting, and now I had nothing to do until sunrise. The doll looked lonely, and I pulled her onto my lap, holding her to my middle as if she were real. The undead with their souls were going to suicide. Every last one of them. I couldn't stop it. As soon as enough of the vampire masters were dead, the real battle between the elves and the demons would begin. The soft sounds of John singing to Ray filtered out into the soothing gray, and the occasional clatter from downstairs gave evidence of Quinn's business. The shower had been off a while, and I wondered how much Trent had heard. Hugging the doll, I looked over the familiar shapes and shadows of Trent's life and wondered if I could fit in here, if I dared to try to belong to something not of my making. Or if I would just blow it all to hell. Trent's silhouette eased into the doorway, backlit by the soft glow of a bedside lamp. The sight of him drying his hair almost made me cry. I wanted to belong to this so badly, but I was afraid I'd bring only more heartache. Look what I'd done to Ivy. To Jenks. I overheard you talking to Ivy. She's okay? I nodded. She was with David all this time. Cormel only had her phone. He had lied, twisted me into coming to him, played upon my emotions because he didn't have any. Trent was silent, then, you want to go home, . My head dropped to my fingers, clenched around the doll. His voice was low, holding emotion for me, about me, because of me. No, I whispered as I set the doll in her corner. He didn't move, looking lost as he stood there in his robe. I wasn't thinking about anything other than preparing for tomorrow, he said, his voice moving up and down like music. I can take you home. You have other people who need you. Jenks, Ivy, Biss. My shoulders hunched as I felt as if I'd been punched in the gut. I wanted to be here. I wanted to be there. Fear threatened to swamp me just thinking about what I'd do if something happened to Trent. He always seemed so in control, so capable. Unfortunately, his confident past was starting to get him in trouble in his shaky present. A mere 6 months ago, Cornwall would never have dared to restrain Trent. Trent tossed the towel to a chair. Rachel? My head snapped up as the door to the nursery softly opened. John came out, moving like a shadow or a thought soon forgotten. His long face held no expression as he took in me sitting on the couch and Trent in the doorway. Excuse me, Sahan, he said as the door shut behind him. I'll help Quinn oversee the horses being brought in. Trent scrubbed his scalp with his fingers, looking so much like I wanted him to be that it hurt. Thank you. A lump had formed in my throat, and I swallowed hard as John gave me a last evil look before he went downstairs. I'd never seen Trent's underground stables, but apparently he had an entire arena to practice his horsemanship in at a pleasant 65 degrees even in the winter. I'll get dressed. Motions abrupt, Trent turned away. Trent, I called, and he stopped short at the guilt in my voice. I said nothing when he came to join me when I gestured helplessly. He sighed when he sat down on the couch, smelling of soap and meadow and spiced wine. He was tired, and I looked at our hands twined together. I don't know how you do it, I said. Going to sleep whenever you get the chance. Trent smiled, his thumb rubbing my palm both rough and gentle. It comes from trying to live with a human clock for most of my life. His arm went around me in a sideways hug. I'm sorry. I was selfish to try to keep you here. Much of this feels like my doing. You haven't done anything, I said, leaning into him as his grip on me eased. That's just it. I feel as if I've been more of a hindrance than anything. I really thought we could walk in there and still get back out. I gave his fingers a squeeze. And you got caught. I know the feeling. Don't worry about it. How were you to know that, Cornwall? I stopped and bit my lip. That your cloud was so damaged by me that it couldn't keep you safe anymore. My selfish desires screwed up the alliance that would have united the doer and the enclave under one voice. His head was down and his words were soft as he gave voice to long-held guilt. Dropping my head onto his shoulder, I stared at nothing. The doer would have divided anyway, and you'd be married to Elizabeth, I said, and I actually felt him shudder. No. You're right, he said quickly. But no one is listening to me anymore. I smiled in the dark, my fingers tracing the lines of his hand in mine. I'd never seen anyone who had two lifelines before. He wasn't used to having his words ignored, and I understood his frustration. 3 years wasted. He sighed. Not to mention most of my business ventures. I'm sorry. Maybe we shouldn't have. Trent's hand slipped from mine, reaching to cup my cheek. Don't even think it, he said earnestly. The past few months have been the best in my life. He was looking at my lips, and my pulse quickened. Tell me it's going to be okay, I whispered. His fingers ran a tingling path down my jawline as his hand dropped from me. It's going to be okay. You want to go home, Dot? To a soggy church with no kitchen or electricity? Or Ivy's parents' place where the tension was so tight that it almost sang? Even better, a hotel room where I'd dodge my mom's pointed questions while the news inescapably blared? No, I said, reaching up to feel his new lack of stubble under my fingertips, and I froze when he took my hand, kissing my fingertips. Damn it, Rachel, he said, the pain in his voice startling me. When I saw you on the floor, I thought I'd lost you again. He was holding my hand close to his chest, and I felt a pang of guilt for his fear. I'm hard to get rid of. Yes and no. The silence stretched and neither of us moved. It had gone quiet downstairs, and the world felt empty. Do you think the undead who find their souls tonight will sunside? Trent nodded, a shadow in the dim room. If the curse holds and they aren't pulled back, he said, then gave my hand, still in his, a slight squeeze. At least Cornwall can't blame you, Dot. He'll find a way, I grumped, and Trent seemed to pull himself together as if turning a page in his weekly calendar. There is a meeting tomorrow with a few key people. If you're not busy, I think your presence would be helpful. Apart, no one listened to us, but together they might. Let me guess, I said, bringing a knee up onto the couch and turning sideways so I could arrange his still damp hair. Whoever is in charge of the IS during this mess, the head of the FIB. Ms. Sarong and or Mr. Ray. I hesitated, smiling. Mark, maybe. Trent laughed, the sound of it seeming to ease some of the ugly uncertainty away. I'd really like you to be there, not necessarily as a demon representative, but as, he winced. As someone who might be able to fix this mess? I said, and he exhaled in relief. Something like that. His hand was on my foot, and I couldn't help a soft moan when his thumb ran right up the side of the arch and pushed on the nerve that ran to my back. You know, I'm starting to see some benefits from dating a man who has weekly massages, I said, and he began to squeeze my foot in earnest. Actually, I'd like Dolly there as well, Trent said, but I was hardly listening. I wonder if he'd come if I asked. Etude, if he could stay awake. The elves are behaving badly, and I'm wondering if there's enough worry to gain letters of intent from them that would outline their concern and their policy against further elf-to-vampire aggression. He let go of my foot and motioned for me to turn around. Your shoulders look like rocks, he said. All the way down to your feet. 5 minutes, and that bath of yours will be 100 times better. I gathered my hair and turned as he swung one leg up onto the couch, tossing the back cushion to the floor to make more room as he settled me before him. Sort of like a species intervention? I said, then stifled a moan when his hands, strong from reining in impossible horses, began working my shoulders. That's old school. What works never goes out of style. His voice was preoccupied, and my head dropped forward. Trent's leg was beside me, bare where his robe fell away. I'll see if I can work it into my schedule, I said, imagining there were better ways to use a couch. Unable to resist, I leaned back, ruining my shoulder rub but not caring when I tilted my head into him and found a freshly shaven patch of his neck. His arm shifted to go around my middle, and I smiled when my lips found him. Trent's hands never stopped moving, becoming gentler as he touched my stomach and made a tingling path higher. I turned my kiss into a soft, awkward bite. Oh, this isn't going to work at all. Shifting, I turned to face him, settling almost into his lap with my legs wrapped around him. Arms about his neck, I found his ear and nibbled on it as my one foot kicked off another back cushion. More room. Much better. Trent's hands held my waist, his thumb moving, pressing as he began to work his way inward to pull my shirt from my pants. My heart thudded as he slipped behind it, fingers both rough and smooth making a scintillating path up to find the curve of my breast. His breath against my neck was delicious, and I made tiny hop kisses from his ear to his lips. Trent's touch became aggressive, and breathless, I pulled him to me, very aware that his robe wasn't covering much between us. His mouth against mine sent tingles over me, our passions rising, building upon each other. Shock jolted through me when his teeth fastened on my lip. My eyes flashed open to find him looking at me, and my pulse hammered even harder at the heated desire in them. You're wearing too much, he whispered, and I groaned when his hands eased to my back, motions firm with intent as he reached the top of my pants. His lips found my neck, and I took a long, slow breath as his fingers worked to undo them. My knees were to either side of him, and the sudden give of the button was electrifying, the sound of the zipper bringing me back from the rising ecstasy. I met his eyes to see his desire mirroring my own. I wanted everything, I wanted this. The silence was profound. I thought about Ray safe in her bed, then John and Gwen at the stables. My hands were behind his neck, my fingers playing in the damp ends of his hair. Is it worth it? I said. Everything you gave up? He couldn't take my pants off with my knees to either side of him like that. There was only one foot on the floor, and it was his. I smiled, knowing he was stymied. You tell me. I leaned to find his ear. I felt him tremble, his hands on me hesitate and move against me even more strongly as I nibbled on his ear. I'll let you know tomorrow, I whispered. His grip on me shifted, finding my center of gravity. I work best under pressure. Me too. I barely breathed the words, my hand trailing down his chest to wiggle the last tie closing his robe open. I tensed, knowing he was going to have to do something drastic if he wanted my pants off. His balance shifted, and I countered it, wanting to prolong this. He saw my wicked grin, and he smiled, changing his attack. He went for my shirt, and I shivered as he pulled it and my chemise over my head in one smooth motion. They fell to the floor beside the couch in a soft hush. The cooler air gave me goosebumps, but they vanished in a wash of heat, driven away as his eyes traveled over me an instant ahead of his hands. His robe was open, and I eased closer to him, my hands tracing an ever-circling path inward to find him. Trent's breath quickened as I dipped to his inner thighs, and then I gasped when he unexpectedly found my breast and gently bit me. You wicked elf, I whispered, reaching for him, then almost lost it when he pulled a trace of energy from me. My eyes widened at the scintillating feeling icing through me. We'd played with the lines before, and my pulse quickened. It was going to be like that, then. I felt our auras begin to shift to find a middle ground, and I almost lost it when he suddenly dropped the line and everything he collected washed back into me, balancing in a wave of sparkles along my spine. Ooh, I groaned, and in that instant of bemused sensation, he shifted his weight, pushing me back into the couch and pinning me there. His robe fell open around us, and I blinked up at him, reaching to play with the hair behind his ears, letting little spills of energy trace a path where my lips had been. "Hold still for just a bloody second," he said, and I shivered as he pulled my pants off, dropping them inside out next to my shirt. I arched my back, reaching for him as he returned, his hands tracing my lines from my foot to my hip, and rising higher until he found my mouth with his lips. We kissed, breath coming fast as waves of energy swung back and forth between us. My hand ran over his tightening muscles, delighting me in how he tensed as I moved from his neck to his arms to his back and down to his buttocks, where I traced little circles. His hands clenched in my hair as he nuzzled my neck, finding the old scar hidden under my new skin and nibbling it to life. I could feel him pressing against me, and unable to deny myself and him any longer, I reached to find him. His breath quickened, and we began to move with each other, tiny sparks of energy shifting between us. His head dipped and he found my breast again as I eased my touch inward, muting the energy in my hands until it was a soft, gentle hum. He gasped as I found his smooth skin. I slid my touch upward, tightening my grip, enjoying his smoothness and wanting him inside me. "Not yet," he panted, and he shifted out of my easy reach. I wiggled, and he pinned my arms next to my head. A jolt of desire shook me, and I lunged for his mouth, his neck, anything as his weight settled on me, pinning me where I was. I found his lips, and he met my fervent need with his own, adding to my desire until I moaned. I pulled one hand free, traveling down his back and circling in to find him again. His weight lifted, and I guided him in, exhaling as he entered, arching up to find him, letting him fill me. Exhaling, he pushed against me, and my eyes opened. He looked wonderful over me in the dim light. A rising feeling of sparkles widened my eyes, and I gasped as he slowly pulled energy from me, almost like a slow climax. I could hardly breathe, letting him draw it forth until I couldn't stand it anymore, and I pulled it back, making him start as our energies mingled. I felt him there in my chi, his masculine taste on my lips, my skin, the line now being slowly pulled back into him again. I let him take it, his warm masculinity slipping away, leaving me wanting, needing. "Oh God," I moaned, balancing, on edge as I pulled it back to me with the sharpness of a cracked whip. His grip shifted, and I gasped when he took back, his lips drawing on my breast, his need filling me. Sensation slipped from me in a scintillating wave, tripping over every neuron where we touched. I felt my desire building, and with a ping of emotion, I tipped our energies over the edge in one quick wash. "Oh God, Rachel," Trent gasped. The unexpected jolt shook me. I reached for him, straining, and with a glorious release, my body shook. Trent's hands on me clenched, and he groaned, climaxing right as I did. I couldn't breathe. We hung in a joined sensation of ecstasy as our energy, shared and mixed, pulled and settled, perfectly balanced between us. My heart pounded. Slowly I opened my eyes, seeing him above me in the dim light. He was smiling. "Hi," he whispered, propping himself up on an elbow so he could shift the hair from my eyes. I could still feel him inside me, still feel little jolts of sensation when either of us moved. Smiling, I reached up and tucked a stray strand of hair behind his ear. How could I be this lucky? "Hi," I breathed, my hand moving to feel the slick sheen of sweat on his shoulder. "I've ruined your shower. I can take another." He didn't move, knowing better, and I winced. "Sorry about that, Dot." He knew I wasn't talking about the shower, and he leaned down to kiss me, our lips parting with a sound so familiar, so right, that it made me ache. Have I ever complained? No, but... "Shut up, Rachel," he said, then kissed me some more. I couldn't very well talk with his lips moving against mine like that, and I gave up, giving in to the moment until I had to breathe again. "We probably should have found a better place than this," I said, and he gave me several more kisses to shut me up. "It's my house." He was down to short sentences, which meant he was relaxed and feeling good. I smiled up at him, playing with the hair at the nape of his neck. Why in hell had it taken me so long to realize I loved him? "Okay, but you share it with 2 other men and 2 toddlers. Trent's eyebrows rose, and he glanced over the top of the couch to the stairway. "You live with a vampire and a family of pixies." Content, I sighed. And yet we keep finding ourselves in this position. I watched his eyes lose their focus as my inner muscles released. Exhaling in relief, he shifted to lie beside me. There was just enough room on the couch, and I felt happy when he tried to cover us both with the free fold of his robe. "I'll have to remember that one," he said, arm draped over me. "Get you to think about pixies and vampires to get you to let go of me." Embarrassed, I ran my fingers over him, following the line of his muscles. "I'm worried. They don't have 3 miles of forest and a gatehouse between them and the crazy people." I sat up and he sighed, shifting to sit beside me. "I know," he said shortly as he stood, gathering up my clothes before he pulled me up into his arms. "I'll get you back into Cincy before the sun comes up. Promise." I gave up, the feeling of being loved pushing all else away as he carried me through his rooms to the warm bath he had drawn for me. And as he used his foot to open and close the doors, I found myself looking over his simple yet complex world, wondering how I fit in. Maybe I should give up on the thinking and just do it. That had always served me well in the past. Chapter 23. I couldn't see the sun apart from the glow on Cincy's towers, the blood red slowly shifting to a more familiar gold as it crept down the sides of the buildings as the sun rose. March was busy, the music muted and the conversations tense with fear. It would have been impossible for Trent and me to have found a seat when we'd arrived a mere 5 minutes ago, but Ivy had been here for hours, rightly worried that the streets would be closed off when the sunsides began. We clustered at her table to watch the news on her charging laptop. Trent fidgeted as we waited for both our drinks and David, though we're currently at Cornwall's emergency city meeting. They'd started about an hour before sunrise, continuing as the expected sunsides became reality. Trent hadn't been invited, but I'd convinced the shocked man that crashing the meeting was a bad idea. David could bring back the real dirt, and Cornwall wouldn't dare stuff the alpha were in a hole to be forgotten, not as he would Trent. And whereas yesterday I might have gotten mopey about how Trent had been kicked out of his own meeting, now it only made me mad. I loved him, damn it. And everyone else, demons included, would have to get over it. But the insecurity remained. Grimacing, Ivy waved Jenks off as his dust blanked the screen, and I leaned forward to hear. Most of the people here were watching something similar on their various devices, and the unending circle of the same bad news of sunsides and interviews was making me nauseated. Are asked to keep 911 calls to life-threatening emergencies, the professional woman said as she stood outside Cincinnati's main city building. Sunsides will receive faster responses using the number at the bottom of the screen. She took a breath, eyes flicking past the camera to track the sound of a passing siren. Impromptu meetings across the U.S. in major population centers continue to search for ways to cope and hopefully stem the unprecedented numbers of vampiric sunsides linked to soul reunions. I winced as the woman was replaced by a shot of Eden, David, and Mrs. Sarong going into the very same building, their heads down to avoid the press. It was dark, clearly before sunrise, and I gave Trent's hand a squeeze under the table. But it's here in our own Cincinnati that all are watching, as former U.S. President Ryan Cornwall meets with various members of the scientific and religious community who flew in earlier today from all points with the intent of developing an end solution to this tragedy. My hand slipped from Trent's as he stood. "Excuse me," he said, eyes down. "I think our drinks are up. Rachel, you sure you don't want a muffin or something?" I shook my head. It was too early to eat. Living vampires are demanding a removal of the free-roaming undead souls that some are beginning to refer to as surface demons in the wake of the destruction they cause. Experts are advising the living to check on their undead and protect them from unnecessary surface travel. If a loved one does find their soul, they're advised not to leave them unattended. Jenks's wings clattered, and I followed his gaze to Trent weaving his way to the pickup counter. The coffee wasn't up. He just didn't want to hear any more, depressed that his voice was being ignored and that he was forced to work from second-hand information. Jenks silently flew after him, startling the man when he landed on his shoulder. Ivy sighed and closed her laptop. Eyes red-rimmed from fatigue, she leaned back into her chair and nursed her sweet coffee. "The news is circling now," she said softly. "Nothing new, dot." "Circling like the thoughts of the undead," I mused, brow furrowed when I remembered that's how mystics saw them, little lights in the dark that never changed. "You look tired," I said, and her eyes flicked to me. "Didn't get much sleep. Did you stop at the church on your way in?" My gaze dropped. "No, I'm afraid to." I wanted to know if she still had her soul bottle. I hadn't seen it, but it was small enough to easily fit in a pocket. "How's Nina?" "Good." Her eyes looked up, and a tiny thrill of emotion spilled through me at the love in her eyes for Nina, the relief. "She's good. She helped me yesterday when I thought Cornwall had you. Grounded me. She's with my folks right now. I'm really worried about my mom." "Helped?" I thought, imagining Ivy freaking out, her frantic terror disguised as planning a foolhardy rescue. Nina had probably had to take charge to keep Ivy from doing something stupid, such as confronting Cornwall in person. Oh, wait. That's just what I'd done. But it had probably proved to Nina that her love for Ivy was stronger than her need for Felix, and I smiled because something good had come of it. Things would be better now. "My mother is terrified," Ivy whispered, her hands laced about her cup. "Torn. She wants her soul. Wants a way out even if it kills her." "I'm sorry." Jaw clenched, Ivy swung her hair from her eyes and looked out the plate glass windows at nothing. "This is hell, you know? An entire people cursed. What did we do to deserve this?" I knew the demons had begun the vampires, probably as a cruel answer to a wish made in fear that grew like a disease, taking the guilty and the innocent alike. I didn't say anything, and the silence stretched. It felt like it was ending not just because of the sirens and quiet desperation going on outside the security of the coffeehouse. Just everything. Ivy. I know. She took a sip of cooling coffee, not looking at me. I feel it, too. I wanted it to last forever, but things change. People change. She was fingering the bracelet that Nina had given her, and I felt proud of her. Not everything, I said, reluctant to let her think that after one night at Trent's I was abandoning her, the church, Jenks. One night? Try a couple dozen. Smiling faintly, she shrugged, barely shifting her shoulders. How we react to things has. Are you happy when you're with Trent? I nodded, not surprised by her question. I would have called you a liar if you had said anything else. Sighing, she shifted her cup out of Jenks's dust when the pixie came back with a tiny mug. Trent was still at the counter, sprinkling cinnamon into an open cup. I should have come back last night, I said. Jenks slurped his hot coffee. There was no reason to. Besides, Ivy and Nina. Shut up, Jenks, Ivy said, a faint blush on her cheeks, but her eyes were earnest as she waved the giggling pixie out from between us. Sometimes I think Jenks and I stuck with this as long as we did because we were afraid you wouldn't find someone else who could survive you. Swearing at his spilled coffee, Jenks stopped his gyrating and dropped down. Depressed, I put my head on the table, forehead on my crossed arms. Someone who could survive me. Maybe if I didn't keep putting him in life-threatening places. You know what I'd like to do once the church is fixed? Jenks said. Travel. To the Arizona desert? I said, breath coming back warm and stale from the tabletop. Ivy chuckled. In your red boots and hat? She teased, and I pulled my head up to see Jenks hovering, his dust red in embarrassment. It's not that, he protested, almost belligerent. I could travel, you know. I picked at a small dent in the table. I think you should. Who'd watch your back? The pixie snorted, turning to Trent coming back with 3 steaming cups. Cookie bits over there? Just 'cause you're not in the church doesn't mean you're not out there doing dumb things. Thanks, Jenks, I said, smiling at Trent as he carefully set the hot coffee down. Here you go, Rachel, he said, pushing the one with the cinnamon to me before sitting down with his own straight black. What did I miss? His voice was heavy with uncertainty, and I eagerly took a sip, hoping someone else would answer him. Jenks was on the edge of Ivy's laptop, his ankle crossing one knee to mimic Trent. Lips smacking, he took a long draught of his own brew. I was just telling Rake how we should all move out to Arizona. Trent relaxed, eyeing Ivy as she succinctly sipped her coffee with deliberate slowness. Arizona, eh? Too hot for horses. I could go for somewhere else, though. Surprised, I swallowed the bitter, nutty brew. You'd move? Seriously? Uncomfortable, Trent eased back in his chair. Sure, why not? His eyes roved over nothing. It might be nice to start again without my father's legacy hanging over me. He carefully sipped. Anywhere else looks real good to me right now. Jenks rose up, ankle still on his knee. Meeting must be over. Al is here. I leaned past Trent to see the back of the store. Al was indeed there in his 40s suit, shaking off the last of the ley line as he stood in an elaborately painted circle next to the door to the back. My eyebrows rose as I realized it was a jump-in/out circle, not so much having any magical power on its own, but simply a designated space to keep clear of boxes and merchandise for demons to come and go as they would. My eyes flicked to Mark as Al strode to the order counter. Mark, what have you gotten yourself into, inviting demons into your coffeehouse? Trent stood. I'll get a chair, he said, eyeing the nearly full establishment. Al's presence had been noted, and people were gathering their things and making a beeline for the door. Demon Grande, extra hot. The barista sang out, and Mark snagged it before it got to the pickup window, handing it to Al himself with a smile that was too relaxed for my liking. Demon Grande? The barista had put a pump of raspberry in it and a sprinkle of cinnamon. Ivy didn't move from her slouch as Al came to our table, standing over it and looking at me in disgust. His red goat-slitted eyes shifted to Trent as the man set a chair at the open end of the table, and I stiffened as Al walked behind me. But it wasn't the new chair he wanted, and he shoved the chair away with his foot, turning to the nearest table and glaring at the patrons until they took their things and scattered. Still silent, he moved the new table into ours so hard that Jenks rose up, swearing and shaking hot coffee from his wing. Motions expansive, Al swung a chair to sit at the head of the now longer table. I was starting to wonder why he was here. He didn't look happy. Trent sat back down across from me and moved his coffee closer. How did the meeting go? he asked pleasantly. As expected, Al growled. I didn't know you were there. I stretched my foot out to find Trent's. I knew he hated getting this secondhand, and from Al no less. Feeling it, Trent smiled, but it was tense and vanished fast. Al wiped his mouth, exhaling long as he came up from his first gulp of coffee. I was the representative from the demon faction, he said, unable to hide his pleasure at being important and included. Landon is devious, as are most elves. The vampires should be allowed to die, they're idiots, believing in fairy tales and dreams when they know they're damned forever. I curled my hand around my cup to warm my fingers. I take it that it didn't go well. Al looked away as if peeved. Landon's solution is to unbalance the lines. What? I exclaimed. Does he have any idea what that can do? I spent an entire night balancing them and I am not doing it again. Wait for the rest, Al grumbled, and I sat back down, not even realizing I'd stood. Jenks was laughing at me and Ivy was clearly amused, but I was pissed. I wasn't going to fix them again. His plan is to unbalance the lines, drain the Ever After to nothing, and use the energy of the Ever After's collapse to reinstate the Arizona lines. I almost stood up again, jerking back into my seat when Ivy grabbed my arm. Is he crazy? I contented myself with that. Rachel, Ivy murmured. You're scaring people. Al hunched at the table, looking depressed, not outraged. So of course the demon should be happy, and go along with it and help, seeing that if there is no ever after, there's no way to banish us again, he said sarcastically. Just because the vampires are lobbying for the Darwin Award doesn't mean we are. Trent's finger tapped the table in thought. Setting aside the obvious downside to the end of magic, how would ending the ever after solve the problem of the undead souls? Wouldn't destroying the ever after ensure they remain in reality? Not necessarily. Al laced his hands around his coffee. The undead souls are still tied to the ever after through the original curse. If the ever after falls, they cease to exist. Problem solved, according to the elves. They're not admitting the possibility that demons will fail to exist as well. Apart from you, Rachel. His mood became introspective. And all those Rosewood babies, he drawled. How are they doing, the little tykes? I figured he knew they weren't dead, but I wasn't going to tell him. Ivy's eyes looked haunted as Al tugged the sleeves of his coat, frowning as if missing his usual ace. Leave it to the elves to muck up a perfectly balanced curse, he said. I never liked the cruel savagery of extending some sucker's life by separating the soul from the consciousness. To make that separation last from this existence to the next was too cruel for a demon, hence storing them in the ever after, but an elf has no problem with it. Sneering at Trent over his cup, he took a sip. Your race is monstrous. Trent took a breath to protest, but I waved my hands for attention. Wait, I said. Next existence? You mean like heaven? Reincarnation? Seriously? I looked over everyone. You want to share with the class? Al sucked on his teeth, the sharp sound like a knife from a sheath. How the hell should I know what comes next, if anything? I wasn't the one pioneering the technology. But I do know that if the undead souls have nowhere to shelter until the body truly dies and frees the consciousness, their souls will move on to the next plane, or whatever, without their consciousness. Even Newt doesn't know what happens after that line is crossed, but until now everyone went with a soul and consciousness together. He took a sip of coffee. Cursed or no? I sat back, stunned. I had no idea that the demons believed in anything after death, but Al seemed genuinely appalled that Landon would destroy the vampires' souls. Lips curling, Al sneered at Trent. Any wonder we tried to kill you foul things? Hey, that's enough, I said as Jenks rose up in agitation. Trent is on our side. The door chimes jingled and Jenks darted to the door as David came in with two women, the first professionally dressed and having a sour expression, the second shorter, dressed in softer, flowing fabric that was no less professional. Both women moved with a grace born of responsibility, and I smiled when I recognized Vivian, the same woman from the Witch Coven who traveled with Trent and me to the Witch Conference last summer. Vivian. I called, and she smiled, touching David's shoulder as she pointed to us, then to the order window. Give me a sec, she called out. Vampires can't make coffee to save their souls. Jenks snickered. Dr. Anders, he added, and I jerked to a halt halfway to a stand. Crap, the woman was right beside me. My old ley line instructor pulled her attention from the order line, her narrow face taking in Jenks hovering protectively close. It's Professor now, she said to me as she took Trent's hand as he extended it over the table. Calamac, she said, adding, I'll be right back. Rachel, good to see you looking so well. Somehow it sounded sarcastic. I'll get you a chair, I said, shifting to get out from beside her, grabbing one and setting it right next to Al and across from me. Geez, the woman hadn't changed at all. Apart from the professor thing. No wonder Trent was so bummed about missing the meeting. This was big stuff and he'd been sidelined. Heels clacking, Professor Anders got in line behind Vivian. Trent and David were gathering more chairs, and Al slowly stood. Excuse me, he said softly, his eyes on Vivian. Leave her alone, I warned him, remembering the demon's liking for high magic users. Al tugged his suit straight, smiling wickedly as he came up behind the two women. I took a breath to protest, distracted when David swung a chair around between mine and Al's and plunked himself down. Rachel, he said, squinting up at me with a decidedly attractive alpha wolf stubble and confidence. You're up early. How you doing? I sat back down, enjoying the scent of good earth and spicy pine that came from him. I could see the power of the focus shimmering in the back of his eyes, and I figured he was channeling the demon curse strongly today, seeing that he was acting as a mouthpiece for words everywhere. Better than I thought I might, I said, glancing out the front window. Is someone getting you a drink? Vivian. He twisted awkwardly to retrieve his phone from a back pocket. I hate meetings, he said as he set it on the table. I totally understood, and I resettled myself. Hey, thanks again for helping get Ivy and Nina out of the square yesterday, I said, and Jenks snickered. How is your jaw? Ivy asked, pulling my attention from Vivian's giving Al the brush off. His jaw? Why? What had happened? Expression rueful, David felt his jaw, his eyes flicking to Ivy with more than a little respect. Fine, thanks, he grumbled, making Trent smile. Cormel is still trying to figure out how you two escaped. Trent leaned forward over the table, eyes dancing. Her magic carpet, of course. I am not a rug, Al said, and Trent jumped, unaware that the demon had been right behind him. Scowling, Al sat, pushing his chair so far back that he almost wasn't at the table. Vivian and Professor Anders slowly made their way over, Vivian making a beeline for the free chair at the other end of the table to force Anders to take the chair between Trent and Al. Al smiled lasciviously at the older, uptight woman, surprise coloring his expression when the woman did nothing but give him a dry look and settle squarely in the space. David, I said to distract the demon. Al brought up an interesting point. If Landon manages to destroy the undead souls, then it might negatively impact the undead, as their souls and consciousnesses might be forever divided. Is Cormel still buying into Landon's lies, or is he just stringing Landon along hoping I'll come bail him out when it doesn't work? David took the cup of straight black coffee that Vivian pushed to him. That would have been good to bring up. Why didn't you? He was looking at Al, and from his distant inclusion at the end of the table, Al sipped his drink. I'm not going to bandy about a questionable demon belief before 6 factions of Inderland society. And besides, I wasn't involved in the theoretical ramifications of the curse in question. I don't know how true it is. Professor Anders's thin lips pressed into a line. Demon? She said in disbelief. Why weren't you introduced as such? Smiling wickedly, Al inclined his head. So as not to panic the leprechaun, my dear. Who was? I asked, and then had to repeat the entire thing since no one was listening, captured by the emotions crossing through the tall woman. Who was involved in the theoretical studies? Al pulled his gaze from Professor Anders. Newt. Don't ask her. She doesn't remember. Professor Anders leaned distrustfully toward Al. You don't smell like a demon. He's a demon, Vivian said. Why do you think I'm sitting way over here? Lips parted, Professor Anders flushed, her gaze alternating between Al and me. You're her instructor, she almost breathed. The one who taught her the curse to make a human a familiar. Al grinned, taking her limp hand up and kissing the top of it. I am. Would you like to know it? Oh God. He was doing it again. He used to be, I said loudly, leaning across the table to pull Professor Anders's hand from Al and making the woman start. He disowned me recently for dabbling in elven magic. Dabbling? Al growled. You're covered in it. Professor Anders's eyes widened as she pulled up her second sight. Holy Seraph spit, she said, blinking fast. Is that safe? David sat up, gaze flicking from Trent's proudly defiant expression and Al's disgusted one. What? What's wrong with Rachel? Vivian's whistle made me flush. That can't be healthy, the woman said, and Jenks went to sit on David's shoulder and fill him in. Can we get back to the topic, please? I said, flushing. You look sparkly, Rake, Jenks said, wings clattering. You must have gotten some last night, eh? Madalena used to glow for hours after we. Shut up. I exclaimed, and even Mark, behind the counter, chuckled. Fascinating, Professor Anders said, making me jerk back when she tried to touch my aura, apparently glowing from the mystics. You practice elf magic, too? This is what happens without formal instruction. Why don't elves glow? Jenks rose up, clearly enjoying being the center of attention. Because elves don't have bits of the goddess bonded to them like Rachel does. I scrunched down when the narrow-faced woman pinned me under her stare. How does this impact your ability to do magic? Can you tap a line? The rest of the table was beginning to stir uncomfortably, and I winced. I'm sorry, Professor, Trent said, interrupting. I'm more than happy to take you and Rachel out to lunch to discuss this in further detail, but we need to come up with a course of action and I still don't know what was decided. I touched his foot with mine in thanks, but I thought it was his desire to get on with this more than anything else. It had been awful watching him fidget this morning, excluded from what was once his domain. I think he missed this more than the money or the notoriety. Jenks dipped a cup of coffee out of my own cup. Yeah, we have to save the world first before you can work on your next paper, Professor. Okay. Trent scooted his chair up, hand touching his breast pocket as if looking for a pen. Landon is using the situation to try and kill the vampires through their lack of a soul. His method will further remove the source of magic so as to eliminate the threat of demons and witches, all to ensure elf survival. I simply fail to understand how Cornwall can still believe Landon has his best interests in mind. David pulled himself straight, his smile at my expense gone. I think everyone is more scared of a world without master vampires than one without magic. Clearly used to running meetings, Vivian began taking notes. With the combined support of the Coven and the Enclave, the doer can reinstate the Arizona lines with the energy from the shrinking ever after. Al lolled his head to the ceiling. Lie, he drawled, and Vivian bristled. It is not. Al's head dropped, and he found her eyes. You wish. I agree, Professor Anders said, the sureness in her voice garnered from decades of arguing with know-it-all peers. The Arizona lines are dead. You can't reinstate them. Once gone, they're gone. It's impossible to reverse a physical reaction like this, therefore, you can't reinstate lines. I don't care how big a collective, doer, enclave, coven, or energy source you have. Ael's attention slowly slid to her, taking in her stark lines, her pig-headed confidence, and her utter refusal to be afraid of him. My eyes narrowed as he stuck a finger into her aura. It would be far safer to find a way to shove the undead souls back into the ever-after, the woman finished, shooting a withering look at Al. The ever-after is a hell, Ivy spoke up, her voice ragged almost. It wasn't when we made it, Al grumbled. Professor Anders laced her hands before her as if there was nothing more to be said. I'm sorry, Miss Tamwood, but your kin is cursed. If it's a choice between them or us living in hell, I pick them. Jenks's wings clattered as Ivy's eyes slowly blossomed into black. What did my mother do to deserve to be cursed? She said. What did I do? How many generations need to suffer for one man frightened of death? Al shrugged, nonchalantly signaling Mark to make him another coffee. You could always end the curse by letting them die. It's what they want to do, apparently. Jenks's wings drooped. And the world goes with them. So what do we do? I said, keeping a tight watch on Ivy. We can't allow an end to the ever-after, even to prevent the undead souls from killing their own. I can't live in a world with no magic. David tapped the table with a thick knuckle. His hands were looking rougher these days, and I wondered if he was embracing his wilder side more. Yes, I don't get that part. Why would Landon want an end to magic? Wincing, Trent rubbed his forehead. Because elven magic isn't entirely dependent upon ley lines. We have an open forum through prayer and might be the only major magic users left if the lines go. Might. He said might. As in demons might be able to use elf magic as well? Or might as in elves might not have magic either? The distinction was important. What about wers? David asked, understandably concerned. I think you'll be fine, Trent said, but David didn't look convinced. Wers and leprechauns also use the goddess's energy to shift and perform magic. I'd expect a slight reduction, but still functioning. Not pleased, David slumped back. It's hard enough to shift already. What about pixies? Jenks asked. I think you'll be okay, I said, but worry that he wouldn't made the coffee sit ill in me. Landon wouldn't care if the pixies died out in his bid for elven superiority. Hadn't he learned anything from the history texts? There's always the chance that if he can't re-invoke the Arizona lines. He can't, Professor Anders interrupted. That the goddess will also lose her access to reality. Trent's lips pressed together in thought. She won't be happy about that, he said, and Professor Anders strummed her fingers, clearly not believing in the goddess at all. Vivian set her pen down with a sharp snap. I was going to advise the coven to support Landon, but this changes things. You believe in the goddess? Professor Anders scoffed, and Trent bristled. Vivian simply smiled. No. I was referring to the elves' ability to draw on a separate band of energy not collected in a ley line to perform their magic, one that might still be available if the lines were dead. Calling it a deity is no skin off my nose, and I don't want any religious entity holding the rest of Inderland hostage. Once the lines end, everyone will panic. They'll give the doer anything and everything to reinstate them. Eat that, Miss Professor, Jenks said, darting to make the woman wave a hand at him. Trent seemed mollified, but I knew it was only recently that he'd begun believing in the goddess himself. I know nothing for certain, he said, but Landon wouldn't risk losing the lines if he wasn't confident that he'd be able to continue to perform magic. A truer word has not been spoken, Al said, reaching over his shoulder to take the new cup Mark was handing him. Look, I said, and Al choked on his coffee. Oh God. She's got a list, the demon gasped, still coughing, and Jenks grinned, cup raised in a salute. We can't allow the undead masters to die. I said, undeterred. It was crazy last spring. Vivian, the news you got on the West Coast was sugar-coated. Cincinnati almost collapsed under mob rule. All services were cut. People went hungry because they were afraid to go outside, and for good reason. They're still trying to repair the damage, and I'm not talking about just the buildings. Nodding, David ruefully rubbed his wrist, broken when he tried to stop Nina from crashing the van she was driving into a train. Rachel, Professor Anders said, making me jump. Can the demons do anything? Perhaps they have a charm to banish the undead souls again. Permanently. I twirled my almost full cup of coffee around. Don't ask me. Ask the demon. The woman leaned in across the table, reminding me of why I didn't like her. Apparently, I am, she said, and I gave her a fake smile. Al could hardly stand being ignored by her, and with a loud harumph, he broke the woman's icy gaze on me. No. And whereas ending the ever after would forever eliminate the possibility of us being trapped there again, the risk is too great that we might find our own existence ending with it. The demons vote no. We are going to do nothing. Big surprise, I grumped, still watching my cup go around and around. Doing nothing is a decision, Al said tightly. The old undead will die. The new undead will replace them, perhaps with souls, perhaps not. I can't wait to find out. Sadist, Ivy snarled, and Jenks rose up, concerned that she might lose it. It's hard enough watching your mother slowly become insane, but to sit at a table with someone who'd been around when the original curse had been woven was harder. Okay, I soothed, and Jenks quietly flew over to whisper calming things into Ivy's ear. No one is going to advocate letting this run its course, I said, watching Ivy. Except the demons, who are a small but powerful and likely uncooperative faction. Al inclined his head graciously, and Professor Anders sniffed at him. So where do we stand? Trent looked at Vivian's notes in envy as she collected them together and tapped the ends on the table. I have yet to make my report to the coven, the woman said resolutely. I'll give a vote of no confidence in Landon's plan, but they're scared. Her attention shifted to Al, scared of demons in reality, scared of vampires out of control, scared that humans will rise up against all of us when the vampires lose it again. I can almost guarantee they will vote to reinstate the Arizona lines and destroy the undead souls to save what they can of society. That is not fair. Ivy exclaimed, and David nodded his agreement. I could see him already going over his resources, the worry pinching his brow. Al, too, was glowering, but it was Professor Anders who said, the academic society will not go along with this. The lines cannot be reinstated. Don't expect any help from us. Vivian smiled cattily. We never do. The tension had risen, and I suddenly realized that Mark had quietly been getting people out the door over the last 5 minutes. Smart man. David? Trent asked. What can we expect from the streets? David started from his thoughts. I'm not really a representative. I was there because they couldn't find anyone else on short notice. The reality was that the Wars didn't have an overseeing board of individuals that governed the rest of their species, but if there was one, David was it, given the focus, and I touched his hand and motioned for him to be out with it. I'll talk to the packs I can reach, he said, but I can tell you right now, we'd rather have the vampires freak out as they reorganize under fewer masters than risk not being able to shift. We've hidden before, we can do it again. He glanced at Ivy. I'm sorry. But no one was sorry for Al, and he was under the same risk of extermination if the lines were destroyed. Professor Anders let her clasped hands hit the table, clearly miffed. The vampires have been scared into following a voice promising salvation. If we give them an alternative, I think they'll take it. I say our focus should be on finding a way to capture and fix individual undead souls before they have a chance to rejoin their original bodies. If nothing else, it might calm the vampires enough to realize Landon is playing them for fools. They don't want a world without magic any more than we do. I would like to head that up if I may. Trent and I had already figured out how to capture an undead soul, but before I could say anything, Ivy drummed her fingers, clearly ticked. Cormel won't go for individual collection. In fact, it's worse knowing that your soul is on the shelf, able to complete you but will end your life if you join with it. I'm so sorry, Ivy. I keep trying to help you, and I only keep making things worse. Rachel has already pioneered and patented the white curse needed to capture an undead soul, Al said, his expression almost beatific as he gazed at the uptight professor. I'd be delighted to explain it to you. How are you at making coffee? Professor Anders looked him over. I make excellent coffee, but you're making your own. She hesitated, shifting away from him for the very first time. I don't trust you. Unperturbed, Al stood and extended a hand for her. That is what makes it interesting, he almost crooned. Shall we go to your lab? Or mine? Al and Anders, sitting in a tree, Jenks sang out, then yelped at the twin pops of magic exploding under him, one from Anders, one from Al. Eyes squinted in mistrust, Professor Anders stood and placed her hand in Al's. The demon beamed, and she gasped as they just vanished. Both their coffees went with them. Trent shook his head in disbelief. Okay, that was something I hadn't expected. Vivian, where are you staying? It sounded like things were wrapping up, and there'd been no decisions, just ideas that weren't going to work. What about Landon? I asked. I'm staying downtown at the Cincinnatian, Vivian said, tucking her notes away in a tiny purse that had to be bigger on the inside than the out. Give me until noon. She hesitated as she stood. Make that 3. They might not be up yet. I'll have a better idea of what the coven will do. But I already knew they'd back Landon, and I slumped. Good. Trent leaned his chair back on 2 legs with his hands clasped behind his head, looking pleased with what we'd learned. I've found a few pieces of support in the doer. Perhaps we can pool our resources if you find enough dissent. I'll see what I can do. Vivian gave me a nod. See you when it's done, Rachel. Try not to destroy Cincinnati like you did San Francisco. That was Cusack's. I said as she nodded to Jenks and Ivy, both of whom looked as happy as I felt, that is, not at all. David, you want to ride somewhere? Vivian asked, and David pulled himself out of his thoughts with a grunt and reached for his phone. Sure. Thanks. Trent's chair came back down onto all 4s. Actually, David, I'd like to talk to you about something. David perked up, hiding a sly smile that had Vivian putting a hand on her hip. What are you planning? She accused. Just the local distribution of the packs to minimize disruption to services, Trent lied, and Ivy sent Jenks to get a croissant. We might be here a while. The same thing the packs did the last time the vampires panicked, but... Yeah, okay, the smart woman said, and then seeing that no one was going to say anything more while she was standing there, she stomped out to the rental car she'd driven them all here in. I don't want to know, anyway, do I? She called back over her shoulder before the door shut. Excited, I sat up. All the busybodies were gone, leaving those who had the guts to actually do something. What are we going to do? Trent smiled at my enthusiasm, then sobered at Ivy's calm, deadly anticipation and David's expectation. Outside, Vivian raced the car's engine and left. Vivian will try, but the coven is going to side with Landon to banish the undead souls and drain the ever-after for the energy to reinstate the lines, Trent said. It's unethical, Ivy said bitterly, and I thought of the demons, facing their own maybe demise. It hurt that no one seemed to care. I agree, Trent said in placation, but fear will convince the coven and the doer to follow him. Our number 1 priority is to find Landon. Trent smiled at me, and finally my shoulders started to ease. We have until tomorrow at sunset. Jenks made a burst of dust in worry. What's to stop him from doing it tonight? It's the equinox, I said, only now remembering it. Tomorrow, about an hour before sunset. If he's going to break the lines, that's when he's going to do it. All things will be equal. Trent was nodding, and Ivy exhaled as she slumped back. At least we have some time to plan this one, she said sarcastically. Tomorrow? Hell, I didn't need a plan, just a direction. The thing about a collective curse is that it can be broken if the person orchestrating it is, Trent's voice trailed off as he searched for a word. Killed? Jenks suggested, striking a pose and stabbing the sugar packets. I was going to say distracted, Trent said, and Jenks held his cup under the tiny stream of sugar spilling out. Killed works for me, David said. I'm all for live and let live, but this guy is knowingly hurting too many people. Take Landon out and they'll just find someone else to do it, Ivy said glumly. Perhaps, but they will have to wait an entire 6 months. And if we can't convince Landon to cease, we might be able to work a clause into the curse that will shift it to our liking, but we have to find him first. My eyebrows rose. You can do that? Trent shifted uncomfortably. With some planning. It's how the elves originally turned the curse around and trapped the demons in the ever after instead of us. Landon won't be looking for such subterfuge, but we have to physically be involved in the casting of the curse to break the lines, and for that, we need to find him. Ivy, I can use your help with that, David said, and the despairing look Ivy had been wearing since I walked in finally eased. Jenks can keep us clean, Trent said, and the pixie's sparkles turned a bright silver. Which will leave you and me, Rachel, to twist the curse to our liking. And maybe Mark to make us a couple more coffees while we figure out how to do all that, Jenks said. I couldn't help my smile. That totally worked for me. Chapter 24. This tastes like moldy mulch, I whispered as I set the tiny potion vial down and stifled a shudder at the gritty feel of it as I swallowed. The recipe made 7 portions, and as I reached for another, I decided that I'd leave the last 4 for Trent. Elves had an affinity for blending into shadows, but the spelled ability to become virtually invisible seemed prudent. I didn't know if elves could store potions like demons could, but we figured it was worth a try. I was finding out they were more alike than different, which was about par for the course. The more I knew, the more I realized everything I'd been told was probably wrong. Trent's breathing was slow, and even as he napped on the cot, the light blanket pulled up almost over his head. He'd once told me that he envied the way most people could stay awake through the entire day, but I'd always thought it more effective to never need to sleep more than 4 hours at a go instead of an interminably long 8 hours at a time. The world could end in 8 hours and you'd never know until it was too late. I hadn't been surprised when Trent had suggested coming out here to spell. The hut was hard to find, notwithstanding its being mere steps from his back office, even with the fire going and giving off a telltale thread of smoke. There was no running water or electricity, which made it a very secure place to spell, if a little small. The table I was working at was actually a fold-up job, slipped out from under the cot. And I liked it here, away from the polished simplicity of most of Trent's rooms. It was only here that I felt comfortable among the softer, earthy parts of Trent's nature carefully hidden away from casual bruising. Here he kept his favorite books, the ones that had helped shape his ideas of right and wrong. A small shrine to his mother glowed with candlelight next to the summoning circle set within the ley line that nicked the inside corner of the building. Mementos from camp and college were cheek by jowl with scientific awards, the layer of dust and accurate determination of when he'd won them. Thank you letters and pictures from people he and his father had saved with illegal genetic medicines were shoved in drawers along with brochures of places he'd never have time to go. The hut held everything that was dear to him, everything too precious to have where people could see it. That the mantle now held Mr. Fish and that black chrysalis from Al made me feel more than good, it made me feel like I belonged. My coffee, instant prepared from water warmed up over the open fire, was cold. I'd make more, but I was afraid the scent might wake Trent, and I'd just as soon have him asleep while I finished up the prep for crashing Landon's spelling party tomorrow. Not everything was legal, but nothing was immoral, and that was my guide these days. I was tired of trying to overcome the bad guys with a few simple spells and throwing raw energy at them, as effective as it was. Earlier today Trent and I had made and imbibed potions to make ourselves almost invisible, to temporarily hold our breath for 5 minutes without stress, to make our hands sticky enough to climb walls, and to coat an attacker in a spiderweb-like net. But after a morning of prepping spells and curses, I was beginning to have second thoughts. They all tasted like crap. I didn't know how Al stood being his own spelling cupboard. I felt ill, as if I'd eaten bad yogurt. And what if I forgot the word of invocation? But if Trent would stay asleep for 10 more minutes, I had one more spell to craft, one I'd rather finish before he woke. The soft hum of pixie wings pulled my attention to the tiny window over the bowl currently being used as a sink. Dust glittered in the sun as Jenks landed on the narrow sill. I slammed down a third potion as Jenks leaned over his knees, a stick of yew as tall as he was in his grip. Is this long enough? He asked, panting as he glanced at the sleeping Trent in envy. I nodded, carefully setting the 4 remaining potions aside and clearing the table. My pulse quickened. It wasn't as if Trent would be mad, but he'd made it clear that he wasn't going to count on the demons to help. I disagreed. I was sure I could get them to help us stave off the elven trickery. I mean, they knew Landon was lying. Why wouldn't they help expose him? But to talk to the collective meant I needed another scrying mirror, something smaller this time, say small enough to fit in my shoulder bag. Thanks, Jenks, I said as I took the plates with their crumbs of cheese and crackers to the makeshift sink. The pixie propped the stick against the side of the open window frame. It still sported bits of green and peeling bark, and I smiled, seeing where he'd wedged it off the plant. Jenks followed me to the table, coming to rest on my cold coffee cup as I swabbed the teak down with a saltwater-soaked rag. Apparently teak was spell-resistant. I hadn't known, and it felt really weird to be spelling on it. "Can I help?" he asked, and then a draft sent his dust into the fireplace to flame up with a hiss. "Ah, sure." Brow furrowed, I shifted a footstool out of the path of a protection circle. It was inlaid right into the floor, making me wonder about Trent's mom. This had been her spelling hut, and it was a fairly large circle for most casual users. "Keep an eye on Trent's aura and let me know if he's waking up." Jenks snorted, and I shot him a look to behave as I settled myself at the table with the hand mirror, bottle of wine, salt from Trent's stash, and the rest. The charm would temporarily strip me of my aura, which was the reason for the circle. Closing my eyes, I reached out and strengthened my hold on the ley line. Energy was a jolt instead of the usual calm flow, and my eyes started open. The line was only 6 feet away, but there was a raw, serrated feel to it that I'd never felt before. I had a bad feeling that it was the mystics and that I'd gotten used to the smooth silk of power that they naturally gave off like a living ley line. "Okay, let's get this started," I muttered, glancing at Trent as I set the protective circle. Jenks was inside it with me, and his wings shifted in agitation as the molecule-thin sheet rose up and around us. I was reaching for the knife to pare down the U-stick to a proper stylus when the silver bell over the fireplace made a single, beautiful peal of sound. My heart seemed to stop. I looked to Trent, then Jenks, his dust shifting to an alarmed silver as he turned to that tiny slip of ley line that crossed the hut's corner. I spun to a stand. "Al!" The demon materialized in his green crushed velvet, his nose wrinkled and disdainfully brushing at his coat. "Al!" I almost hissed, still in my circle. Crap on toast, not again. At least he wasn't drunk this time. "Get out!" I exclaimed softly. Jenks took to the air when Al seemed to shake his foot free of the line and stepped closer to the fire. His sleeve brushed the edge of my circle and it fell with the sensation of winter snow, our auras being identical thanks to Newt. "I should have guessed you'd be here," he said, a white-gloved hand reaching for the chrysalis he'd once given me. "Here, collected among that elf's favorite things," he finished bitterly. "I'm not collected," I whispered. "And put that down. It's mine." Eyes mocking, Al succinctly put the black chrysalis into his front pocket, daring me. Springs squeaked as Trent shifted on the cot, and my pulse quickened. Damn it, I'd wanted to talk to Al, but not in person, and not here. "Outside," I demanded, grabbing his coat and tugging him to the door. "Now, before he wakes up." "Like I care," he muttered, but he was moving, and I got behind him and pushed. "I want to talk to you," I said, again noticing he didn't smell like burnt amber. "Alone," I added, making Jenks bristle. Al let himself be shoved out, but I think it was only because Jenks was having a personal issue with the alone comment. "Rake," the pixie protested once we were outside. "Stay here," I demanded, tugging Al down the path. "I mean it. Just keep Trent safe." "Trent!" The pixie yelped, releasing a burst of gold dust rivaling the sun. "Do this for me!" I exclaimed, voice hardly above a whisper. "Al, walk with me." The demon snorted. "Walk with me," he drawled. "How poetic. You're turning into the little kingmaker, aren't you?" "Sweet ever-loving pixie piss," Jenks griped. "I hope he turns your underwear to slugs." Jenks wouldn't follow me right away, and tension brought my shoulders up to my ears when I realized I was shoving a demon through Trent's private gardens. "How did you know I wanted to talk to you?" I said, pulse fast as I slowed down. "I didn't." Al's voice was low, distant almost as he touched a coiled fern frond and it gracefully unrolled with the sound of green. "I came to stop you from making a mistake." He came to stop me. My heart jumped at the thought that he might have forgiven me. I mean, he wasn't throttling me or threatening me. But then my brief elation died. "It's not a mistake. We could use your help in twisting Landon's curse to dust." Al's steady pace faltered, and I stopped in the middle of a tangled cricket-filled clearing. "Rachel, you can't shift the elven curse. The best you can hope for is to survive it. But it doesn't matter. You must come now as we prepare." "Prepare for what?" "I'm not leaving Trent to do this alone." "We could do this if the rest of you would help," I accused, glad we were out of earshot of Trent's hut. Al reached for my arm, his hand falling back before it touched me. "No, we can't," he said with an infuriating sureness. "Trent has overestimated himself, and you won't come out of this alive if you bind your fate to his." My brow furrowed. "I didn't know you cared." Fire exploded against my cheek, and I stumbled back, hand pressed to my face as I reeled. Al caught me by the shoulder, jerking me back upright. He'd slapped me. Don't toy with me, Al whispered. Trying to shift the elven curse will get you killed. He'd slapped me. Hey! I exclaimed, almost afraid. He had struck me because I'd used his pain to hurt him. You walked away from me. You don't have any say in what I do anymore, and if you hit me again, I'm going to smack you back. Al let me go. I tensed, but he turned away, his back bowed as he went to a cement bench. I hadn't even known it was there, so covered in a rambling rose vine it was. Head down, Al waved his hand, brushing aside the vines to find a clear spot to sit. The scent of disturbed roses wafted out, one last bit for beauty before the autumn chill pinched the petals free. He looked broken as he sat there with his elbows on his knees and stared at nothing. My cheek throbbed, and guilt swam up. I deserved to have been slapped. Using his own pain against him was cruel. We need your help, I said, and he looked at me from under lowered eyebrows. My boots scuffed through the leaf mold to find paving as I shifted closer. There'd been a clearing here once, a patio maybe, and I went to sit on a broken statue. It looked as if it might have been a witch's garden, though admittedly not a very sunny one. Why do you care about the undead souls? The demons? Me? His last word held a painful vulnerability, and I tried to find a more comfortable position. Because everyone deserves a chance to come back from their mistakes. My roving eyes returned to find him sitting among the roses. I should know. You won't come back from this one, he said. The elves are masked for destruction. Our destruction. The undead souls were the lure and the way. The elimination of the aged undead is a bonus, but it's us thereafter. We couldn't beat them when we were 40,000 strong. We are 413 now. His head dropped, and I frowned. 413? It had always seemed more than that, but perhaps it was the familiars who filled the shops and parties. Trent stands with us, I said, and Al sighed heavily. It cannot be done, he said solemnly. Come with me. We're weaving a wall. A wall, I said flatly. The lift of Al's shoulders gave away his disdain for their own cowardice, but his jaw was set. A wall to keep from being pulled back when they dissolved the lines. A wall, I said again, and he bared his teeth at me, daring me to call them cowards. Al, walls are prisons. You need to break the original curse. With 400 of us? He protested. It can't be done. I leaned forward, trying to cross the distance with my words. That's why you need the elves' help. Al looked at me as if I was crazy, and maybe I was, but I stood, unable to sit any longer. The elves are modifying an old curse, not making a new one, I said, words rushing over themselves. You told me yourself that was dangerous. All we have to do is end it. And in the doing, we put ourselves in the stream itself, he said sourly. We will flounder and be lost. You don't know that. We do. He thundered, and I stiffened as I heard Jenks's wings. He was somewhere close, but I said nothing as Al slumped, clearly frustrated. We know Landon will be the fulcrum, I said, pacing now. He's in downtown Cincinnati, right by the square. We know his damn room number, Al. Ivy and Jenks can get us in. Al sat up, waving a hand disparagingly. Why do I even try? If we're with him, we can shift the focus of the charm. I protested. Al. I complained, my feet stopping as he frowned at me. There can be only one weaver in a spell that complex. Then Trent and I will be a fulcrum and slant it the direction we want, I pleaded. Rachel. Al slumped. We tried that. They're magic. It's too strong. Then we can try it again, I insisted. Their magic is too strong. He shouted, and I shut my mouth. Sighing, Al held a hand out to me, inviting me to sit down. It can't be done, he said softly, never letting his hand fall, extending it for me. Frustrated, I stomped over and sat down. Cowards, I accused. Realists, he countered, but his anger was gone. The silence stretched. What do you hope to get out of this? Al asked, startling me. To end the war between you. To bring you home. I said, and he actually smiled. No, I mean, what do you want from the world? From everything? Oh. That was different, and the fire seemed to wash out of me. He'd come here to save me again. The same thing you do, I guess. A little piece to find out who I am. Slumped, Al looked out over the broken clearing. There's no peace but for the dead, and even that we've found a way to corrupt. It was starting to sound like a pity party, and I stood. I don't have to listen to you anymore, remember? I have to go. I've got to make a scrying mirror before midnight. Damn it, I was going to have to do this without their help. If I couldn't convince even Al, then the rest were useless. I strode back to the path, arms swinging. Rachel? His call was so soft, yet it pulled me to a halt. I didn't turn, standing there with my back to him, but he knew I was listening. You don't need the mirror anymore to connect to the collective, he said, voice holding a sliver of pain. Why do you think I'm here? Mystics, I thought, shaking as I turned around to see him still on the bench. You haven't for a long time, he said, hands clasped between his knees, making him look worried and scared. Hate to admit it, but demons are still tied to elven magic. My feet scuffed a few steps back. Maybe it's not elven. Maybe it just is. Al rubbed his forehead. I don't remember. My hope flooded back, and I came to him, sitting so our knees almost touched, begging him to listen. Al, I know we can do this. You may be only 400, but you have the gargoyles as anchors now. There's support among the elves, hidden in the doer. Vivian is trying to sway the witches' coven. Professor Anders, I hesitated. She's okay, right? Al waved a hand inside, his regret that she was indeed okay obvious. Well, she's rallying the scientific community, I continued. You aren't alone this time. 413 survivors, but you are the ones who made it this far. Can't you convince the rest we have a real chance? It was beautiful here once, Al said distantly, eyes on nothing. Al! I shouted, then frowned as Jenks's wings clattered. I can't walk away from this. Right here, this spot, the demon said, his hands beginning to glow. The fountain was the perfect blending of sound and motion. I started, eyes wide as a haze shimmered over the broken statuary and realities seemed to shift, focusing in and out until a mossy fountain of fish and antelope took form. The moonlight made the water into pearls, and the smell of the night vines was intoxicating, Al whispered, and I could hear the water, see it. There were pixies then. That bastard killed them all when she died. It wasn't their fault. He was fingering the pocket where the chrysalis lay, and I couldn't speak as I looked over a memory pulled from the recesses of time. The patio was new and clean, looking like midnight in the late noon sun. I knew without asking that he was talking about Trent's mother and dad. You were here? I asked. You knew them? I knew her. I leaned forward as the magic faded and reality imposed itself anew and the shattered ruin of the fountain smothered the spell. I could see a fin in the wreckage, and the curve of a graceful leg. All gone. All spoiled. Not everything changes, Rachel, Al said as he stood up. Some things just are. So you won't help, I said. His hand trembled as he set the chrysalis down on the broken statues. No. Then you'd better leave because I'm busy, I said, eyes rising to a faint glimmer of pixie dust coming through the greenery. Al said nothing, and I started when I turned to find him gone. Grimacing, I stood. Okay, some things changed, and it was up to those who cared to fight for the change they wanted. I'm sorry, Rake, Jenks said as he hummed into the clearing. Me too. Frustrated, I turned and went back to the spelling hut, hurt and sick at heart. I left the chrysalis behind. Chapter 25. The black van was borrowed from one of Ivy's friends, and therefore untraceable past a fictional Hollow's address. It smelled like Special K and bloodlust under the acidic bite of disinfectant. Between that and the pheromones Ivy and Nina were dumping into the air, my vampire scars were tingling. Looking across the front seat at Ivy, I muttered, "You need to relax," all the while wishing the side windows would open a little more. Ivy took a slow breath, stilling her painted nails as they drummed a frustrated staccato on the steering wheel. We'd been here for about 10 minutes, and she hadn't let go of it yet. This is relaxed, Nina said, but she'd gotten up from her rear seat, moving forward with a pained slowness to avoid touching anyone. Kneeling beside Ivy, she put an arm around her back. Head tilting to rest almost on Ivy's shoulder, she whispered something. Ivy sighed and the tension visibly flowed from her, her head thumping down to land upon Nina's. Happy, I turned back to readying my boots. I was glad that Ivy had someone and that it was Nina. Ivy was decidedly polished in black slacks, white shirt with a collar, and a suit coat that was tailored to both show off her curves and scream desk clerk all at the same time. She'd even put on makeup. Nina looked even more professional, with bangles and a belt that I thought could be used as handcuffs in a pinch. They were going in first, coming out last, and keeping our way clean and open at all times. But the snick of a weapon being checked jerked my head back up. Nina had slipped into a seat, and Trent stiffened at the little pistol she was sighting down. I said no weapons, he said, leaning from the back seat with his hand outstretched. Rachel has one. Nina complained as she held it close to her chest like a favorite doll. How are we supposed to take the front desk if we can't have guns? She knew darn well mine was just a splat gun, not considered lethal by the FIB or the IS thanks to some clever judicial loopholes. Jenks darted to her, his wings loud in the small space. David's got the front desk already, he said, red dust slipping over her threateningly. Ivy, you said she was ready for this. I don't have the manpower to babysit her, but. Ivy sucked on her teeth, and with that as an almost silent rebuke, the zealous woman glumly handed the gun to Trent. Can I keep my knife? She asked sarcastically, and Trent nodded. Be careful how you use it. I exhaled as Trent put the gun in the van's illegal safe hole and shut it. My eyes returned to the one-way back door of the hotel, waiting for a word to signal us that the 6th floor was cleared, the staff in the break room for an emergency OSHA meeting, and the hotel ready to assume new, albeit temporary management. No guns. That was rule number 1, 4, and 16. This operation had an excellent chance of crashing down before we reached the end, and I didn't want guns cluttering the issue. It was going to be hard enough to survive this. At least it's not in the tunnels, Trent said as he checked that his laces were tied. A quiver, quickly quashed, lit through me. I liked the mix of thief, commando, and lover he had going for him. You don't like the tunnels, Dot? Coming up from his soft-soled boots, Trent lined his utilitarian hat with his spelling cap and settled it onto his head. No. They're damp and make me sneeze. And cold, Jenks added, looking just as good in his thief-black tights. And cold, I echoed in my thoughts, hoping this stayed within the hotel. September was iffy for pixies, even those skilled in staying alive through a street chase as the sun went down, taking the temperature with it. There he is, Ivy said, and my attention followed hers to the rear door. Ready, Nina? A were in a suit with his hair carefully corralled in a trendy ponytail was leaning halfway through the white fire door, beckoning us in. Nina started to get out, jerking to a halt when Trent caught her arm. Her lips pulled back in a snarl, and Ivy hesitated when he tugged her close, ignoring her tiny little fangs, now bared at him. No one dies, Nina. Especially if they deserve it. Understand, Dot? Her brow furrowed, and Trent pulled her closer, demanding an answer. Jenks hovered over his shoulder, and finally she accepted his dominance and nodded. Ivy took a slow breath, relieved. Nina was an odd mix now that Felix was gone, and no one quite trusted it. Just give us 10 minutes to put everyone in a closet, Ivy said to break the tension, but I could tell she was worried about Nina as she handed me the keys to the van and got out. Be right back, Rake, Jenks said, then zipped out the side door with a sullen Nina. Ivy's pace was held to a deliberate, sexy stride as she went around the front and joined Nina and Jenks. I had a pang of worry that we were here alone and unsanctioned by any police force. But damn it, if we had brought the FIB into it, we'd still be arguing with Eden about vampires getting their souls being a bad thing. Even so, I hunched in guilt, wondering what that said about me. Who had changed, me or Trent? Stop it, Rachel. They'd better leave us something to do, Nina complained as they neared the building, and Trent chuckled. I licked my lips, worried as Jenks backwinged in front of Ivy and reminded her to put a box in the door to keep it from shutting. Ivy's sing-song, I got it, Pixie, was soft, and I smiled as she nudged it forward, waiting for Jenks's approval before stepping over it. She was gone. Jenks gave me a thumbs up and darted after her. 10 minutes. We've got an hour until the undead can be above ground, I said, checking the clock on the van's dash. 20 minutes until the equinox officially begins. We need to be in and out before then. 40 minutes minus 10 equals 30. Why did we always cut these things so turn-blasted close? Trent was fidgeting, and I moved in a hunched walk to the back of the van. Relax. Trent followed my gaze to his hands and shook the tension from them. Easy for you to say. It's not your people who are about to flush everything back to pre-turn chaos. If I'd known they were going to do something this boneheaded, I wouldn't have pushed to come out of the closet. It was nice of him to say, but I knew I was the real reason he'd lost clout. Frankly, I didn't care anymore. We'd make them play nice in the sandbox, and that would be that. Nervous, I leaned to look at the clock on the dash, then knelt beside Trent to look out the window for Jenks. They're just scared. Scared, Trent scoffed, fiddling with the ends of his ribbon. My people want to return to power so badly they don't care who they step on to get it. I slid a sideways look at him. That had sounded kind of familiar, but I wasn't going to say anything. A sparkle of dust caught my breath, and I lurched to open the sliding door. It was Jenks, and he was carrying something heavy, his path slowly arching to the ground. It had been only 2 minutes. Something had gone wrong. What happened? I demanded, one hand on the side of the van as I leaned out and down to catch him. Jenks? It's a key, Trent said, holding my shoulder so I wouldn't fall out. I think we're okay. With a burst of silver, Jenks rose up, clearly laboring. Someone take this, will you? He exclaimed, and a heavy brass key fell into my hand. Tink saved me from the artists. Every other hotel is in the 21st century and uses card keys, but no all. We have to be special. We have to be extravagant. We have to be so far behind the times that it's considered chic. Why the hell did I volunteer to bring it out for you? Is everything okay? I glanced at the clock. They couldn't have secured the front desk that fast. Yeah, we're good. Jenks stood on my palm, wings drooping and a sheet of red dust pouring through my fingers. That Nina is one scary bitch. Remind me not to stare her down again. The lobby and restaurant are cleared out. We figure he's in 612. It's the only one with a crib, according to housekeeping. Lucy? Trent exclaimed, almost hitting the ceiling as he stood. She's here? Jenks nodded, head still bowed as he caught his breath. Shit, this changed everything. Okay. Trent, if we find her you take her and get out. End of story. I can do this with Jenks. His daughter came first. I understood and supported that, even as I was scrambling to adapt. Landon is probably in the adjoining room, Jenks suggested, but his soulful, almost pitying expression told me he was just saying that to try to give Trent something to pin his worry to. We could not start a firefight in a room where Lucy was. I can't endanger Lucy, Trent said, his worry lines melting into alarm. Rachel. If we find her, she's a priority, I said. You take her and go. Yeah, cookie maker, Jenks said as he took to the air again. We got this in a can already. We just need to put a label on it and put it on a shelf. Let's go. Looking ill, Trent rolled the door open. Is he going to be okay? I breathed to Jenks, turning my lips up into a smile when Trent spun to help me out. It's the people holding Lucy I'm worried about, Jenks muttered, but I thought Trent might have heard as he wiggled his fingers impatiently for me. We're burning daylight, people, Jenks prompted, and I grabbed my jacket and put my hand in Trent's. Little tingles of energy balanced between us. The lump of my new cell phone was in a back pocket, and the cool feel of steel from my splat gun that never seemed to warm up was at the small of my back. Jittery, I closed the door, making the sound echo in the small space. Trent and I hustled forward as I shoved first one arm into my jacket, then the other. The leather would give me some protection against spells, both earth and some ley line. Which way, Jenks? Trent asked as we stepped over the box and crept into the back receiving room, and Jenks hummed off at head height, intentionally dusting a thick yellow that would linger. The scent of excited vampire mixed with cinnamon and wine as we followed Jenks's glowing path through the receiving area to the warmer kitchen, and finally into the bar. I'd been to the Cincinnatian before, and I'd always thought having the bar just off the tiny lobby sort of elegant in the tight confines a city hotel demanded. The new decor rich with texture and color made up for the small space. The ringing of a phone pulled my attention to the front desk. Ivy's eyes met mine, but I couldn't smile. Lucy was here. It changed everything. The light past the front desk was decidedly gray. We were getting close to the mark. My eyes went to the elevators and they were fidgeting in a borrowed uniform keeping the lift at the lobby for us. The Wers had cleared the building with the understanding that they'd not be involved in a magical firefight. I could understand their reluctance. Even the IS didn't send a Wer out after a witch, much less a bunch of elves. Jenks, does Ivy know about Lucy? I asked, and he dusted a silent yes. Trent took my elbow. We don't need Ivy, he muttered as we angled to the ornate elevators, and he frowned when I made the finger sign for be ready to move. Ivy's eyes shifted to black. Her motions graceful and holding purpose, she swooped to answer the phone. A professional, polished greeting flowed from her, but I could see the tension growing. It was falling apart even before we got started. I said I have this, Trent said again, his voice agitated as we got in the elevator. I never said you didn't. I pulled back in the tight confines of the lift. He was sending off sparks, and it was irritating. Jenks smirked, smacking the button for the 6th floor, and the doors closed. There's a small contingent of Wers up there, but they won't show unless you scream for them, Jenks said, and Trent exhaled some of his tension. We're going in blind, the pixie added, miffed. Because of the keyed locks, right? I said. Yes, because of the keyed locks, Jenks said, hands on his hips. Most of the doors fit too tightly against the floor, too. Tink blasted fire codes. I can go in through the ductwork, but I don't know the layout and it would take at least 20 minutes. We didn't have 20 minutes, and I caught myself before I chewed on my lower lip. That's why I got rid of my card system, Trent said, but his brow was pinched and it was obvious he was thinking of Lucy. We can't go in spells flying if my daughter is in there. We won't, I said as the doors opened. Then how are we going to do this? He asked, tight on my heels as I followed Jenks into the elevator lobby. I don't know yet. My nose wrinkled. The scent of was thick up here, and there were signs of a scuffle, hastily cleaned up, the flower vase had no water, and there was a petal stuck to the glass that never would have passed inspection. Rachel, Trent prompted, and I hesitated, seeing his worry for his daughter, for me, for his people. I don't know, but I'll be taken and beaten before I hurt Lucy. Jenks was waiting at the end of the hall, and my stomach tightened as I counted down the room numbers. Lucy was in one of them, probably the one with the crib. Which one? Trent whispered as we came to the suite of rooms. Give me your phone, I said as I had a sudden idea and held my hand out. Lucy is probably with Elizabeth, right? I scrolled through Trent's numbers called to find her. Trent nodded, eyes widening as I punched a button and put the phone to an ear. So we find out what room she's in. Works for me, Jenks said, hovering between us. Trent's cell was ringing, and we stared at the twin doors before us, waiting. There was only a muted conversation from a TV. My pulse hammered, and then, so soft as to almost be imagined, the repeated ping of an incoming call rang from a tiny speaker. It was coming from behind us. I spun. Jenks darted to one of the doors across the hall, pointing at it with exaggerated excitement. I slid Trent's phone away and took up the smooth feel of cool steel instead. No spells, Trent hissed. You think I'm going to shoot Lucy? I said tartly. Frowning, he took up a position on one side of the door, and I took the other. Housekeeping, I whispered, trying to keep the key from scraping as I fit it, but it was the master key and it needed some persuasion. Let me. Trent wrenched the handle and the key at the same time, and the lock clicked open. Jenks zipped in before the door was even half an inch out of the frame. Moss wipe elf! He exclaimed, and Trent shoved the door open in a panic. Tink's a Disney whore. Rake! Panicked, Trent lurched in, leaving me to try to get the key out of the lock so I could shut the door. That call might have carried, and the last thing I wanted was Landon to find us. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Jenks shrilled, and I finally got the key free. I think you got him. Flushed, I shoved the door shut and bolted into the outer sitting room. Trent had one knee on the back of a big, blonde, and unconscious man. The scent of ozone was thick, and Jenks's dust sparked as it picked up the unspent magic. Behind them, Elizabeth watched with wide eyes. She was tied to a chair and gagged, and my lips parted. Elizabeth was tied to a chair? Oh, she was pissed, too, her face red and muffled shouts trying to escape around her gag. I wasn't sure I wanted to untie her. Shaking with adrenaline, Trent looked up at me, then Elizabeth. He made no move to untie her either, and the woman jumped in the chair, furious. Nicely done, mister. Kung Fu. Jenks said, clearly impressed. You didn't kill him this time. This time? I inched in. Jenks, are we clear? Yep. He was grinning, hands on his hips as he looked at Elizabeth's fury. Trent dropped the unconscious man's gun. Face white, he strode to Elizabeth and yanked the gag down. Where's Lucy? Elizabeth took a gasping breath. That son of a bitch. She raved, blonde hair in her mouth, her eyes everywhere. He's crazy. He's going to kill the ley lines. He's going to end magic. Where is Lucy, Elizabeth? Trent demanded, and then his head snapped around at a delighted daddy. From the back room. I stumbled out of the way as Trent bolted to her. I couldn't help my smile when I heard Lucy calling again, her little child voice raised in delight. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Surprise! Jenks was at the door, looking in at them even as he hovered backward to me. I love reunions, he said, his dust shifting to a melancholy orange. I looked at the clock on the wall, my smile fading. Go get Ivy, will you? I said, and Jenks's dust shifted gray. Trent was out of it, and I needed help. You got it. Jenks darted through the door and into the hallway as I opened it a crack. How about some help here? Elizabeth said bitterly. Sighing, I listened to the quiet hallway, deciding everything was okay before I shut the door. He tied you up, huh? I asked as I used the downed elf's knife to cut her bonds. Landon is a Philistine, she said, rubbing her wrists and wiggling her ankles for me to hurry up. He's tricking his own people into ending magic with the promise of killing all the demons. You can't kill demons without magic. What if they aren't pulled back? How do you do magic without the lines? You don't. She hesitated at the soft scuff at the bedroom door, her face going white as she looked at Trent standing there with Lucy on his hip, the little girl patting at his frown lines. "Hi, Mommy," she said, wiggling her feet. "Surprise!" I blinked when a little purple rocking horse with wings suddenly appeared and Lucy squealed in delight. Al had taught her a new trick. "Trent!" Elizabeth tried to stand, and I shoved her back down. Ticked, the woman frowned at me. "He's using the vampires on dead souls as an excuse to break the lines," she said. "We have to stop him." "With the lines broken, the ever after will shrink and implode on itself," I said blandly, interrupting her as I freed her feet. "How do you know that?" Finished, I rocked back and slowly stood, deciding to keep the knife. "Because I stopped Cusack's from doing the same thing. It must have given Landon the idea." She started to move, and I shook my head. "Stay put." "I didn't know that was his plan," Elizabeth said, peeved but flicking nervous glances at the man Trent had downed. "I never meant it to get this out of hand. I only wanted to scare you, Trent. I'm so sorry, Dot." Trent's white face wasn't going away. Lucy was singing as she sat on his hip, and his expression became frightened as his eyes met mine. "I can't," he said, those two words almost tearing him in two. "Daddy, where's Ray Ray?" I swallowed hard as I remembered him forcing Lucy into my arms and demanding I leave, Trent willingly becoming Cusack's slave to save her. "Don't worry about it," I said softly, and Elizabeth looked between us, her lips pressed as she tried to figure it out. "Jenks is getting Ivy. Get them both out of here." "What?" Elizabeth said as I pulled her to her feet. "Hey!" Angry, I took out a little of my misplaced aggression on her, pinching her shoulder and getting in her face. "You want to be tied up again?" I said sharply, and her anger flashed to fear. "Then get out of here." The man at my feet moved, and I pulled out my splat gun and shot him in the back. With a little sigh, he collapsed. Elizabeth looked at him, then me, standing before her with a gun in one hand, a knife in the other. Slowly I handed the knife to Trent, who double-sheathed it with his own longer knife. "I suggest you go fast and quiet," I added. "Where's SSSS Ray Ray?" Lucy bubbled, clearly not frightened, but hey, the girl had been kidnapped 3 times now. Smiling, Trent jiggled her on his hip. "Shoo, Lucy. We have to be quiet to go find Ray." The little girl bounced happily, then suddenly concentrated on her fingers until she got them to snap. The flying rocking horse exploded into a puff of pink smoke, and the little girl laughed, delighted. If we survived this, I was going to have to talk to Al about the spells little girls should and shouldn't know. But she was being way too loud, and as Elizabeth darted around the room gathering her purse, her coat, her heels, whatever, I turned to Lucy, worried they wouldn't get down that first crucial hallway. Trent wasn't having much luck as Lucy kept making and exploding winged horses into little pink clouds. "Lucy?" I said suddenly. "Do you want to play hide and seek?" Trent sighed as Lucy stopped bouncing, her eyes going wide as she covered them. "Shoo," she whispered, then flung her hands from her, smacking Trent in the face as she cried out, "Here I am." Smiling, I tugged her sweater straight. "That's right. But you have to be quiet to find Ray. SHHHH, ready?" Trent's free hand touched my waist, and I froze. "Rachel." The door opened and I spun, relaxing when Jenks darted in, Ivy shutting the door softly behind herself. "Just go," I said, resisting the urge to straighten his hat after Lucy knocked it. "Ivy and I have this." Elizabeth shrugged her long coat, looking at us as if jealous. "You can't stop him without elven magic." "Watch us," I said, my confidence faltering. Jenks's wings hummed. "Guys, my pixie sense is tingling." Trent stiffened. "It's the curse. He's starting it." "Then you'd better get going," I said, shoving him to the hallway. "Elizabeth, where are they?" The woman's lips pressed together. Ivy's eyes shifted to black, and Jenks's wings clattered a warning. But then Lucy giggled, and Elizabeth's shoulders slumped. "He's across the hall," she said. "But you can't stop him. He's got like 6 men in there." Jenks snickered, and my eyes flicked to the one who had been guarding her. I was going to miss Trent's help, but hell, I'd been doing this long before I learned he was worth my trust. And to be honest, it would be easier if I wasn't worrying about him. Ready, I looked at Ivy, waiting by the door. Jenks was hovering at her shoulder, and I knew we had this. "Go," I said, and Trent shifted Lucy on his hip. "Thank you," he said, eyes glinting as he hesitated briefly in front of me before putting a hand on Elizabeth's back and hustling her out the door and down the hallway. We followed them in case there was trouble. Lucy was whispering loudly, but I didn't think it would make it past the thick doors and soundproofed walls. "Just like old times," Jenks said, and I couldn't help my smile as I checked my hopper. Old times, I scoffed, relishing the adrenaline scouring through me. We've only been doing this for 3 years. Yeah, but for a pixie, that's like a decade. Ivy was testing the edge of the knife Trent had given her. Her head came up and she tossed it, catching it again to hold it properly. She looked at the door and then cocked her head. After you, Jenks? Jenks shrugged. I can't open it. It's a manual. Manual it is, the vampire said, and with a soft grunt, she planted a sidekick on the lock, exploding the door inward. Chapter 26. The thick, supposedly kick-proof door took 2 blows of Ivy's boot before the lock broke free of the studs and the door slammed into the opposite wall. Men shouted, and Ivy dove in, hands and fists and screaming. Jenks was a hot sparkle of dust after her, and I followed as the thuds of fists into flesh exploded into the snap of a wrist or knee and a masculine bellow of outrage. Yep, it was going to be one of those days. I slid to a halt in the well-appointed, low-ceilinged, brightly lit room, half of it arranged as a dining room with a small kitchenette, the other half a comfortable living room complete with big TV and 2 couches. Ivy was rising from the man she'd just downed, her eyes full and black and her shirt torn. She grinned at the 2 men by the couch, beckoning them forward. Rake! Jenks shouted in warning, and I ducked, falling to a crouch and spinning with my leg extended to hit the man coming out of the bathroom. He was good, stumbling to avoid contact and going down into a controlled fall and rolling free of me. I stood up right into the arms of another man. He smelled like cheese as his arms wrapped around me, pinning my back to his front. Bad idea, I flung my head back, breaking his nose. The man bellowed but didn't let go, and my eyes widened as the first man pointed a handgun at me. Adrenaline pounded. My head snapped back again as I broke his hold. Breath held, I spun him to stand between his buddy and me. The gun seemed to explode in the small room, and I shoved my living shield at the shooter, not knowing if he was shot or I was shot or we had both lucked out. Arms flailing, my would-be attacker fell into the shooter and they crashed into the small dinette table. Drawing my splat gun, I shot them both. One last spasm, and they were still. Ivy! I spun, then went down on one knee as another gun went off and fire engulfed my leg. My breath came in with a gasp and my free hand clamped over my thigh. A man across the room was pointing a gun at me. Shit! Howling, Ivy blocked a swinging lamp to jam the palm of her hand into someone's jaw. Hair swinging, she planted her right foot and plowed the other into the man who'd shot me, sending him pinwheeling back into the window. He hit with a thud, shaken but not out. The lamp hit the floor and shattered. Agony crept up my thigh, throbbing to my skull as I hobbled forward, splat gun pointed. 2 puffs of air to put him out, and then I fell almost as fast as he had, my hand clamped to my leg. Lightheaded, I sat on the couch, not letting go of my gun as Ivy took a last look around the room and strode forward. Blood was a slow but steady leak from my leg. We'd gotten them all, but where was Landon? You okay? Ivy asked, winding her hair back into a bun as Jenks dusted my leg. There was no exit wound. It was still in there. I don't know. I strained to see the other side as the pain retreated into a heavy throb. Ivy reached to touch it, and I jerked away. It doesn't look bad, she said. Well, it hurts like hell, Dot. That's good then, she said, her worry lines beginning to ease. Where's Landon? Look out! Jenks shouted, and my heart thudded. One of the men I thought I'd downed was aiming another one of those stupid guns at us. Move! I shoved Ivy and brought up my splat gun. Please let there be enough propellant, I begged. I lunged for the floor, aim never wavering as I squeezed. The bang of the man's gun echoed, drowning out the puff of my weapon. I hit the floor, my shoulder taking most of the force as the ugly sound of the bullet burrowing into the couch slid through me. Heart pounding, I lay on the floor, watching the man's eyes roll to the back of his head. I'd gotten him. Ivy stood as the man's head hit the floor with a thud. Should have double-tapped him, she said as she extended a hand to me. I was a little busy. With a heave, she had me back on the couch. Where was Landon? Ivy wiped her hand under her nose as Jenks flitted over the room, verifying that they were all down. None of them used any magic, she said uneasily. You noticed that too? Jenks's wings clattered as he rose up. A door slid open and Landon strode out, flanked by 2 men with guns. Because very shortly there won't be any and I wanted to be prepared, Landon said. Shoot them. Ivy lunged for the cover of a fallen chair. I yanked her back to me, tapping the line and throwing a circle of protection around us. Bullets pinged off it, and Landon motioned for them to stop. His lips were in a tight line, and I thought he looked ridiculous in his traditional robes and that stupid flat-topped hat. Newt could get away with it, but not him. Landon, you're an idiot. I shouted, the scent of spent gunpowder making it through the barrier where bullets couldn't. I'm not letting you do this. Ivy grimaced. Let me out. She darted her gaze to the doorway, and I dropped the circle. Ivy was a blur, leaping to the doorway to hide behind a wall as they sprayed it. I rolled to the broken coffee table, peeking out to see Landon standing alone as his men advanced on Ivy. I didn't know where Jenks was. If you've hurt him, Landon. Vampire fast, Ivy burst from hiding, diving between the men with guns. One man accidentally shot the other in the chest while trying for her. He froze in shock as his buddy went down in a spray of blood, and then Ivy was on him. A kick to the back of his knee sent him to the carpet, and she tackled him. One leg wrapped around the last man's neck and she began to squeeze. The man fought back, sending them crashing into the walls and furniture. My leg throbbed as I stood. I had to lean heavily on the couch, pointing to Landon, then me, as if an invitation. Ivy could handle 2 men with automatics. Landon was mine. Where is Jenks? Trent chicken out? Landon said, and I lurched a step closer as the unfocused magic in the room began to build. He's taking his daughter and ex-fiancée out to lunch, but... His lip twitched as he followed the ramifications of that. Call your vampire off and maybe you live. Oh, I'm dead already, I said, ignoring the pain as I pulled myself up straight. It's just a matter of how much damage I can do first. Call her off, and maybe she lives, he amended, and in the split second my eyes flicked to Ivy, his hand flamed with a white-hot fire. Again pain exploded, this time in my chest. Wide-eyed, I fell to kneel before Landon as I struggled to breathe, to keep my heart beating. In his hand was a twisted mass of my hair, taken probably from my brush at the church. He'd made a target-specific spell, and I couldn't fight it. Son of a fairy whore. Jenks shouted, back again. Ivy. Quit playing with that guy. Rake needs help. No, I don't think so, Landon murmured, and I heard Ivy hit the floor, groaning. The man she'd been choking rose, kicking at her as he screamed. I tried to move, but every muscle sang with fire. Breath fast and shallow, I gripped the carpet, pulling myself closer to him. I would not fail in this. I wouldn't. If you're going to be a demon, you should be a demon, Landon said softly, and I twitched, my back arching as I fell, looking at the ceiling, trying to get a clean breath. Landon's hands were glowing, a haze of purple hanging between them. Slowly his hands came together. Struggling, he pulled them apart to show a spiderweb spool of glittering gold hanging in the air. And then he blew it at me. I could do nothing as it settled over me, seeping in past my aura, winding its way to my core. My heart pounded as it began to search, little darts of magic moving through me like a parasite. Groaning, I rolled over, but it clung, soaked in. Tendrils wafted out past my skin and then fell back as if the curse was looking for something to use to invoke. A soft, insidious chanting came from Landon, along with the sounds of Ivy's frustrated struggle and Jenks's swearing. My eyes closed as the chant spun into the humming of my blood, settling into me like water, expanding my mind until it was unable to string 2 thoughts together. I recognized the spiderweb pattern. It was the curse that tied the demons to the ever after, ages old and unbreakable, and Landon was trying to fix it on me. It glittered in my thoughts like a living spell, and as I struggled to keep it from invoking, the sound of the drums quickened until it was as if I had been there at the beginning, watching ancient elves craft in the hollows of a primeval forest, calling upon their goddess to give it the strength to last forever. And now it was seeking to bind itself to me. Power slipped around my mental grasp like sunbeams, and abruptly I realized the curse was connecting me to Landon. Until the elven curse fixed upon me for good, we were bound together. There, in the background of his thoughts, was the curse to break the lines. I can take control of this, I thought, but not when I was fighting to get this damned binding curse off me. Let go, Landon whispered, and I felt his breath on my cheek as he knelt over me while I curled into a ball and fought it. Submit. End the pain, he taunted. But to submit would bind me to the ever after. How long, I wondered, how long had I fought? Newt? My breath came in a ragged gasp as the winding wisps of the binding curse seemed to find my soul. No, I groaned, even as it wove deeper. The stinging slap of his hand meeting my cheek pulled my eyes open. Landon hung over me, sweat beading on him. Let go. He demanded. Be a demon. Die with them. My eyes searched until they found Jenks and Ivy, held at bay by my torture. No, I forced out between clenched teeth, then screamed when he leaned on my shot leg. Agony arched through me. Get off! I shouted, flooding him with a jolt of power. Landon fell back with a cry of outrage, but the second of inattention cost me, and I gasped again, scrambling to catch the binding curse before it settled in any deeper. It didn't have me yet, but the feel of it was familiar, and with a shock, I realized that it drew its strength from the goddess's will. Can I use this? Son of a whore. Jenks shouted, and Landon laughed as Ivy began to struggle as well, held down by Landon's last man, bloodied but still intact. Jenks was free, darting madly and scoring on the incensed man. Jenks, no, I tried to shout, my voice failing. Ivy was down. We were losing badly, and my heart leapt into my throat when, with an ugly snarl, Landon got a lucky strike in and Jenks was flung into the wall. Jenks! I staggered to a kneel, and the binding curse dug deeper. It was the goddess's magic, but Jenks was in danger, and I didn't have time for it. Lurching to Jenks, I sent a wave of force through me, driving the binding curse to my chi where I bubbled it, the hateful thing hissing and black like living tar. I might not be able to get rid of it, but I sure as hell could capture it, hold it in limbo. I fell before Jenks, hands reaching. He was breathing, and fingers shaking. I lifted him, wanting him to be okay. His wings sparkled, and his eyes were closed. You don't know when to stay down, do you? Landon snarled, and something hit the back of my head. I reeled, clutching Jenks to me as I fell. Landon hit me again, and I let him, curled into a ball to protect Jenks. Get your hands off Ivy, you sons of bitches! Nina screamed. Nina! Ivy called out in panic. Help Rachel! But it was Trent who pried Landon off me, his smooth unworked hands glowing with a power I could feel. A great boom of sound pulled my head up, and Nina dove at the man holding Ivy, wrenching her free and snapping the man's neck. Jenks, I whispered, then cowered, one hand holding him to my middle when a second boom of sound shook the room. Dust shifted down, and a wall fell, showing a bedroom. Rachel! Ivy was shouting. Go help Rachel! But the half-crazed vampire went for Landon. He stood in a circle, fire dripping from his hands. Trent was poised between us, energy licking his feet and sparking from his hair. Nina howled, and as Ivy reached to stop her, the woman dove at Landon. No! I shouted, and with a sneer, Landon pushed a silver-rimmed ball of energy at her. It hit Nina with the sliding sound of chains, and with a jerk that snapped her head forward, she was propelled backward into a far wall. She hit with a sickening thud and slid down, arms and legs askew. Oh God, Nina, Ivy whispered, coughing in the dusty air as she crawled to her. Trent stood between Landon and me, shaking in anger. You use borrowed power, Landon. I want it back, dot. Ivy looked up from Nina, hatred in her black eyes. Landon met them, and I swear he quailed. Everyone he had used to protect him was down. Right, Landon said, spinning to mark a circle. He's jumping. I shouted. The sparkle of power rose up as if in slow motion, and I lurched forward, Jenks still in my grip. Trent tackled me, and I hit the carpet, my fist holding Jenks jamming into my solar plexus. Tears sprang up as I tried to breathe, and with a nasty smile, Landon vanished. Not this time, I groaned, eyes clamped shut as I sank a tendril of thought deep in his mind. That curse he'd tried to bind me with was still in my soul, and we would be connected until it became a part of me and was fully invoked. I distantly heard Trent shouting my name, and I smiled as I felt the real world swallowed up by the imagined, but no less real, world of the doer. I was on the floor in the hotel, but my mind was elsewhere, surrounded by elves. Thoughts not my own beat at me, and I hid my mind behind Landon's as he sent a wave of emotion and domination over them all, collecting the rising power to bend it to one will. He didn't know I was there in his soul. I could feel his fear of what had happened and his relief because he thought he had escaped. The doer was exactly like the demon collective or the witches' coven, there but not a joining of minds yet, each one remaining an individual. The sound of drums shifted the beat of my heart, and the chant tickled a memory I'd never had. The doer elves were spelling, and as their power rose, given direction by Landon's will, a growing sensation of division blossomed with it, like ink on a blank page. Vivian? I thought, then quashed it lest Landon know my soul was here, piggybacked on his thoughts. But it was Vivian, and Professor Anders, and a handful of other bright silver thoughts striding through the ponderous beat of the rising curse. Their song was a half-step out of sync as they tried to break the curse and prevent the lines from ending, but their voices were small and easily lost. Morgan! Landon's thought iced through me as he found me hiding. I gasped as a wave of hatred pinned my soul down. Now you die. I felt my body clench as Landon spun his intent through the doer to collect his borrowed power to his purpose. The chant for the curse to break the lines continued without him as Landon turned his attention to destroying me. Vertigo spun me as he lit a flame of destruction in the middle of my brain. My throat went raw as I screamed as Landon's curse raced through me, burning. Almost lost under my agony, a twang echoed through me. It was the first ley line, falling under the doer's curse. The doer drums thundered, and a cheer rose, drowning out the pain Landon had pinned me with. He turned his thoughts from me, and a comforting black presence scooped me up, rolling me in the scent of burnt amber until the pain retreated and I could think again. Rachel? It was familiar, the cooling burnt amber holding a hint of a British lord's accent. I could feel my body shake on the floor of the Cincinnati hotel, but the pretend world in my thoughts was more real and I slowly focused on those minds around mine. A smattering of souls clustered near, stinking of frustration and broken trust. It was the Demon Collective. Al had found me. Al? I thought, and his relief swept me, tempered by sour acceptance. My body was being cradled by Trent. I could smell the broken scent of spoiled wine. He held me as Al held my mind, but it was my mind that was in greater danger. Thank God you came, I thought at Al, knowing all the demons could hear me. We have to stop this. Landon is breaking the lines. Why do you think we're here? Al thought dryly at me. You shamed them into it. We're likely going to be trapped in the ever after again, but if the lines end, everything goes with it. And then he thought so loudly that for a moment it drowned out the heart-hammering drums. To me, all three souls. To me. Somewhere, pixie dust sifted down upon my bleeding leg. Somewhere I heard Ivy crying for Nina. Somewhere Trent rocked me, begging me not to leave him. But I couldn't abandon the doer, and I felt my mind expand as free souls came demon, elf, witch, so sure and swift that the doer's confidence faltered. Trent! I called when I felt his thoughts wrap around mine as his arms were in reality. No! He's here to help. I shouted when the demons bristled. Leave off. And I gasped, both our bodies jerking when Al yanked Trent's soul next to mine. Your thoughts smell funny, but they're strong, Al said, and then we all started, faltering as another line snapped. I felt myself jerk again as my thoughts expanded as if in a hiccup. Trent's presence beside mine grew bright as the demon minds dimmed. Alone, Trent and I seemed to stand with the elves and witches who'd cleaved to us. Confused, I listened to the doer drums beat against us, furiously renewed by the snapping of a second ley line. Al! Trent, help me find Al! I thought as the howling of surface demons being pulled back to the ever after became strong, the scraping of their claws like nails on a blackboard, shivering through my awareness like ice. The vampire souls were being forced back to the ever after, and I think the demons were going with them. Help me! I thought, terrified. As the lines went, so would they, reducing them sliver by sliver. Al! I shouted, reaching for his presence, but it slipped like silver past me. I can't help them, Trent thought, frustrated as he hid me from the doer drums. They're bound to the ever after. I wouldn't allow it, but the theoretical world made another hiccup as a fourth line snapped. I could feel the undead souls sliding past my awareness, howling as they spiraled back into the ever after. Determination alone held the demons in reality, and that wasn't enough, for when the last line went, so would they. Landon would have it all. I gasped as a fifth line fell, and the demon collective began to fall apart in panic. Don't let go of me, I thought to Trent. I'm getting them out. What? Trent thought, and I focused on his awareness until his thoughts became clear. I'm going in after them. Don't let go. There was only one way I could find and get a grip on the demons. I didn't have time to think about how smart this might or might not be, and I dove deep into my mind to find that tiny ball of black hate that Landon had cursed me with, the original binding curse. Take me, I whispered, opening myself to it and willing it to bind with my soul. I gasped, hearing Al's agonized cry of heartache as the curse gleefully dug its claws into me, molding to me, becoming part of me. And if it was a part of me, then I was a part of it. With a snap that shook me to my core, the demon's thoughts became clear, huddled together in misery. Rachel, why? Al asked, his presence clearer than the rest. You were to be the beginning of us anew, with all the best parts and none of the bad. Another line snapped with the sharpness of a tension wire giving way. Somewhere I could feel Trent's arms around me, the warmth of his tears on my face. His mind, twining about mine, was fainter. He was losing me. Grab someone, I fought at Al, tell them to grab someone else. Everyone goes. Hurry. The lines are going faster. Another line snapped, and the demon collective cried out as if an elevator had dropped 6 feet. Panic sifted up through me, pushed by their own thoughts of failure. Let us go, Al thought, and I focused my awareness on him. If I hadn't taken the binding curse, I never would have found him. But in the doing, I'd lost Trent. You want me to survive? I asked Al. Then you have to survive with me. I'm not doing this by myself. Hold on. There was only the thinnest thread of hope weaving through them, laced with madness and strengthened with hate. I fed on that, bolstering it as I focused on the binding curse, still hot iron bright in me. I could feel them all behind me as I ran the lines of the spell, seeing the shades of color and sound, looking for the telltale sparkle of the goddess magic that the elves had needed to create it. Of course the demons couldn't break it, it was goddess made. But I could. Rachel, no. Al protested as he saw my intent. It will kill you. You're going to live forever, you son of a bastard. I exclaimed as I sensed him try to wiggle free of me. My thoughts clenched on his awareness. I held him as I dove to the bottom of the elven curse and found the goddess, chortling with delight at the mischief she was making. Mystics swirled around her, visible in my mind's eye like purple eyes lidded with feathers. A mystic saw my thoughts, focusing on me with rapt attention, unable to remember but knowing I meant something. Then another. Oblivious, the goddess strummed a ley line, laughing in delight as it curled up and vanished, and my temper snapped. Hey! I exclaimed, and the goddess's emotion imploded on itself, boiling down to a thought of recognition and hatred. You! The goddess snarled, and I opened my thoughts to her, inviting attack. The binding curse was created with the goddess's strength, and it would take that to break it. I will kill you! The goddess screamed into my mind, ribbons of her bright intent coursing through me to snuff out my awareness. The last ley line lay glittering, overloaded and humming. It would fall soon of its own accord without the goddess's will, and I wanted to weep for the stupidity of it all. The ever after was going to fall. I couldn't stop it. I could only keep the demons from falling with it. You want to kill me? I thought at her. Try, I thought, willing the mystics to me, bringing them home, accepting them. The goddess screamed as she felt herself disintegrate. I could hear the doer shaking with her outrage. And in that bare instant before she turned her thoughts to crush me, I wrenched control of the mystics from her. Power sang through me, a million voices turned to one intent. No! The goddess cried, panicked. Give them back! But she was helpless as I bent my will to the elves' ancient binding curse. End this, I said to them, and with no more than my will, the curse that bound the demons to the fate of the ever-after simply ceased to be. A perfect moment of understanding and purity chimed through the demon collective. It resonated from me, blending into the demons and beyond. I felt them all, their awe, their bewilderment of grace bestowed. The wave washed out from them to leave a shocked silence. And then the last line between reality and the ever-after broke. They are mine. The goddess howled at me, and suddenly I was scrambling to save myself as the goddess dug at me, reclaiming what was hers. Fire burned as the mystics rose up, two forces of the same beginning now poised to swamp each other until one was supreme, the other dead. But I didn't want the job. Al! I called, floundering. Al, help me! I cried, knowing he alone could pull me free if he loved me enough to forgive me for what I'd done. Yes, I had saved them, but I'd used elven magic to do it. I was polluted, a pariah, unclean and reviled. Please, I whispered as the goddess dug to my soul, and a sudden smack on my face jolted me to reality. My eyes sprang open. I was looking at a broken ceiling. Trent was holding me, my head in his lap. Al knelt beside him. The scent of ozone was thick in the air, and my throat hurt. You're here, I said, voice raspy. The instant of relief in the demon flashed to nothing, and he pulled back. Why did you do it? He said darkly. Everyone knows you've got mystics in you now. You treacherous demon bitch. Landon screamed, and I gasped as Trent stood, dumping me in his effort to get between me and Landon. You will not. Trent shouted as he stood over me, gesturing. Landon howled, red-faced, as he did the same. But nothing happened. Blinking, he looked at his hands. Trent became white-faced, and Al laughed. You broke the lines, little man, the demon said, and Landon backed up as Al strode forward, white-gloved hand reaching. Guess what? I'm bigger than you. The lines were dead. Jenks. Where's Jenks? Landon made a dash for the door, robes unfurling as his soft slippers scuffed. Excuse me, Al said, striding out after him. Jenks! I called, sitting up in panic, and then opened my fist, remembering that I'd been holding him. Oh God! Are you okay? I asked, seeing him peering up at me with his wings hardly glowing and his narrow face pinched. I don't feel so good, the pixie said as he rubbed his shoulder. Did we win? The lines were dead. The ever after was going to vanish. But the demons would not go with it. I don't know, I whispered, beginning to shake. Trent sat down beside me, exhausted. The hospitals are going to be full. I'm taking you home to get that leg looked at. My attention darted to my thigh. It was throbbing like the devil, but at least the bleeding had stopped. Where's Ivy? Nina? About 5 minutes ahead of us, Trent said as he looked at Jenks sitting on my palm, trembling from the cold and shock. Lucy? I asked as he stood. With Elspeth, he said shortly as he lifted me to my feet. The blood rushed from my head and I stood for a moment, wavering. I could hear noise in the street. The lines were gone. Magic was dead. We'd be lucky to get out of Cincinnati before midnight. You think giving her to Elspeth was a good idea? Trent tucked a shoulder under mine. I think you were right about her and I was wrong. Can you walk? Jaw clenched, I took a hobbling step to the door. I might have broke something. I think so, too. We should get out of here. Nauseated and holding Jinx close, I limped to the door. The demons were safe, but I'd killed the source of magic to do it. That probably wasn't going to go over very well. Chapter 27. I leaned hard against Trent as the elevator lurched and settled. My leg throbbed, and I cupped a depressed pixie tight to me. I knew Jenks was thinking about his kids, scattered over the city, and Jumuk and Izzy at Trent's estate. If he couldn't fly, then they couldn't either. There were no predators in Trent's gardens, but that wasn't what Jenks would be worried about. It was the natural magic from free-ranging mystics that gave pixies flight, and there wasn't enough of them around anymore. The goddess was pissed, having gathered her untold thousands of eyes to her and gone brooding somewhere, plotting to kill me. Or at least most of them, I thought as a tingle passed between Trent and me as the ornate doors slid apart. Noise spilled in, and what little zest I had left for the day vanished as I saw the FIB hats and IS vests in the lobby. What happened? I asked as Jenks perked up, a faint dust hazing him. Looks like someone made a call. Trent scooped me up and carried me out when I balked. There were too many people, and I was sure more than one of them wanted to talk to me in ugly, accusing voices. My bleeding leg was obvious, and Trent started for the front desk. Both an IS and an FIB cop were interviewing a tearful hotel employee, and the restaurant to the left was full of sullen words. One of them caught sight of me, jiggling his buddy's elbow before grinning and giving me a bunny-eared kiss. Heads began to turn, and I felt sick. There's Eden, I said as I looked over Trent's shoulder to the bar. Immediately Trent did a 180, making me dizzy. Do you see Nina or Ivy? Trent shifted his grip on me before taking the shallow stairs up, his jolting pace making my leg throb even more. No. I think they got out before all this. I can't see fairy farts, Jenks complained. Rake, it's my wings that don't work, not my brain. Put me on your shoulder, will you? Someone pointed us out to Eden and he grimaced before turning away again. It wasn't a promising start. You sure you can hold on? Hell yes, the pixie grumbled, and I carefully shifted him. I'm not going to yell at Eden from your hand. I know how you feel, I said, glancing at Trent. Ah, I appreciate this, but. You will sit where I put you and not move, he said as he pushed his way through the milling uniforms and into the informal bar area. Excuse me. Pardon. He said loudly, finally setting me on one of the bar stools. It was about the right height, but I almost lost my breakfast at the pain when Trent moved someone's satchel off the adjacent stool and lifted my leg onto it. Eden, I called, and the man's ears went red. Eden. I called louder, and his shoulders hunched. I debated sliding down and hobbling over, but Trent gestured for me to stay, needing to turn sideways to slip through the crowd to reach him. This sucks, Jenks complained from my shoulder, and I waved at Eden when he looked at me after Trent shook his hand. The officers he was talking to broke up, and the short, graying, and overworked FIB captain reluctantly came over, hands in his pockets. Eden, did you see Ivy and Nina? I asked even before he got close. Eden glanced at the big glass doors, clearly worried. I saw them into the ambulance myself, he said, then sent his gaze over my bleeding leg, Jenks sitting on my shoulder, and then Trent. Al said you were going to try and stop Landon. He pulled himself straighter, looking over the crowd. Paramedic. I've got a non-life-threatening GSW. Gee, thanks, I said, trying to smile. Al, eh? Interesting. The slug is still in her leg. Trent hovered close to keep people from knocking into me. Can you get her to emergency or should I take her home? Eden scratched his shoulder, his expression creased in worry. It will take an hour to get an ambulance out here. How fast is your copter? An hour. I exclaimed, and Jenks's wings clattered when Eden took my chin and peered at me. You aren't dying, he said distantly, evaluating my pain by the look in my eyes. The roads are clogged. He let go of my chin and straightened. This is worse than last time, but. An unusually small woman with a Red Cross tackle box was trying to push her way through the taller people. I heard a grunt and the man blocking her way jumped. Oh, I'm sorry. She beamed up at him, worming her way closer and shoving people to make a space around me. My God, you would think they were afraid to go outside, she muttered, eyeing me for signs of shock. Why are there so many wars here? They cleared the hotel out for me, I said, and Eden started edging backward and beckoning someone closer. She was poking at my leg, so I looked away, trying not to pass out. If I passed out, I'd never make it to the next fight, and there was going to be another. The vampires' souls were gone. I'd felt them being pulled back to the ever after, trapped in a universe that would soon shrink to nothing and die. Cornwall was going to be pissed. I looked past Trent, now on the phone with a finger in his open ear, to the night-gloomed street. Traffic was stopped, and the flashes of red and blue lights on the buildings were ominous. I can't believe you hired Al, I said to get my mind off my leg, and Eden's entire demeanor shifted to a pleased wickedness. Seriously? Where is he, anyway? Chasing down Landon. Eden almost swaggered, so pleased was he. He's the one who called us in. We got here before the IS. Ah, if it's any consolation, Cornwall agrees that the elves were trying to kill the undead. No, that doesn't help, I said sourly, then jerked, pain stabbing me. Ow. The paramedic looked at Eden, not me. It's still in there. I know it's still in there, I exclaimed, and Trent smiled as he put a hand over his phone. Eden, the surface demons are gone, correct? He asked, and Eden nodded. You need to get that leg looked at, Eden said. I said snarkily, gesturing at the woman wrapping a temporary bandage around my leg so it wasn't so awful looking. I mean, Eden said, leaning in close, by someone who can do something about it. I smiled hopefully at the paramedic, and she shook her head. No. This goes to emergency. I don't have the forms to file for taking out a bullet. Trent snapped his phone closed. He looked pleased with himself, and I swear I felt a tingle as his hand touched my shoulder. My medcopter is coming. I'll take care of Rachel. Where did they take Ivy? I've no idea. Can you find out? Jenks piped up, and Eden's "I have things to do" expression softened at the worry in the pixie's voice. I'll ask. Eden gave my other shoulder a squeeze. He headed out into the mess, shouting a request to get a name and contact number from the Wars and get them out of here. I thought it sweet that Trent was going to take me to the same facility where Ivy and Nina were. Or maybe he knew I'd never stay at the hospital unless I could hobble down the hallway to make sure Ivy was okay. The paramedic pushed some pills into my hand and curled my fingers over them. Pain amulets aren't working. Find some water and take these. You have 4 hours to get that bullet removed and sutured, or they're going to make it heal open and ugly. Got it? Got it, I whispered as she snapped her tackle box closed and went to tend to someone's crushed finger. I opened my hand and looked at the little packet of pills. I suppose it was better than nothing, and I took the glass of water Trent had reached over the bar for. Thanks, I said, words garbled as I juggled the pills around on my tongue. You know there are a lot of people who need a medical copter more than me. God, they tasted awful, and I swallowed them down and made a face. I'm sure there are, Trent said as he kissed my forehead. Tink loves a duck, Jenks complained. You're not going to sift your dust together right here, are you? Take me over to Eden. He's warm, Dot. Eden was stuck in the middle of the floor, and I didn't like the way he kept looking back at me or the shade of red his neck was turning. The Wars were beginning to leave, and Jenks's wings tickled my neck as we both realized that every single one of them was running in the same direction the instant they hit the pavement. What is going on? I asked. Jenks sifted a thin, frustrated dust and Trent fidgeted, his expression wary as we watched 3 more Wars run down the street. Ah. I'll be right back, he said when Jenks began making a weird whine, Trent jiggling on his feet before lurching into motion and striding to Eden. The floor was clearing out, and it made me even more nervous than the crowded one. I don't care if it's the devil himself they got pinned down, you get your ass over there now and stop it. Eden was shouting. Jenks's wings clattered, the barest hint of silver slipping down my front. You just going to sit here, Dot? My leg was bandaged, and I held it as I moved it off the stool, teeth clenched as I tried not to use my leg muscles at all. My stomach lurched, and I almost lost those lame pills. I hesitated, the bar hard under my hand as I planned my way over, noting every handrail, every chair. Come on, rake. Jenks urged. They're almost done. I painfully hobbled forward, every step hurting. Trent caught sight of me, his expression shifting to annoyance, and he slid an arm around my back to hold me up as I made the last few steps to lean on the decorative side table. What's up? I asked. Clearly upset, Eden pointed at 5 more men, and they trooped out. 6 more released Wars jostled around them and ran up the street in the same direction. Rachel, I'm sorry, the captain said. Get up to the roof and wait for Trent's copter. I have to go. There's a mob at Fountain Square, and without magic, we can't stop it. That's like half a block from here, Jenks said, and my eyes flicked to the door and the new night beyond. Which is why you are going to go to the roof until Trent can get you out. Get me out? Suspicious, I put a hand on Eden's arm and stopped him cold. Why? Get her out. Eden exclaimed, his eyes hard on Trent as he pried my fingers off. Trent's hold on me strengthened as he began to pull me toward the elevators. Let's go, Rachel, he said, but his worry tripped all my warning flags and I dug my heels in, so to speak. Trent, what don't you want me to see? Eden's expression became almost panicked, and I squinted mistrustfully at Trent as he soothed me with a calm, it's nothing you can do anything about. Nothing I can do anything about? Jenks's wings fluttered and he tugged on my ear. Rake, they've got a demon pinned down in the square. My wings are broken, not my ears. Jenks! Eden exclaimed, and Trent, too, winced. At the square? I looked at the doors, remembering the wars running that way. Panic slid through me at the thought of what a human, what anyone, might do if they found a demon unable to do magic. My God. Al. Way to go, Jenks, Trent grumbled. You said she couldn't do anything about it. Jenks shouted, hurting my ear. Well, she's not dead, is she? And I want to keep it that way. Trent argued. I pushed up from the table, telling myself that my leg didn't hurt that much now that I'd swallowed those pills. Is it Al? I asked, and Trent lifted his shoulders, unhappy. You don't know. Eden put a hand on my shoulder and I shrugged it off. You didn't think this wasn't going to happen, did you? He said, brown eyes sad as he looked past Trent to the dark street. Demons have preyed upon humans and Interlanders for thousands of years, and now that they're helpless, what did you expect? That we'd take them to our bosoms and make cocoa? Something a little better than this. Teeth clenched, I shoved past Trent and headed for the door. It was only half a block. I could hear the noise from here. Damn it, Jenks! Trent swore. This was exactly what I was trying to avoid. Rachel! Eden called, following me. You're not in any shape. I took a step down, pain widening my eyes. Breathless, I leaned against the stairway railing. God help me, I had 2 more to go. I just busted my ass getting them to reality. I'm not going to let a mob kill them. Now either get me over there or get out of my way. Both men were silent as they looked at me, both with regret. Well, I snapped, pain making my words sharper than I wanted. Just how serious are you about this, or is it all only if it's convenient? That's not fair, Trent said, and then I gasped when he scooped me up. Trent! Put me down! I shouted. You son of a bastard, put me down! But Jenks was laughing. Relax, Rake. Look at his ears. He's taking you to the square, Dot. You are? Blinking fast, I put my arm around Trent's neck to distribute my weight more evenly. Sure enough, Trent's ears were red with irritation and his jaw was set. I knew I loved you, I said, almost crying. Oh God. Thank you. Trent's gaze was fixed on the door as Eden dropped back in frustrated defeat. I hope you still do by sunrise, he said dryly. This is the dumbest thing I've ever done. Calamac, she can't even walk. Eden protested as I used my good foot to shove the glass door open. The smell of the concrete night rose up around us, gritty on my tongue with the flashing lights and the sounds of an angry crowd. You sure? Trent asked. The sound of gunfire popped. I thought of Al. I had no magic, no safety net, and I couldn't walk well. Yes. I had to, even if fear had me so tense I felt sick. Trent began to walk, his steps usually so graceful now jarring. Okay, I said more to myself than anyone else. We'll finish this, find out where Ivy and Nina are, and then go to Trent's to check on Lucy. I'm sure they're fine. Trent, I'm sure she got Lucy out of here before the sun went down. She did, Trent said as we turned the corner. I already called. My God. He stopped dead on the sidewalk as the wall of sound hit us. My mouth dropped as I stared, heart hammering. The square was packed with screaming people, angry, with their fists in the air. The lights were bright in the big TV showed a frightened newscaster, the caption spelling tragedy and fear as the sun went down across the U.S. On the stage in a bright spotlight was a man with a handgun. He was pointing it at a kneeling figure before him, bloodied and beaten. Bound and held from behind by 2 more men was an androgynous figure with big bony feet showing from under a shapeless robe. Newt. No. I screamed, wiggling until I hit the ground. Trent pulled me up, and I reached out. Stop! I screamed as the man on the stage shouted something. The crowd howled, and then I almost passed out as the flash of the gun and the sound of a shot shocked through me. A wave of sound echoed between the buildings as the mob cried out. I could not breathe, could not believe it as the bound figure fell, dead, on the stage. I could not believe this. At least it smells better than the French Revolution, Al said at my elbow. I spun, almost falling until Trent propped me up. My God, I said, touching Al in his new suit and lingering on his red, goat-slitted eyes. Go, I said, shoving him back toward the hotel. Go! Get out of here! Trent has a copter coming. Go! It's her! Someone shouted, and my heart seemed to stop. It's her! It's that demon woman! Shit, Trent whispered, and I went cold as people in the streets turned, their faces ugly with fear, hatred, and a mad aggression. Rachel! I gasped as someone grabbed me from behind. My leg gave way and I fell. Trent! I screamed, fighting the elbows and hands as I was pulled up and away. Damn it, let me go! I demanded, and then screamed when they twisted my arm behind me, forcing me through the crowd. Agony numbed my leg and I fell, so they picked me up, shoving me from person to person, pinching my arms, pulling my hair, tripping me. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe. Jenks! I called out. He was gone. I fought to be free, but someone punched me in the middle and I bent double, unaware and struggling to breathe until they hauled me up onto the stage. Terrified, I hung in someone's grip, shocked and bleeding as Al landed next to me in a sliding thud. Men kicked him to stay down, and he sat where he was, his new suit torn and his face bloodied. Newt still stood, her expression proud and a little wild as she waited beside me, her hands bound with a plastic bag. You try anything and I'll shoot you. The man with the gun screamed at us. The bleeding corpse behind him was dragged off, and the crowd carried it away. My gore rose, and I struggled to keep from vomiting. Trent? Where are Trent and Jenks? Jenks couldn't fly. He'd be crushed. If you have any ideas, Al said, sitting cross-legged with his hands laced behind his head. No, not really. I pulled my eyes from the slick smear of blood, wondering how many demons they'd killed so far. What the hell kind of an ending was this? Get up! The man with the gun screamed. I said, get up. Al stood, his expression far more placid than I would have expected. Thank you for our freedom, he said to me as the man with the gun cavorted before us, whipping the crowd up to bolster his own courage. I will never understand why you cared. I don't like bullies, I said flatly, and Newt smiled. The electric lights caught a glint in her eye, almost anticipatory. I knew she longed for an end, but this was wrong, so wrong. They will all die. The man screamed. All the demons. Magic is dead, and we will be safe. Safe from the freaks and unholy demons. They might kill me, but they would damn well listen to me first. Shut the hell up! I shouted, my voice cutting through the noise as if it was supplemented by magic. The crowd heard me, and in the barest hesitation of their outrage, I added, and get your stinking hands off me. Adrenaline was a silver ribbon, snapping through me as I plowed my elbow into the man holding me. Weight on my good leg, I spun to break his nose with my elbow, shoving him off the stage and into the crowd. Al cried out in elation, his expression fearsome as he rose and moved in sharp, decisive motions, flipping the two who held him into the crowd. Like a banshee gone berserk, Newt howled, kicking at everyone who got close. Between them, no one dared try the stage, and in the sudden hush, I realized no one was up here anymore but us, the forgotten gun, and the man who had shot it, now huddling beside a huge amp. Al paced back and forth, his steps red from stepping in blood. Newt held her hands out to me and I tried to get the plastic knots free. I was beginning to think you might not make it in time, she said dryly. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't feel my leg. Who was that? I asked, eyes darting to the blood smear. Behind us, the man who'd shot him cowered. His hand had bones sticking out, and the gun, now useless to him, lay tauntingly within reach. Newt glanced at the blood, then rubbed her wrists as the knots came loose. I don't know. He wasn't a demon. Honestly, I was simply enjoying the fountain and he was sitting beside me. Relief coursed through me, quickly followed by anger. They killed an innocent man because he might have been a demon? I said loudly, then turned to the crowd, slowly realizing what they'd done, what they'd allowed, hell, what they'd encouraged to happen. You killed a man and he wasn't even a demon. I shouted, my voice echoing between the buildings. What is wrong with you people? They're demons. Someone shouted, quickly hushed by those nearest her. Yeah? So what? I shouted back. That didn't go over so well, and the murderous rise of complaints started to gain strength. The crowd, though, was beginning to break up at the back as the IS and FIB began to show. Demons deserve to die. Another shouted, and I turned to him, feeling both strong and weak with Newt and Al behind me. Why, because you say so? I said, fingertips tingling. Maybe, but not on my watch. I warned you. I told you taking the easy way out was a bad idea. Did you listen? No. So you're going to listen to me now. That went over even better, and small fights were breaking out all over as the wars tried to get closer to the stage. You need more practice at this, Al said as two men vaulted onto the stage. Go home. I shouted as Newt waved a cautionary finger at the men. Go home, and pray that I find a way to reinstate the lines in Arizona, or demons without magic will be the least of your problems. You all think that security and peace are born from destroying everything stronger than you? There is no safety. There is no peace but what you make, every day, every second, with every choice. As if that was the signal, the crowd surged forward, swamping us. Panic iced through me again, and I slipped on some poor man's blood and went down, almost passing out from the pain as my hip hit the stage. Rake! I heard distantly, and then I'd had it. Enough! I shouted, and a great boom of sound exploded from me. My fingers tingled, and I pulled my head up as men cried out, falling back from the stage, pushed by a glowing ball of silver light. My hair was floating, and I tried to flatten it, but I couldn't stand up, and my hands were sticky. I felt as if I were glowing, and I looked at Al. He had fallen, seeming as shocked as I was. It had been magic, but how? Oh, you did it now. Newt crowed, kicking that gun under the amp and almost dancing as she lurched to me and hauled me to my feet. Everyone in the square was picking themselves up. It was so quiet you could hear individual people and the whine of a siren. Mystics? Al said, again at my elbow, but he wasn't talking to me, and Newt nodded. My heart seemed to both sink and expand. Mystics. I couldn't hear them, but clearly they were here with me. And if they had found me, then so would the goddess. Oh no, I whispered, scrambling to hide, to run, but Newt held my arm, forcing me to stay still and face the crowd. Just let me, she almost snarled, her lips inches away as she pinched my arm. Let me in, Rachel. And panicked, I did, wiggling as I felt her siphon off some of the energy in my chi to shift my aura to hide me for a few moments more. As soon as the goddess figured out she could find me by the mystics circling me, I was a goner. Bloody band-aid, Newt said, eyeing the dispersing crowd. I feel better already. Al? Someone in an FIB hat was beckoning us to the stairway. Numb, I shuffled that way. The crowd was scattering now as the cops started arresting them en masse, cuffing everyone and making them kneel in rows. Well, I'm not going to say this is a good thing, Al grumped, and I gasped when Newt clenched my arm. Not good. She snapped. The lines are broken and you're still going to hold to outdated beliefs based on a war that not even you remember the cause of? It's elven magic, he whined, looking pathetic. Both of you shut up, I said as I saw Trent. Oh God, he had Jenks with him, and I almost fell off the stage trying to get to them. The crowd was dispersing. They even had an ambulance, and I felt sick as I realized the medical people were clustered about that man who'd been shot. Another, very loud group of FIB agents was reading the rights to the man who'd shot him, his broken hand bound before him, bleeding and ugly. Maybe the shot man was still alive. Trent! I called, and he reached out. I fell into his arms, burrowing my head against his shoulder as I shook. They were going to kill me. I sobbed as Jenks's wings clattered. What is wrong with them? Shoo, you're okay, he soothed, and I pulled my head up, sniffing and sniveling as Al stiffly handed me a cloth handkerchief. Next time, can we stop the lynch mob some other way? Jenks, you're flying, I said, and the satisfied pixie landed on Newt's shoulder. For the moment, he said, sparkles almost vanishing. Crap on toast, girl. How come you can do magic and no one else can? Because she's got a growing sliver of mystics looking to her, Al said sourly. That's probably why you can fly. She's a magnet. I felt like a magnet, all spiky and full of little electrical charges. I looked up at the thump-thump-thump of chopper wings echoing between the buildings. What was left of the crowd scattered, even some of the handcuffed were sneaking off. It felt good to be alive, and I leaned into Trent even more. I told you this would happen. And no one listened. Can she ever be right without rubbing your nose in it? Al griped, and Jenks spilled a silver dust that vanished too quickly for my comfort. The chopper swung into the square, and I smiled up at it, knowing it was going to take me somewhere where I wouldn't have to think for a while, where I could have a bath, wash my hair, and maybe get the bullet out of my leg. Oops, she's going down. Someone called, and I felt myself fall into Trent's arms. And I swear, I heard him singing as the helicopter lifted us up and away. Chapter 28. The wind whipped my hair into a snarled mess as I inched to the edge of the medical helicopter. In an instant, the scent of antiseptic and bandages was stripped away, the hint of pavement and horse coming to me in the moonless night. Trent reached up, his hand bandaged and a raw red scrape on his cheek where he'd fallen. My heart seemed to skip a beat as I settled my fingers into his. I could have lost him. I could have lost everything. She should be in the chair, said the paramedic who'd taken the bullet out and stitched me up on the way over. Trent just shrugged and lifted me down, my muscles aching as his grip tightened on me. My ribs hurt, and I held my breath. I'd rather die than sit in that chair with straps and be lowered down. Which is a distinct possibility, I thought as my feet hit the parking lot and the resulting jolt of pain broke through whatever mundane drugs they had me on. Thanks, I whispered, feeling ill as I tucked the crutch Trent was handing me under my arm. It was already sized to me. Seemed he kept them on hand as a matter of course. I was still trying to wrap my head around the mob at the square. They'd shot that man in cold blood. Newt was going to be next. Then me. Then Al. Nothing could excuse that kind of mindless panic, and I was shaken, betrayed by the same people I'd risked my life to save. Tink loves a duck. Jenks protested, tugging at my hair as the wind swamped him. Can we get inside? I want to check on my kids. First thing on the list, I said as I looked past Al and Newt, ogling Trent's holdings, to the cluster of people coming down the stairs to greet us. This wasn't the usual way, but the parking lot had been empty for almost 3 months and apparently there was an issue waiting for Trent in his front office and this was quicker. That's one good thing, I whispered, barely heard over the copter blades as I saw Quinn, Elizabeth, and the girls. Elizabeth held Ray, the little girl solemn and quiet. Lucy was more vocal, but clearly unhappy as she reached for Trent, complaining loudly when Elizabeth stopped short at the sight of Al and Newt. Grinning, Al tweaked Lucy's nose, but his smile vanished worryingly fast. Trent! The woman exclaimed, looking frazzled with her hair down and Lucy tugging on it. There are demons everywhere. Everywhere. None of them can do any magic, Ellie, Trent admonished, taking Lucy before the little girl jumped out of her mother's arms. But they're everywhere. The woman complained, shooting sideways glances at Newt and Al, cooking in the bar's kitchen, in the garage looking at your cars, in the conservatory talking to the fairies. I've had to put up a sign to keep them out of your apartments. I'll see what I can do, Trent said as Lucy wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a fierce, little girl kiss. My teeth clenched as I step-hopped to the stairs, trying to decide how to get up them. Elizabeth looked awful, not just tired from dealing with the stress of what was probably 400 demons showing up on her doorstep, but frightened now that magic was gone. You need to do something about Landon, too, she said, taking Lucy back when Trent saw me balk at the stairs. He's been on the news, talking to everyone with a mic. He's trying to put a spin on this to blame Rachel. Me. I barked as Trent cupped a hand around my free elbow to half lift me up a step. Elizabeth looked at me, her words hesitant as she took in the bandages and blood. Not all of it was mine. Most of it wasn't mine, actually, and that somehow made it worse. Ah, no one believes, she said. But you need to do something, Trent. He's blaming you, too. I'll get right on it, he said wearily, and she scowled, thinking she was being put off, but I honestly didn't know what she expected him to do. According to the news, anti-Landon sentiment was growing among the elves as they demanded answers and he kept blaming me. Even the elves had lost their magic. Either the goddess was withholding her strength, or the elves needed the lines, too. And yet I had blown down everyone in the square using mystics. Hooray, me. I snuck a glance at Al and Newt, glad they both seemed to be ignoring it. Newt's cheerful attitude in the face of the end of all magic wasn't giving me any warm fuzzies, though. Sahan, Dolly is waiting for you in your office, and Cornwall would like to speak with you at his convenience, Quinn said. Ray reached out, and Trent took her, leaving me to handle the next step alone. In my office, eh? Trent said, nodding for Quinn to take my elbow since Ray had buried her face in his chest and wouldn't let go. Tell Cornwall he's going to have to come to me if he wants to chat. Newt and Al were waiting for us at the top of the stairs, and Quinn scooped me up. I would have protested, but I'd slowed everyone else down to a crawl. That was incredibly stupid, Quinn muttered, lagging behind as Trent took Elizabeth's elbow and turned her away from me. You put yourself and Trent in incredible danger taking the stage like that. I frowned, not saying anything until we reached the top and I wiggled until he put me down. I didn't take the stage, they dragged me up there. And what would you have done if you saw John on a stage with a gun to his head and a dead body at his knees? Quinn's eye twitched as he looked past me to Elizabeth, ushering Lucy inside, Trent and Ray following as Trent argued over something with the frazzled woman. The same. Are you going to let me help you to Trent's office? The helicopter was winding up again, lights flashing over us and making Al look more demonic than usual as he grabbed my arm. I'll help her, he said, making me wonder at his motives. Both of you back off, Newt said as she pushed Al away with a single finger on his chest. I'm helping Rachel today. She saved my life, the poor dear. I was starting to feel like a dog's tug toy, but I really wanted to sit down and didn't care who helped me to Trent's office. I leaned heavily on Newt as Al held the door and we shuffled inside. Thanks, I muttered, and Jenks swore at me as I tucked my hair behind my ear when the wind cut off. I'd forgotten he was there. Elizabeth was already halfway down the hall, her voice twined with Lucy's as the little girl tried to outdo her mother in volume. It was incredibly brave of you, Newt said as we slowly paced after them. Very brave, but incredibly stupid. Oh God, I thought my ribs were going to cave in, and my teeth clenched. I wasn't thinking about rescuing you. I just wanted them to stop killing people, but... Obviously, she cooed, and my steps became even slower as we got to the carpet in the hallway and I couldn't shuffle anymore. Trent was standing outside his office at his empty secretary's desk. His expression was pinched with irritation. Elizabeth didn't look much better, and she almost had a cow when he handed Ray to Al. I'd like you and John to find out where Ivy and Nina are. Apparently they never made it to the hospital. I spun, my sight dimming when I moved too fast. What? Quen took Ray from Al and inclined his head. Sahan, he said simply, turning to go. The soft clatter of Jenks's wings under my ear shocked through me. He'd been so quiet I'd forgotten he was there. Hey, Quen, he shouted. How about dropping me off at the greenhouse? I want to check on my kids. Crap, I'm sorry, Jenks, I said. Don't worry about it. Go sit somewhere, Jenks said, a thin red dust spilling from him as he took to the air. Your grinding teeth are giving me a headache, Dot. Elizabeth and Lucy trailed along behind him, leaving Al and Newt staring expectantly at Trent and me. Trent took my elbow, his expression grim as he angled us to his office. Ivy. Trent, you don't think Cornwall has Ivy and Nina, do you? I asked. He wanted to see you. See Trent, not me. The slight difference was the only thing keeping me here and not stealing one of Trent's faster cars, bad leg or no. That's what Quen is going to find out. It was going to be a long night, and I almost cried when we finally got to Trent's office. Dolly was in there, and I tried not to lean on Trent as he opened the door. The couch Trent had put in last week for short catnaps never looked better, and I gave Dolly a swift nod, heart pounding as I moved as fast as I could and almost fell into it. Leather-scented air puffed up around me, and I thought it smelled wrong without a little vampire incense in with it. Dolly, Trent said cautiously, and the older, somewhat fat demon turned from where he'd been looking at the colorful saltwater fish in the wall tank behind Trent's desk. How very elven, Dolly said softly, eyes flicking behind Trent to Al and Newt. Keeping all his beautiful captives on display. The rims of Trent's ears went red. Everything in that tank was captive bred. Nothing came from the wild. Simpering, Dolly settled himself behind the desk as if it was his. That makes it worse. I could tell Dolly sitting at his desk bothered Trent as he rubbed the side of his nose and went to feed the fish, his motion slow as he took a canister of food from a drawer inches from Dolly's foot. Why are all of you here? Trent said, his back to everyone as he sifted the food in and the rest of his fish came out of hiding. Newt settled herself gracefully in the remaining chair, leaving Al and Trent standing. Last in, last out, she said cryptically. Dolly's line was the last formed, so it was the last to go. I tried to shift my leg up off the floor, deciding to let it stay where it was when I almost passed out. What about my line? I asked when I could think again. Al harumphed, fists at the small of his back as he stood before the big vid screen showing an empty paddock at night. Last line formed while fleeing the ever after, he explained. Which might be why you are able to perform magic, and we can't. My line still exists? I said, and Al shook his head. The lines were dead. There was no question as to how I could still do magic, and Dolly wasn't happy even with Al's lie as to why. Now, Gally, Newt almost pouted, shifting her robe to hide the welts the makeshift cuffs at the square had given her. You know that's not why Rachel was able to do magic. It wasn't mystics, Dolly growled. I didn't have any choice, I said in a rush, seeing Al stiffen. They're dead. All the lines. Oh God, the lines were dead. I hadn't seen Biss since yesterday. He must be in agony. Ivy was missing, probably in one of Cornwall's bedrooms awaiting my arrival so he could kill her and make me save her soul. I have to go, I said, leg throbbing as I gripped the arm of the chair and lurched to a stand reaching for my crutch. I have to get back to the church. Trent, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything, and I need to help who I can. Don't be stupid. Newt leaned across the space between us to yank my crutch from me and throw it at Dolly. Trent reached to catch it before it hit his fish tank, but Dolly was faster, and he glared at Newt as she settled back, pleased with herself for keeping me on the couch and getting Dolly's attention all at once. Dolly, you know as well as I that Rachel's line went down first. The goddess hates her. Rachel can do magic because the tiniest mote of mystics are looking to her, swarming her and creating a field she can tap into. Newt's eyes rose as she looked speculatively at me, filling her chi with wild magic. I sat back down, pinned to my chair by Dolly's fierce look. That is a lie. Dolly insisted, and Newt looked to the ceiling in false idleness. Or any she cared to share it with, Newt finished. She's like a little ley line hotspot. Enough! Dolly shouted. Trent inched in between me and the incensed demon, and Newt bobbed her foot like a 12-year-old, delighted to rub the demon's nose in something that would get me into trouble and distract Dolly from realizing she'd once practiced elven magic, too. It's the mystics, you decrepit old demon, she said saucily. The lines are dead, and the ever after has until sunrise before the tides shift and it's sucked out of existence, taking everything with it. Jenks, I thought, looking at the door but helpless to walk to it. He couldn't survive long without magic. This either. And the vampires. Their souls would have nowhere to go when they died their first death. Something was going to snap. You freed the familiars, yes? Trent asked, and Dolly's expression went sour. Your slaves? You're abandoning them? Trent exclaimed, outraged. Your contract says you'll keep them alive. You can't just forget that because it's difficult. Difficult? Dolly snapped. And the undead souls, I said aloud, thoughts on Ivy. She'd kill herself twice to keep her soul and consciousness together, even if she believed that would send her soul straight to hell. Dolly leaned forward over Trent's desk, a thick finger pointing at me. Failure to uphold any contract here isn't my fault. I held to the undead curse as well as can be expected. Lip curled back to show his teeth, he glared at Trent. You and your species are to blame for the vampire's soul destruction, not me. Soul destruction? I wondered, then pounced on that because it seemed to distress Dolly the most. You promised the first undead that his soul would be waiting, didn't you? That promise falls to all who followed him. And now you can't fulfill it. This is not my fault. Dolly shouted, and the fish behind him dashed into hiding. You oversaw the curse, Newt said sourly. This is intolerable, Trent said, beginning to pace. An entire population of living, breathing people trapped in the ever after to die? Dolly laughed, the bitter sound chilling. Funny. That's what you had intended for us. Trent spun, his anger slipping from his ironclad control. It was your idea first. Al tugged his suit coat straight. Because you made slaves of us and warped our children so far from us they were as imbeciles. Hey! I exclaimed, not wanting to be counted as an idiot from birth. No, I could prove that all on my own. Boys and girls, Newt soothed, her pleasant expression faltering when she noticed a bruise in the shape of a handprint on her arm. We, have all suffered, and though we clearly cannot forget, can we at least strive to forgive each other such that we can survive? Trent turned his back on us, frustrated. There's nothing to move forward to, he said as he looked at his hands to estimate their shaking. No magic to move forward with. They didn't listen to me, and now we all suffer. My stomach hurt, but my ribs hurt more, and all I wanted to do was lie down and not move. I'm sorry, I whispered. If there was anything that could be done. There is, love. Dolly's head snapped up at Newt's soft croon. The demon's hard, unforgiving expression pulsed through me with a surge of adrenaline. Newt, Al growled as he stood before Trent's seldom-used wet bar, his shoulders hunched in tense. Shut the hell up. Trent came forward a step. There aren't enough mystics looking to her, he said, but Dolly's vehemence as he thumped a meaty fist on the table brought him up short. No! The older demon shouted. I'll not have it. I'd sooner see us dead than be saved with elf magic. Newt's foot bobbed and her cheeks flushed. Dead is exactly what we will be. Are you blind or simply that stubborn? Demons can do magic through the goddess. They just don't like to admit it. They think it sullies them. It does. Dolly cried. They're animals. Newt simpered. Aren't we all, old man? Rachel? She extended a slender hand to me, pale and unmarked. I could have sworn that her knuckles had been bruised, and I shied from taking it. Smiling, she turned her reach into a flamboyant gesture. She's modest. The girl can do it. No! Dolly exclaimed. By the two worlds colliding, if I could go back in time, I'd kill her the first time she set foot in my office. Al rubbed his forehead before picking up 2 shot glasses full of an amber something he'd just poured from Trent's bar. I know the feeling, he said, setting one of them on Trent's desk and giving it a clink before sipping his. Then you'd both be dead 3 times over already, Newt said brightly. You, Dolly, are not yet ready to slip from this life, and for all your pissing and moaning, neither are you, Gally. Not like this, whimpering and sniveling, taken out by an elf's plotting. Rachel can do elven magic. I don't care if you don't like it. So can you all, if you would take that holier-than-thou noose off your necks. Ah, Newt? I hazarded, but Dolly had stood, his face red and frustrated as the already insecure demon came to grips with the fact that he was helpless before a world that wanted to see him dead. No more. The demon bellowed, and Newt stood, robe unfurling. You will. Newt shouted back, and I pressed deeper into the couch. I have watched your cowardice and unfounded prejudice stain our existence long enough. We share a source of magic with the elves. No wonder they best us time and again when we ignore the source of our strength and take it in the dribs and drabs that exist in tiny pockets. Enough! Dolly shouted, and Newt strode forward to put her face inches from his. You will listen! She exclaimed, her black eyes flashing in a haze of blue rimming her hands. Dolly's eyes flicked to them and she abruptly backed off, shoulders hunched and eyes down. Al cleared his throat. This just got a lot more interesting, he said, and Dolly's confidence came rushing back. Newt, where are you getting your magic, love? Newt grimaced. I gave Trent a shrug, breathing easier when Dolly finally found someone else to be mad at. Rachel isn't the only one dabbling in elf magic, eh? Dolly said, clearly disgusted as he pushed back from the desk and stood. I don't know what you're talking about. Newt hid her hands in her sleeves. I suddenly felt like 2 kids having been caught setting off stink spells in the girls' bathroom. Not that I had experience there much. Brow furrowed, Dolly took a sip of his drink, not as irate as I would have expected. But then Newt was known to be crazy. You knew about this? Dolly asked Al. Al shrugged. I didn't believe her. How could a demon hide that she and the goddess? Newt's head came up. I won't sit and do nothing as Rachel goes insane trying to hide what she is, what we all are. The goddess will speak to us, answer us as well. And leave us to die, Dolly said bitterly. To fight and scratch out an existence when she turns her back on us? No. Never again. She has her favorites and I'll not be played for a fool once more. It was starting to come together, this bitter rivalry between the elves and the demons, and I watched, silent, when Newt, her robes rustling faintly, crossed to where Dolly now sat against Trent's desk, his head bowed as harsh thoughts spun through him. You don't have to, Newt said softly as she touched his arm. A haze shifted between them, and Dolly looked at his hands, feeling the energy she had given him, filling his chi with a portion of her own. His breath caught as he accepted that there was a way out of this if he could let go of a lifetime of hatred. How long have you hidden this? Newt turned away. I don't remember. So long that the goddess's mystics don't look to find me anymore. Her expression was pained, and I started when Trent's hand landed on my shoulder in support. I knew how she felt, and I imagined that the hurt of losing the exaltation the mystics imparted never dulled with time but only intensified. Dolly looked tired as he shifted his attention to me, eyes flicking listlessly to Trent standing protectively beside me. You taught her how to hide them as well? He asked Newt. I changed her aura so they can't easily find her, but Rachel has a newer bond, one they haven't forgotten yet. She hesitated. They're still looking for her, knowing that the goddess must become again. Her eyes have seen reality through Rachel, and the need to partake in it has left the rest predisposed to becoming anew. Becoming. The goddess had said that as well, but she'd feared it, as it would destroy her. Dolly, we can reopen the lines before sunrise with elven magic. Trent's hands on my shoulder tightened. I'll rally the doer and the enclave. No. Dolly's word was soft. He never looked up, his mien holding regret as he stood against another man's desk, in another man's house, in a world that didn't want them while the prison they'd desperately tried to escape stood poised to crumble and destroy the very world they wanted to live in but were afraid to. You'd have us live like this? Newt said bitterly, pulling at her clothes as if the tattered and stained remnants were their pride and power. We can reopen the lines, but it must be done before sunrise. I've been talking with the goddess. What? Dolly's head snapped up. In the corner, Al clinked several glasses together, and my mouth became dry at the sound of water being poured into them. Undeterred, Newt lifted her chin. She's actively looking for Rachel, but she knows that if the lines stay shut, she'll have reduced sight. She's already starving. The only access she has to reality is through failing pixies and wars who don't even know she exists. She's not listening to the elves anymore thanks to Landon tricking her into destroying the lines. Interesting, I thought, wondering if this was why elven magic had failed. A tiny wisp of possibility took hold, pulling me straighter in my seat. I could do this, maybe. I had wrestled control of the mystic's individual power from the goddess's will before. Several times before. And every time, I ended up fighting to disentangle myself from her so my thoughts wouldn't kill her, change her beyond recognition, make her become something new. I cannot live by reality's rules without magic to make it tolerable, Al said. Dolly, we have a chance to not only survive, but in the doing, the world will thank us. Perhaps give us a place again. Give us a place? Dolly thundered. We are demons. We don't take charity, we take what we want. Well, what I want is to belong. Al suddenly yelled. I want to try it this way for a while. What the hell, Dolly? If you don't like it, you can go back to bartering souls to fill your waitstaff, but I think we can do well here with other people's rules. He hesitated, eyebrows rising wickedly. Finding our ways around them. Making them squirm within their own laws. Newt's face was flushed. But first we need to reopen the lines. I held my breath, waiting. There was more being decided here than if we should try to save the ever after. We lack the strength, Dolly said. Then we join our strength with the elves. Newt put her hands on the desk and leaned toward him. Dolly's disgusted gaze flicked to hers from under a lowered brow. No, he growled. Trent stepped from me, his breath held and color high. His eyes were bright, and he looked like a leader of people even torn and bandaged as he was, maybe because of it. Why are we even considering not doing this? The doer is disillusioned with Landon. They'll listen to me. Let's reopen the lines and be done with it. Because she lies, the elf. Dolly pushed Newt back off the desk with his voice alone. The goddess lies. She tricks. She will kill Rachel outright before allowing the lines to be reopened, and then doom the rest of us to a slow, ignoble death to give herself something to play with for another 1,000 years. The goddess will not grant power to us to do this even if it expands her reach. She'll kill us, then do as she will. But we don't have to rely on the goddess's will, I protested, feeling left out as I leaned forward on the couch. I can simply take the power we need from her and be done with it. I just need someone to weave the curse and give it direction. And maybe save my ass afterward. Dolly seemed to freeze, only his eyes moving as he looked at Al first, then Newt. Both of them seemed to center in on themselves, avoiding him as he slowly gathered his presence. A chill slipped down my spine, but I'd only said the truth. The way is that firm already, then? Dolly said, bewildering me even more. Al's head bowed, ignoring the question. He looked ill, but Newt's chin lifted as if taking on a burden. Rachel almost caused Anu becoming on the goddess twice now and still managed to extricate herself, saving both their lives. The goddess will strike her dead on sight, but there will be a span where Rachel is unrecognized, and in the battle for supremacy, Rachel could spin enough magic from her to reopen the lines if we were there to take advantage of it, but... It was what I already knew, but hearing Newt say it made it sound risky. Dolly's expression was wary. It would leave her vulnerable to the goddess's wrath. As if he cared. He was calm, scaring me more than if he had been shouting. I can handle it, I said, shaking inside. I'll be there with her, Newt said, making me feel worse. And me, Trent offered, and I took his hand as he extended it. Seeing us thus, Dolly's expression twisted and he looked away. Al remained pointedly silent, clearly unhappy. His silence was noted by Dolly. Hell, it was noticed by everyone, and he set his glass of ice and liquor down with a sharp snap. You both together, Dolly said, lip curling. With her. Trying to take over the goddess. It's what we have, Trent said loudly. My heart thudded as I saw the possible end of my days laid before me. I can't sit and do nothing if there's a chance. If this works, magic will be restored, the undead will still have their souls in a parking orbit until they fully die, and the thousands of familiars you've got tucked away in the ever-after will still be alive. I'm going to want them to be freed, though. Dolly sniffed. Of course you do, he muttered. Even if the lines hold for only a short time, we can get the familiars out, Newt said. They will undoubtedly be gathering in the largest space and be easy to move. But I didn't want a rescue. I wanted a resolution. This is a bad idea, Dolly said, unconvinced. But it is an idea, I said. Bad or not, we have to try. If I can steal the energy, will you spin the curse? All of you? I can't do it. I held my breath as Dolly sighed, eyes averted as he balanced what was at stake and what it might cost. Pride was his fulcrum, unfairly shifting the weight so that one side had greater force than the other to make a wrong decision more than possible, but likely. We were going to doom the world to another wave of needless violence because of pride, I thought, already trying to find a way to make this work without the demon's help. Perhaps the doer would be enough. But Dolly stood, looking down at himself, stuck in the form he was in when the lines closed. No one likes this helpless muck we wallow in. I'll ask them. They will decide. My heart leapt, and Trent's fingers tightened on my shoulder. Excuse me, Newt said as she beamed, reaching for Al gracefully. There might be some dissent that needs to be addressed. Al, will you accompany me? Silent, Al picked up his bottle. Not looking at me, he stomped past, his shiny cop shoes catching the light and his pace holding an amazing amount of determination and bad attitude. He yanked the door open, his steps audible on the carpet as he went to the great room. Dolly? Newt asked smoothly, her hand now extended to the more powerful, slightly overweight demon. This isn't going to be easy, Dolly grumbled as they left together. Nonsense. Newt looked over her shoulder at me and winked. You got them to let her into the collective as a student. You even got them to stand up to Cusack's when she and Al and that elf of theirs stood up to him. And they didn't kill Trent because of you, Newt was saying as the door eased shut. Getting them to practice elven magic will be nothing, came through, muted, and then Dolly's bitter laugh. My skin tingled where Trent's hand traced across it as he moved to the wet bar. Trent? He was silent as the enormity of what we were going to try to do fell on us. Still not saying anything, he brought me a glass of water. Here, he said as the cool glass filled my hand. You need to keep your fluids up. Trent. Drink it, he said, and I obediently took a sip, the room temperature water bland as it slipped into me. Sighing, he sat down beside me, his brow furrowed and his gaze hard on nothing. I want to say that it's going to be okay, he finally said. But you don't know. Ribs ached as I leaned to set the water on the floor. Trent, the goddess is looking for me. She's better equipped for a mental battle and she knows how to fight me off. I don't want to kill her, which means I'll have seconds to wrestle control away, and then I'll be fighting to get free before I infect her too deeply for her to shake it off. And then what? I'll be hiding from her the rest of my life. Trent's eyes touched on mine and he reached for my hands. You don't know that. My fingertips tingled where they rested against his aura. I started to pull back, and he gripped me harder. Don't move, he said sheepishly. You're getting rid of my headache. Damn it, I was coated in them even now. No wonder Dolly was looking at me like I was a leper. You too, eh? I said, giving up on trying to hide them anymore. I was so scared when they hauled you up onto that stage, Trent said suddenly, and I held my breath as he carefully pulled me into him. I saw my entire life with nothing. My money gone, my power stolen. I couldn't reach you and no one listened to me. I thought they were going to kill you. I could hear his heartbeat as I rested my head on his chest. It felt good to do nothing. So did I whispered, unable to say it louder lest I start to cry. I'd been terrified for him. For Jenks. And now you're going to do it again. His hand gently stroked my hair. I didn't want to move for anything. Probably. Trent made a rueful sound. You were right. As usual. This is hard. But I'm going to do it anyway. He kissed the top of my head, and I tilted myself so I could find his lips with mine. A faint tingle spread between us, warming and healing even as my leg throbbed. His eyes were glistening when our lips parted. I wished that this was over and it was tomorrow, and we were having coffee at Mark's before taking the girls to the zoo. You should stay here with the girls, I said, and his hold on me tightened. Just try to stop me. He was looking at my mouth again, but my besotted smile faded at the sudden rap of a thick knuckle at the door. Ivy and Nina, I whispered, fear causing a spike of adrenaline in me. Gwen? Trent said, his brow furrowed as he carefully helped me to sit up while the door opened. His hands were gentle, but I was still grimacing when I looked up to find it was Al, not Gwen, standing there, staring at us with the memory of his own loss so clear on him it hurt. Seeing my pity, his face hardened. I wanted to let you know that Gwen has found word of the ambulance driver and paramedic who picked your friends up. They're both in intensive care with internal injuries. No, I fell back into the couch after trying to stand. What happened, Dot? They'll both make it. It helps that they were living vampires, Al said dryly. But as for Ivy and Nina, he shrugged. There is no sign of them. Cormel. My heart pounded as I turned to Trent. He wanted to talk to you. He took them. Trent rose, pace fast as he went for the phone on the desk. Al cleared his throat to stop him dead in his tracks. It wasn't Cornwall who injured the paramedic and the driver, Al said. It was Nina. Tension pulled my shoulders tight as I figured it out. Nina had died on the way. The sun had set and she'd never lost consciousness. She had freaked out, and Ivy had tried to contain her. Shit, where would Ivy have taken her to try to bring her under control? Somewhere safe where Cornwall couldn't touch her? Heart in my throat, I grabbed the arm of the couch and pulled myself up. I have to go. But the demons and the lines. Trent started, and then he changed his mind, bending to pick up the crutch Newt had thrown, bringing it to me with a sad, determined look. Al, tell everyone I'm sorry. I have to go. I'll be back as soon as I can. The crutch fit under my arm, painful as I hobbled to the door. Al stood and did nothing, making me wonder if he'd told me this knowing I'd leave. He knew better than most how close I'd come to losing myself the last time I'd fought the goddess. I might suggest the helicopter, the demon said, voice oily. The entrance you make in that is almost as good as simply popping in. Besides, the roads are impassable. I'll go with you. No one listens to me anymore. I know the feeling, Trent said, but I was already halfway to the hallway. Thank you, I said breathlessly as I passed Al. Don't thank me. Al looked at his fingertips in speculation. I just don't want to be there while Newt explains to the collective that we have to work with the elven goddess to try to reopen the lines. That bad, eh? I muttered, jaw clenched as we found the hallway. Al leaned close, voice dangerous as he whispered, "We don't forget, Rachel, and it's not as if it was our ancestors who were betrayed. It was us." Chapter 29. The glow from the streetlight made long shadows against the tombstones, and the chopper blades whipped everything not nailed down out and away. I'd never get through my hair tonight without a bottle of Dead Angler, and I made a mental note to check my bathroom before we left, because even if Ivy was here, there was no way we could stay. Careful, Trent said, arm around my waist as he helped me over the shallow wall that separated the graveyard from the garden. My stomach was tight, and Jenks was swearing as he looked over the destruction. I couldn't bring myself to look up, even as the helicopter began to shut down and the wind quit pushing. What an unholy mess, Al said from behind me, and I suddenly realized he was walking on sanctified ground. The elven curse was well and truly broken then. One good thing, I thought, looking up. Breath-catching, I stopped, pain stabbing my leg as Trent continued on for a step. Backpedaling, he stood beside me as tears threatened to blur my vision. I will not cry, I said to myself, but my chest was tight and my throat almost closed. I'm sorry, Rachel, Trent said, gently pushing me back into motion. I let him, my head down again as we angled to the stone walk and the undamaged wooden fence. This? I called as we circled around the front, but there was nothing, no cheerful sparkling of pixie dust, no windchime laughter, no deep rumbling response from the gargoyle, just the faint hush of traffic a street over. It felt dead here, abandoned. I'll find him, Jenks said as he hacked his way through the tangle of my hair. You can fly? I asked as he got himself free and hovered backward, tugging his clothes straight and checking his sword belt. Yeah. Expression serious, he peered up at the steeple. It feels pretty good here, even if it looks like the back room of a troll bordello. He darted up, wings clattering, and Al pushed past us. Damn mystics, he muttered, stomping through the gate and toward the front door. Mystics. I suppose they might have gathered here more than anywhere else, either mine or the goddess's 1,000 eyes looking for me. Guilt closed in. I should have checked on Biss. Okay, I'd been busy, and until the sun went down he hadn't been in any danger, but I was responsible for him. He's a grown gargoyle, Trent said, whispering it so Al wouldn't hear. How do you do that? I exclaimed, but Trent's smile faded very fast. He's just a kid, Dot. Al turned from where he waited in the shadows, his new suit rumpled. Treble is sleeping, he said, voice low. I'm sure he's doing the same. Sleeping or in shock? I mused, stretching out my awareness and finding nothing at all. Trent's grip on my elbow pinched as he looked behind us at the empty graveyard. Al took the stairs, impatient with our slow pace. Neighbors watched us from behind tweaked blinds, vanishing when he sarcastically doffed his hat at them. You'd think they never saw a demon before, Al muttered. I think it's the helicopter, I said, glancing over my shoulder before starting up the wooden stairs. Ivy had to be here. She was scared, possibly hurt. Vampires always went home to ground when they were hurt. The city was in a panic, but here in the hollows it was eerily silent as everyone held their breath for sunrise. Please be okay, Ivy. Please. Al gave the don't cross tape a look before yanking it down to flutter into the bushes. Jenks's wings were almost normal, and I felt the first hints of relief at the bright silver dust. I found Biss, he said as Trent helped me up the stairs. He looks okay. His aura looks like he's just asleep. Are you sure? I asked, and Al grunted as he shoved the door open. I told you, it's the shock. If they're lucky, they'll simply not wake up. Saying nothing more, Al strode inside as if it didn't bother him, but I could tell it did. His grumbling grew louder as he clicked the light switch several times to no effect. Jenks, what about Ivy? I whispered. The pixie hovered before Trent and me, a worried dust slipping from him. She's in her room. Nina too. Wait. He shouted when I started forward. Slow down. You go in there stinking like fear and you'll set Nina off. Give Ivy a chance to organize her thoughts. She knows you're here. They'll be afraid of Al, but you and Trent look like easy prey. Oh God. It's bad? Jenks nodded, making my heart sink. You, cookie maker, need to take a back seat. We know how to bring Ivy down. You don't. I know what not to do, Trent said, but his worry was obvious as he helped me shuffle inside. I was glad there was no light as I looked over the soggy gloom. Al was poking about my seldom-used desk, head cocked as he held up a tiny chair Jenks had left there. Jenks was darting about, lighting the candles we had scattered around for when the power went out. Slowly the space brightened as the wicks took hold and wax began to burn. It smelled sort of a sour, bite at the back of your throat smell, stinking of vampire fear and heartache. Ivy. I looked down the black hallway, both afraid and anxious. Maybe I should go get Biss, Trent said, and Jenks made a sparkling beeline back to us. That's the best idea I've heard out of you since you, never mind. You're going to need a ladder, Jenks said, but Trent was already taking the belfry stairs 2 at a time. Sighing, Jenks pointed at Al, then his own eyes, and then Al again before following Trent. Al frowned, wearing that same wary, reluctant look he'd had in Trent's office before he walked out with Newt and Dolly. He made a get-on-with-it gesture, and my heart thudded. Jenks was watching him, eh? Ivy? I called, wanting to give her even more warning. You here? It was obvious she was, and I limped to the top of the hallway. There was a thin crack of light leaking from under her door, and I looked at Al. Why are you here? To catch you when you fall. And you will fall. It's simply a matter of finding the right lever. Swell. Ivy? I called again. You okay? Breathless, I waited at the sudden slide and thump of something heavy in Ivy's room. A frantic hush of words followed. It was Ivy, and I reached out, finding myself painfully yanked back into Al. I fought to get his hand off me, stopping when Ivy shouted, "No. Nina, no." I hesitated, Al's grip easing as Ivy added, "It's Rachel. Please. I'll be right back. Don't take it away. Don't leave me. No. No." Nina howled, a desperate pain in her voice. Oh God. Give it to me. She suddenly raged. Give it to me. I couldn't move as Nina's fierce demands dissolved into heartrending sobs. Any hope I might have had that the newly undead might survive their souls died. Clearly Ivy had captured Nina's, and Nina was out of her mind to get it back. Everything was out of balance and her second death was the only way to bring it back again. Whoever made this curse was a sadist, I whispered, and Al's grip on me fell away. The light spilled into the cramped hallway as Ivy opened her door. The sound of Nina's heartrending sobs pulled at me as Ivy slipped out and shut it behind her. The newly undead were often unpredictable as their mind reorganized under overwhelming shifts of hormones and instincts while the body fought with the mind, trying to convince it that it was still alive. Hunger usually kicked in when the original aura was depleted to a measurable threshold. But that wasn't why Nina begged for Ivy to return in great gasping sobs. It wasn't blood Nina wanted, it was her soul. Back against the door, Ivy stared at me with black, haunted eyes, chilling me. You shouldn't be here. This shouldn't have happened. I hobbled forward, tears blurring my sight. Ivy, I'm so sorry, I gushed, my arms going around her as she began to cry. Great gasping sobs shook her, and I held her to me, the silk feel of her hair bunched between us. My own tears flowed at the unfairness of it all, the end of her hope that she and Nina might have something normal, that they might have a life, a love, in the fleeting time they were allowed a moment of happiness before the curse came around full circle and took it all away. I'm so sorry, I whispered, hardly breathing. She wanted me to kill her, Ivy sobbed, her voice muffled. She begged me, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't even lie to her and promise I would. It's okay, I said, and she pulled back from me, eyes glistening as Nina quietly wept behind the door Ivy guarded. Ivy wiped her eyes, looking more beautiful than I'd ever seen her even if it was grief that brought her alive. She died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, Ivy whispered. There was no way to stop it. And I couldn't finish it. When she begged the paramedic to, I wouldn't let him. She'd fought them. She'd beaten them into unconsciousness with the savagery of a lover protecting the one she loved. Trying to smile, I wiped the tears from my cheek and sniffed. It's okay, I said, stomach nodding. I wouldn't have been able to do it either. Remember? I hated them, hated the demons for this. Of all the curses I'd seen, heard whispers of, witnessed the destruction from, this utter raping of hope by destroying people through their love and fear was the worst. Ivy licked her lips, haunted eyes flicking past me when Nina sobbed behind the shut door. I should have killed her twice, but I was so scared that her soul would be lost forever when the lines fell and there was nowhere for it to go. Nina was fine until her soul went into the bottle. Another heartrending cry of loss rose behind the door when Ivy opened her hand to show me the hazy bottle I'd given her. Nina's moan was so filled with pain it even made Al shift his feet. Or maybe he just wanted a closer look. I had to do it. Ivy's hand shook. I had to. I couldn't let her soul go to that hell. I took Ivy's hand in mine, closing her fingers over the bottle before she dropped it. Her hands were frighteningly cold. Her head bowed, and I pulled her to me again, hating the demons all the more. But a niggling thought wedged under my heartache. Ivy had used the bottle after the lines had fallen. It had worked with the goddess's strength. Mystics wreathed her, unseen and unnoticed, my thousand eyes that I'd blinded myself to still working my will for me. From behind the door, a wail rose and Ivy sniffed back her tears. She knows I have it. She wants it, but it will make her walk into the sun. Rachel, I can't. I jerked when Ivy pulled back, her expression suddenly empty. You take it, she whispered, pressing the bottle into my hands. Take it and hide it. Ivy, I can't. Hide it where she can't find it. Rachel, please. It's mine. Nina howled, having heard us, and Ivy's eyes went wide. Shaking, I forced the bottle back into Ivy's hand. That won't help, I said, hating my own cowardice. Ivy's head bowed. I didn't know it could hurt this much, she whispered to me. I watched my mother die her first death, and then kiss and passed on. Again I pulled her to me, trying to give her strength. This is so wrong, she breathed, but the tears were gone, leaving only an exhausted numbness. How is your leg? My leg? We separated, and my heart seemed to break at the distance between us. My leg will be fine, I said, almost crying again. Ivy? Nina warbled behind the door. Please, I need it. Just for a moment. I'll give it back. I promise. Ivy swallowed hard, empty as she stood before me and glanced at the door. I've got her tied up. I was hoping, her shoulders fell, and she glanced behind me to Al. I decided that she should have it, even if she walks into the sun. Ivy. Tears spilled from her anew as her chin lifted. Even if it means she dies. Her black gaze found Al. You all deserve to die in whatever manner the elves can devise. What you have forced on us deserves payment in pain. Al became solemn. The elves killed the maker of the curse years ago. You let him do it. Ivy raged, and Nina screamed in pain behind the door. Al held his hat before him, head lowered. I agree, but we can't unravel her work. A woman? I mused. A woman did this? And even if we could, Al said, gesturing to the door, enough of the undead would refuse it out of fear, wanting the chance at immortality even if it cost them their soul. His gaze fastened on Ivy, and she quailed. You yourself can't walk away from it. Or you would have let Rachel take the virus from you already. Al, stop, I said as shame caused Ivy to drop her eyes. You like it, Al said bitterly. The urge, the lust, the glorious satisfaction of fulfilling that need. That's enough. I exclaimed, but my neck was tingling with remembered passion. Expression holding a bitter betrayal, Al shifted his accusing gaze from Ivy to me. The curse's power, Rachel, and she knows without it her world would be flat and gray. She'd rather live with pain and heartache than no feeling at all. Angry, I got in his face. That is a sad excuse to cover your own guilt, I snapped, then dropped back when Ivy touched my arm. No, he's right, she said, shocking me. Her hand fumbled behind her, rattling the knob. Never turning around, she pushed open the door. See what your pride has wrought, demon. She opened the door to show her bedroom, the cool grays and soothing greens lit by a battery-powered lantern hanging from the dark light fixture. Nina was tied up with soft straps. They were designed for this, but they still cut into her skin as she struggled to be free, her eyes black and wide. Blood marked her clothes, but I think it was from the fight in the ambulance. She hadn't been dead long enough to be hungry. Though her soul was gone, her aura would remain for a few hours yet. Ivy, please, Nina begged, straining to be free. Just for a moment. You can have it back, but I need it just for a moment. Her eyes flicked to mine, then back to Ivy. I need it now. She raged, a muffled scream coming from her as she fought her bonds. Interesting. I spun, reaching for the support of Ivy's dresser when my leg almost gave out. Interesting? I snapped at Al, you son of a bastard. These are my friends. Al's eyes twitched, but he never took them off Nina. I mean, he said as he shoved me deeper into the room, that she knows where her soul is. You're spellbound it so completely that she recognizes it. Give it to me. Nina cried out, her emotions swinging back to sadness. Give it to me, it's mine, she sobbed. Ivy dropped to her knees, taking Nina into her arms and hiding her face. She whispered things I couldn't hear, and Nina's rage dissolved into a helpless, sobbing acceptance. My stomach churned. I thought of Biss up in the belfry and Trent probably trying to reach him without a ladder. Before me, Ivy and Nina both ached, trapped in a hell of the demon's making. The fear of the people in the square rose up in my thoughts, good people so scared they thought the only way out was genocide. We have to reopen the lines, I said, and behind me Al sighed. Rachel, I know Newt thinks it's possible, but it isn't. To separate them forever from their souls is, I turned to Al, searching. I don't know a word that means that depraved and cruel. To say it would break the worlds, Al said, but I didn't think there could be a word like that, and he turned as Trent scuffed into view with a sleeping gargoyle in his arms, Jenks on his shoulder. Trent's eyes widened as he took in Nina tied to the chair and Ivy kneeling in front of her, trying to ground her, bring her back. Seeing all eyes on them, Ivy whispered something to Nina and got to her feet to stand protectively beside her. Her jaw was clenched and I was so proud of her. Even now she was willing to fight. No, this was very well done, Al said as he eased into the room and lifted Nina's gaze to his by lifting her chin with a careful finger. Very well done. You son of a bitch. I shoved Al. He fell back, catching himself on the dresser, his red goat-slitted eyes narrowed. Easy, Rachel, Trent said, but Jenks had taken to the air as well, blade pulled. I should have let you all die, you know that. I shouted, shaking. Al tugged his suit straight. Yes, you should have, he said mildly, pissing me off. But you didn't. I have an idea. So do I. I shrugged off Trent's hand, feeling braver when Ivy and Jenks fell into place beside me. It involves you and that crowd at Fountain Square. Al's dismissive look made my face burn. Speculation heavy in his gaze, he turned to Ivy. What are you willing to sacrifice for her? He asked Ivy, and my heart seemed to stop at the thoughtful but manipulative tone in his voice. Ivy's eyes flashed. Everything. I stiffened. Nina's head came up, only it was not hope but my fear that roused her. Ivy, no, I warned, and Al sniffed derisively, already knowing Ivy's answer. Everything. Ivy said again, almost grabbing his arm. Al flicked a glance at me, then back to her. Be utmost sure. Your needs, your desires, no longer yours alone but wedded to another? He said, and Ivy nodded, grasping at the barest hint of hope. What another needs, you must attend to. What another craves, you must find. It will be heaven if you love her or hell if there's any doubt. It can't be undone, and you will be responsible for her soul until she dies a second death or you lose yours as well. It's a chance, nothing more. How? Ivy begged, and I could take this no more. Ivy, he's a demon, . So are you. She exclaimed, then lowered her voice as Nina began to sob again, calling for her soul. Tell me, Ivy demanded of Al, her own fear making her even more desperately beautiful. I will do anything to stop this. My heart thudded as Al was silent, thinking. Ask her, he finally said, chin lifting to indicate me. Me? My anger vanished. Jenks's dust was an uneasy red and Trent's face was pale. Rachel, please, Ivy said, and I jumped when she took my hands. She was trembling. I'll do anything. I love her. I know you do, I stammered, trying to figure this out. Me? Was he serious? Al took Ivy's free hand, opening it to show that tiny bottle I'd given her. Taking it, he moved it to mine, closing my fingers about it. I swallowed hard at the stirring I felt within it. Tingles cramped my arm, and Nina moaned, voice raw and raspy. I can't put Nina's soul back into her body, I protested. It's going to do the same thing it did to Felix and Sheil Sunside to bring her mind, body, and soul back in balance. True, Al drawled, making Jenks yo-yo up and down in impatience. Then what, Ash breath? The pixie snarled. You hurt any of my friends anymore and I'll lobotomize you in your sleep. Al frowned, but Ivy's hope had kindled in me and Al's confidence fanned it to a painful brightness. To remain sane, her soul needs the stimulation of a stable, living body and aura, Al lectured, as if trying to teach a dull student. And so, he drawled, gesturing for me to finish it. I need to put it into someone still alive, I said, glancing at Trent when he made an abrupt noise of realization. Ivy, if I put her soul into you. You can do that? Jenks asked, his suspicion thick. Of course my itchy witch can, Al huffed as Ivy went 3 shades whiter. She already put an alien presence in that we're fellow, David, was it? And there was no love there. At least not at first. I think he rather likes it now. Yes, David liked the focus. It was made to live through another, the symbiosis complete and beautiful. But Nina's soul was hers. To graft it to another, was that right? But as I looked at Ivy's hope and Nina's ragged exhaustion, I figured what was right didn't matter much. She might still need to take in her aura with your blood, I said, and Ivy grasped my hands. They were shaking, but her need to do this was absolute. I don't care, Ivy whispered, alive and filled with hope, more beautiful for having seen her despair only moments before. I want this. It feels right. I love Nina. She loves me. I can't see her like this, and I can't end it. Please. I felt light and unreal. I don't know what it will do to you. What happens when you die? Will both your souls perish? I don't care. Ivy shouted, and I turned to Al and Trent, wanting their opinion. It's Nina's soul, free of her consciousness, Al said. Unlike that ill-fated attempt when you, tried to bind with that soul, Ivy likely won't notice a thing. But there will be far-reaching repercussions from this. I don't care, Ivy whispered. Well, I do, I said, very aware of how much he liked breaking people with their own desires. Tell me why you want this, Al, or nothing happens. Rachel! Ivy cried, and I clenched my teeth and faced Al squarely. Behind him, Trent and Jenks waited, scared but trusting me. Al's smile went wickedly crafty. Ivy will be the first of a new kind of master vampire, he said, and Trent made a soft sound of understanding. A living one. The newly undead will look to the living for their continued existence, much as they do now, but it's the undead who will be bound to the living, not the other way around. It should impart a measure of morality that's absent now, I hesitated, seeing the hope for the end of a long-kept guilt in him, and Al dropped his eyes, embarrassed perhaps that I knew him so well. The soul Nina sips from Ivy will be her own, Al said. Where is the guilt in that? Freely given, freely held. The undead will lose their clout. It will fall to the living. Where it should be. The undead controlled by the living? I thought, seeing the sense of it. I want to try, Ivy said, and I turned to Nina. Nina stared at us, her gaze pained and her desperation shining. Ivy can have my soul, she whispered, voice ragged, in ribbons. She already has my heart, she panted, head drooping so her hair hid her face. Oh God, it hurts. That you might be able to do this hurts. Please. Just do something. I can't exist like this. The need to fix this seemed to warm me from within. My hands shook, and tingles raced through me as Trent slipped an arm around my waist. I felt ill, breathless. This will break the original curse, won't it? A rare smile holding a long-held pain crossed Al's face. As no other thing can, but it must be done on an individual basis and will be reassuringly slow as it filters through the population and gives us something to pay our rent with. The transition will be gradual enough that it won't destroy the current balance, Trent said, his expression hopeful as he saw the possibilities in what we were about to unleash. I thought it fitting we'd do it here in a broken church. What do we need? I said, and Al clapped his hands once, making me jump and Jenks ink a bright sparkle of silver and black. Salt, he said, eyes glinting. Lots and lots of salt. Chapter 30. We didn't have salt, thanks to my kitchen being firebombed, but we did have pixie dust. Jenks was almost his old self as we readied the charm, feeling needed as we moved the furniture to make a large space in the sanctuary. Candles glowed from the sills of the stained glass window, and Biss slumbered, hanging from the light over the pool table. He'd never woken when Trent transferred his clawed feet to the cold metal, and he looked like a huge bat hanging there. I hoped he was all right, and I promised myself I'd see this through one thing at a time. My stomach hurt as Al finished wiping down the old oak floor, his goat-slitted eyes worried as he threw my silk dress into a corner, having removed excess stray ions with it. Ivy goes in the middle, Al said, sounding unsure. The spiral is etched outward from her. Ivy? I called, and I heard her coaxing Nina out of their room. She was still bound, but she numbly sat where Ivy put her. Suspicious, I turned to Al. His motions were too fast, too quick. He wanted this even as his regret and worry grew with every moment. Why are you doing this? I asked. Jenks, dust a spiral, please, the demon said, avoiding me, and my eyes narrowed. Start at the center and move Wittershins. 3 arms is traditional. And keep enough space so that if Rachel should fall she won't hit one of the other arms. Fall? You want it flammable? Jenks asked, and Al hesitated. Ah, no, but the longer you can make it glow the better. Hands on my hips, I frowned up at him. Why are you doing this? I asked again, and his eyes flicked to mine. You're in the way. Hands on my shoulders, he pushed me closer to the pool table. Peeved, I watched Jenks happily dust a sparkling silver path, skating a bare inch off the floor as he laid down a glow that I could tell would last a good 5 minutes. Plenty of time to save or damn a species and my friends. Al, I prompted, and he turned fast enough to make his coattails spin if he'd been wearing his usual green crushed velvet instead of his 40s suit. I never agreed to this, he said, his distant gaze making it clear he was talking about the original vampire curse. I maintained that it was unsporting to curse those who had no original intent, but Selfna was sustained by bitterness. Selfna. My eyes widened as I remembered. Al had a ring with her name on it. He had loved her. He had loved her so much that he couldn't deny her revenge, her dark bile poisoning 1,000 lives, 1,000 lifetimes. If we're to survive a return to this world we've been exiled from, we need to end this. We need to let the pain go and heal, no matter where the source comes from, he whispered, but his heartache was not for me, but for her. Al, I'm sorry. And the cost to perform this curse of binding will be exorbitant, he added, gaze going everywhere but to me. It will keep even Newt in new socks. I swear, that woman can put holes in her socks in one afternoon. Al. It's a simple curse, he said, ignoring that I'd seen his guilt and aching need to move on, to be accepted. Most of it was prepped when you made the curse to bind the soul in the bottle. You're simply moving it to a new container. Walk the spiral with Nina's soul. It will draw it from the bottle as you go, and when you get to the end, you peel it off you and bind it to Ivy. Peel it off me? I didn't like the sound of that. If it's that easy, why don't you do it? Because Ivy is not my friend, Al said, his hands heavy on me as he moved me to stand right before the beginning of the spiral. I'll do it, Trent said suddenly. Because you, Rachel, are covered in elf shit, Al amended, dramatically wiping his hand on his suit, and you're the only one they are listening to. Walk the spiral. I'll catch you when you fall. He wasn't talking about me falling because of my leg, and covered in elf shit meant the mystics. I believed him. My fingers had been tingling for the last 5 minutes, but even more telling was Jenks darting about as if nothing was wrong. Even Biss's color had darkened to his normal pebbly gray, though he showed no signs of waking up. But if the mystics had found me, then the goddess could, too. Make this fast, Rachel. My heart pounded. Ivy stood at the center. Her hopeful expression almost hurt. She trusted me to do this right. Nina's soul was in my hand, like a promise to be fulfilled. Plan C, eh? Bind the soul and run like hell, I said, and Trent tried to smile, failing. Jenks was on his shoulder, and the pixie gave me a thumbs up. This was for Ivy, for everything she'd suffered, everything she'd told herself she wasn't deserving of. For her, I would risk it all. And then I stepped forward, placing my foot on the glowing line. My breath came with a slow intake, seeming to pull with it the memory of drums echoing against a sky faulted by uncountable stars. A slow lassitude spilled into me as I exhaled, pulling a ponderous beat from the spiral to replace the breath within me. I recognized it, accepted it as mine, drew it in to become one with it so I could bend it to my will. Wild magic. The bottle grew ice cold in my hand, numbing as Nina's soul coalesced from creation energy. Far, far older than the goddess, it emerged, pushed by the waves of sound from the drums into a form that had no shape, a thought that came from no idea man had ever witnessed. I paced forward as the cold crept up my arms, paining my elbows as I finished one spiral and began another. Within me, the first hints of a low chant echoed against the drums. They twined together, making a new sound to beat upon the soul seeping into me, forcing it into a pattern and shape that it once knew. It was a sound that hadn't been heard for 1,000 years. Tears pricked as I realized how much both species had lost in their war. Wild magic. I struggled to keep my breathing even when a cold wash came spilling down my sides. The bottle was empty, and it fell from my numb hands as I gave myself up to the drums, knowing it was the only thing that kept Nina's soul bound to the earth, and the soul rebelled, breathing the cold of death into me. My world was a glowing spiral, but as my will began to falter, threads long left fallow began to glow within my own soul, urging me to pick them up and begin anew. But to do so would be my end. Dizzy, I began the third spiral. Ivy waited, eyes pinched and hand held out, reaching. I pushed one foot before the other, the heat-stealing soul seeping deeper, making my steps a flagging hesitancy. The seeping cold reached my soul, icing the edges, making me forget until it was only the memory of drums and the whispers of ancient elders that moved me forward. Ivy waited. Ivy waited for me. Ivy believed in me, pinned her life to me, not knowing that it would come to this, as I brought peace to her. If I could just move one more step. Wild magic. Help me, I whispered as Nina's soul sent cold daggers of teeth into me to tear and rend, and Ivy reached, pulling me to her. Fire exploded in me at her touch and I gasped. Head jerking back, I sagged in Ivy's arms, the drums thundering and the chant winding high through us, through our minds as the soul slipped from me and filled Ivy. We fell to the floor as Nina's soul abandoned me for more delicious prey that wanted to be taken. No! Stay back! I heard Al shout, and a small scuffle. The curse isn't sealed. Touch them now, and the soul will slip from them both and be gone forever. Ivy! I called as the world rushed back and I was sitting at the center of a pixie dust spiral, Ivy cold in my arms. I hadn't exploded into flame, it had been the sudden absence of Nina's soul. It was in Ivy, and it was struggling to take Ivy's soul with it. Seal it, Rachel, Al demanded. Now, before it escapes, dot. Wild magic whispered through my mind, and with a desperate need to believe happy endings existed among the pain, I gave up and opened myself to the thousand eyes. Wild magic was mine. Ta-na-she! I shouted as the drums thundered, energy clean and deep coursing into me with the sound of folding wings. Ta-na-she! See me! My eyes opened wide and for an instant I saw everything from everywhere. My heart made a pained beat, and I choked. Ta-na-she! Kumstine, I wept, and I watched with eyes not mine, eyes not of any world, as Nina's soul eased to slumber, dropping the threads that would pull Ivy and Nina both from this world to whatever lay beyond. My throat closed from the sheer beauty, and I forgot to breathe. I thought I'd done it. Ivy? I whispered, and her eyes opened. Their solid blackness shifted, becoming purple as she blinked and wings covered her soul. I could hear the sound of feathers, and my skin tingled with remembered pain. Panicked, I turned to Alan Trent, but it was Biss whose gaze caught mine. He was awake, his red eyes whirling as his wings opened in fear. She found you, he rasped, and both Trent and Al spun to him. You're awake. Trent called in shock before he looked back at me. Did it work? Guys? Jenks squeaked in distress as he hovered, spilling a hot dust. I don't think that's a good thing. I think I'm going to explode here. Trent's expression flashed to fear. He looked at his hands, hazed with gold as his aura resonated from the building energy. His eyes met mine, panicked. Mother Puss Bucket, Al whispered, and then he lunged at me. Rachel! But it was too late, and I cowered as a flash of brilliant light lit the church, burning with an icy intensity. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. Falling back, I squinted, picking out a darker shadow standing in the middle of the church, swarmed by glowing mystics. You! A voice exclaimed, the hatred echoing in my head as if she'd spoken in my mind. Your singular thoughts will be ended. It was the goddess. She'd found me. No, wait. I cried, one hand propped up on the cold wooden floor as I slid between her and Ivy, and then I screamed as a white-hot knife of anger dove in my thoughts, driving to my core to rip out my soul. I will not become. The figure shouted as I writhed, struggling to escape. I will not be ended. But I couldn't even breathe without taking in her mystics, and I floundered, burning from the inside out. Ivy. Ivy was beside me, unconscious. Rachel. Trent cried, and then I heard a sodden thump. Fear galvanized me, and I pulled my head up. Trent was picking himself up off the floor beside my desk, a spot of cool darkness in the fiery glow. Mystics were everywhere. I got a breath in, then another as my mystics coated me in a protective haze, buffering me and Ivy both. But it wasn't Ivy the goddess wanted to destroy. Struggling to sit up, I blinked, trying to find the goddess in the glow. Mystics coated her so heavily that the body she was in was slowly charring, sending the rank smell of burnt amber to coat my lungs. There will not even be a memory of you. She howled, and I screamed as she flung out a flaming hand. A stream of living magic hit me and I fell, sliding across the smooth oak floor and hitting the wall. My head felt as if it was going to explode from her hatred as the goddess's strength wiggled deeper. Oh God, stop. I pleaded, shaking as I collapsed. But I was only a singular thought that held many, not many thoughts making one, and she had me outnumbered. The mystics in me were trying, but it was all they could do to keep my lungs clear and my mind my own. You can't help her. Al shouted, and I pulled my head up, shaking as I saw the demon holding Trent back. Jenks and Biss were with him, both frightened. Nina had broken her bonds and was creeping to Ivy with the singular intent of not being noticed. As frightening as she looked, I knew Ivy would be safer with Nina than with me. It had always been so. "She needs help, you coward," Trent said, and Al yelped, letting him go. Trent lunged for me, yanked back as the goddess shot a bolt of living energy at him, exploding the floor in a shower of splinters right where Trent would have been. He fell back, face pale. I managed a clean breath at the brief respite. For all her strength, she couldn't think of more than one thing at a time. I met Al's eyes, knowing this was the end. At least the demons would survive, I thought, and then I blinked. The demons. Maybe. The goddess was here with all her mystics. I'd need them to reopen the lines. But I couldn't do it alone. I needed the demons. I needed Al. With a savage howl, the goddess turned her attention back to me, and I jerked as great chunks of my memory went numb, connections to it sliced cleanly by the goddess. "Al," I groaned, hand outstretched, then clenched into myself as the goddess laughed, her head thrown back as her mystic speed at me, burning me from the inside out. "I will not become," she howled, eyes glowing. "You cannot stop me. You can't help her," Al thundered, shoving Trent behind him. "Then you do something," Trent raged. "Or have you learned nothing?" "Fine," Al shouted, and I gaped, unbelieving, as Al picked Trent up and threw him right at the goddess. The goddess shrieked. A burst of light blinded me as Trent struck her, and then I screamed as the cold of death touched me. "No! No!" I exclaimed, frantically trying to push away, but it was Al, and I took a grateful sob of air in as he pulled me from the floor and into his arms. He'd reached me. This was with him, and a tiny part of me marveled at the glowing glints of gold in his eyes. He was growing up. "Stay down," Al muttered. "She'll just knock us over again. Trent is fine." Beneath her notice. "You, though. You both die." The goddess shrilled, and I jerked, head spinning. Shit, she was headed right for us, her pace leaving flaming steps of rubber behind her as her shoes burned away. "Hang on. This might be tricky," Al warned. "I'm not used to this elf slime." I made a gasping hiccup as his masculine energy dipped into me, using me like a living ley line. "Hurry up!" I shouted as a brighter glow blossomed between her hands and her eyes seemed to shoot fire. "Al! Holy crap, she was going to freaking kill us!" "Someone do something!" Biss exclaimed, wings opening in alarm. "Rhombus!" Al exclaimed, using my word to make a circle, and the world went dark. Panicked, I wiggled. "Al! Don't move, or you're going to break it!" Biss shrilled, and I froze. I took a breath, then another. We were in a circle. I saw it now. I hadn't gone blind. It was Al smut, coating the molecule-thin barrier. Trent, oh God, Al had thrown him at her. "He's fine," Al said, and all three of us jumped as the goddess hammered atop the bubble. I could see her now, looking wraith-like as she burned the body she was in, holding it together by sheer willpower. Al smut acted like sunglasses, and I spotted Nina huddled under Ivy's baby Grand, protecting Ivy with her body. Trent didn't look much better, dazed as he sat against one of the piano's legs with Jenks on his shoulder. They were all forgotten as the goddess focused on me. I prayed that Trent would stay where he was. He looked okay. My mystics were gathering inside the bubble. I could feel them freely passing in and out, making Al wiggle and squirm even as Biss basked in their warmth. "Al," I whispered, feeling a possible hope. I probably wasn't going to make it out of this circle alive, not with the goddess standing and waiting to pummel me, but if she was here, and the mystics were here, I might as well try. "Al, we can reopen the lines." "Are you moonstruck?" he bellowed, then winced as the goddess blew a hole in the ceiling in frustration. Thick beams bounced and rolled, and Nina pulled Ivy deeper under the piano as Trent and Jenks danced back out of the way. "Rachel, we're going to be lucky to get out of this with our lives. The goddess knows my aura signature now, too." "Like you really think we're going to make it out of here alive?" I protested. "And whose fault is that?" "Help me up," I said, wiggling to get out of his arms. "I want to see if we can give as well as take." "Rachel, we're trapped!" Al exclaimed. And then someone's foot hit the edge of the bubble, and it fell. Light burst over us. I gasped as the goddess howled in victory, then cowered as a blast of white-hot intent washed over us, and fell away. Al grunted in surprise, and I looked up. Astonishment wreathed the goddess, looking wrong on her glowing face as shock evolved into understanding. You cloak yourself in your disharmony, she whispered, the body she was in staggering back a step. Disharmony? I echoed, looking at Biss, his feet clamped onto Al's shoulder. There could be no disharmony without lines. You're coated in the cost of perverting my will. The goddess said, her expression shifting to a hot anger, and Al began to chuckle. It will not save you. I will burn it away, and you both will die. Yeah? How much you got, bitch? Al said boldly, standing up and dragging me with him. I have a lot of smut. It's the smut. Biss said, red eyes wide. Rachel, it's smut. She can't get through it. Grimacing, the goddess cried out, her wails becoming fierce as her fire raced over me and died. Al and I shared an aura, his smut insulated me. His smut? Get the rest, I demanded, hope a bright goad. Biss, go get the rest. We can do this. Got it, Biss said, launching himself out the hole the goddess had made, pinwheeling to avoid her haphazard strikes. Al, don't let her burn me, I said, going still at a memory. Peter had once asked me to not let him burn. But I wasn't committing suicide. There was a chance here. Wasn't there? What? Al said, looking from the goddess for a brief second before throwing out a hand and blocking her desperate attack. Rachel? I'm going to need all the mystic she has, I said, pulse quickening. I'm going to let her in. See how many I can convert. Yes, the mystics in me hummed, eager to make a becoming. No! Al shouted, horrified as he understood. Rachel, it will kill you. But there was no other way, and with a deep breath, I dropped the gates to my mind. She wasn't expecting it, and I felt the goddess stumble as I flooded her with myself, setting seeds of my thoughts within her even as I swung out again. You will be ended. I will not become. Echoed in me, and I sent more mystics, knowing they'd be crushed but needing to distract her from the growing cancer I'd set festering within. I will not become. I will not. She screamed, and I turned my thoughts to where the lines used to hum in my mind like great gates. If I could flood them with energy, just one, the way would be open and I could pull on the flow of energy to open the rest. Biss, I called, finding his presence riding the chaos, his mind dipping and swooping freely in mine. Where are they? They won't come. He thought, his mood chancy as he rose up on the sudden swipe of emotion from the goddess. And in my doubt, the goddess found a small hole in my defenses. I will not become, I will not. The goddess thought. The other could not make me become, and I will see you gone, but. She attacked with savagery, and I writhed in soundless pain as great chunks of myself were dissolved, taken in and swamped by the goddess. She was eating me alive and I groaned, grasping at anything as memory slipped away, diminishing me. You will be nothing. She howled, the sound of wings beating at me as she rolled me into nothing. I will remain. I am all. They are mine. All of them. Fire licked my soul where she tore great chunks of me away. Ice dove deep to fracture what was left and let more fire in. I panicked, feeling myself eaten away, smaller and smaller as I cowered, trying to protect what was left. There was no attack. She had everything. She had it all. I was a fool's thought, a failure, and she coated me in acid, eating me alive. Get off her, you self-absorbed bitch. I screamed, the sound real as it echoed in my church. The clean breath of nothing cascaded over me, astringent and biting. I was stripped bare, and I huddled in Al's arms as the goddess shouted and fumbled. Her mind had been ripped from mine and was now fighting great swaths of organized thought that had been strengthened beyond reason by insanity. I blinked, realizing I was actually seeing two figures in my church, swaying back and forth, locked in a glittering sheath of white that rose through the broken roof to the stars. Newt? I whispered, and Al's arms around me tightened. She was the only one who wasn't afraid, Biss said, his leathery tail wrapping about me as he sat on Al's shoulder. I know you. The goddess exclaimed, her bitterness harsh as a broken knife. You're slow with disharmony. Your smut will bring you down, and I will feast on your thoughts and make them mine again. There was a burst of light, and with a gasping groan, Newt fell backward, staring up at the goddess from the floor. Panting, she wiped the blood from her mouth. You're right, she said, her eyes taking on a dangerous glint. Rachel, hold this for me. Hold what? I thought, then stiffened when the weight of her 5,000 years of imbalance and smut fell on me. I floundered, struggling to keep my heart beating. It was everything and everywhere. Dizzy, I couldn't get enough air as Biss took flight in one panic swoop. Newt had dumped her smut on me, and I could hardly think. Newt! Al shouted, and I cried out as the sudden vertigo became me hitting the floor. The shock struck through me, and I blearily looked through the hissing glare and darting mystics. Al was gone, really gone. I couldn't tell who was winning. Newt and the goddess looked the same, blurring together, becoming one. But no one was looking at me. Suddenly I realized this was my chance. I could hardly string two thoughts together, but if I could reopen the lines. Think bigger. Newt's thought echoed in my brain as she saw my intent. The lines are dead. The ever after is dying. Use what's left to make a new one. Use the smut and make a new one. How do you think we did it the first time? A new ever after? I thought, feeling Biss's thoughts join mine. From the ashes of the old? Snarling, Newt fell upon the goddess, eating through her thoughts even as the goddess spun about and did the same. They were locked in a spiral like yin and yang, snake eating snake, the balance of becoming held in check as the worlds collided. Flat on my ass, I watched, stunned as the goddess fought with hatred, and Newt balanced it with a savage confidence, then whipped her thoughts in a dizzying spiral to send the goddess quailing back until her fear shot spikes of doubt into Newt. Newt patted them out with a dizzying memory of stars and acorns. No wonder Newt was insane. Rachel? It was Biss, and I touched his feet as he landed on my shoulder. I could hardly move under Newt's smut, but my mystics gathered, cleaving to me, hazing my thoughts and expanding my reach. As they fought, I took in the forgotten, the wounded, bolstering them with my energy until the mystics hummed with life and brimmed with need. Find me a thin spot in the balance of mass, I told them, opening myself. Newt's smut was more certain than any protection circle. Find me a thin spot in time, I demanded again, and the sound of feathers filled my awareness. Everything that had been or would be touched every other spot, existed in every time, lay dormant in every being. You just had to know where to look. And I had 1,000 eyes today. Mystics gleefully burrowed through time and space, the sound of their wings piling upon one another until a thin spot in the weft and we began to fray. I focused on it, made it my all, funneled everything down to that point, that instant, weighing it more heavily than anything else, and with a sudden pop, a wind of thought blew through the spaces between me, sucking nothing into more nothing. I gasped as I felt it widen, expand. And then it vanished and the mystics flooded back to me with images my brain couldn't comprehend. It hadn't happened. A boom of sound rocked me, and I pulled myself back to reality. Al and Trent stood before the writhing column of what had to be Newt and the goddess. Power echoed between the walls, straining the glass and bowing out the wood. My skin tingled, and Biss's grip pinched when a flash of light exploded and Newt tumbled out onto the hard floor. It won't hold. I shouted, and she turned to me, the goddess occupied for a moment with Al and Trent. Neither of them needed a line to do their magic. The entire church was glowing with the cast-off power. Balance it, Newt said, staggering upright and fixing her hat. You need to balance it. If you get enough mass on the other side, it will stay open. With what? I shouted, but she'd flung herself at the goddess with a joyous howl. A sudden pop of high pitch burst the windows. Trent and Al were knocked down and I cowered, Biss's wings shielding me. The very air was glowing, and I inched back until I hit the wall. Balance it with what? I thought, palms stinging as they found the broken floor. I could hardly think with all this smut. The smut! I realized suddenly. Smut was intent to pay back an imbalance in reality created by magic. It was a counterweight to reality. It was balance. Newt had given me balance. Biss, be ready, I said, and his grip on me tightened. For what? I don't know. I cried, focusing my attention entirely on one day, one beautiful thought that had held me. I existed, and I would not be ended so easily. And the weft and we've parted. Go! I exclaimed to the mystics, and they went, flooding into the tiny hole I'd made in reality. Newt smut pushed me forward, and I gasped as I felt Biss's thoughts snag mine. His wings beat and he held me firm in this reality as black imbalance pulled over and around me like a shirt over my head, leaving me disheveled and clean. For an instant I watched the new reality quaver, heart in my throat. And then it began to collapse. No! I screamed. It would not end like this. It would not. Hold it open, Rachel. Al shouted in my thoughts, and then suddenly I wasn't alone. The demons. The demons had come. Streaks of half-heard emotion flowed past me into the new, still fragile bubble of thought, etching ley lines with the footprints of their mind as they dove into the new reality, cementing into place new lines to keep it alive. What? What have you done? The goddess exclaimed, all our thoughts as one for this moment of time. And then Newt pounced, wrapping the goddess and her mystics up in the smut that polluted the ever-after. Holding tight to it, she dove into the new reality sparkling in our joined thoughts. I staggered as the balance shifted. Biss floundered, his emotion back-winging in fear as the pull became too great. Like a great rushing wind, it rolled our minds to the abyss, drawing us in as well. Newt! I called, and then with the sudden parting of a leaf from a tree, the connection broke. I was alone. My thoughts hit a wall, and reeling, I took a huge breath, trying to figure out what had happened. Real air sucked deep into me, and I coughed out stardust. This. I called, but he was with me, his tail wrapped about me and his thoughts twining with mine. New ley lines glittered in our shared mind, singing in perfect balance. The new reality was safe. There were lines again. The echo of my voice died, and nothing rose to replace it. It was silent, and the hush of dust settling whispered over me. My neck hurt, and I shivered in the dark as I looked up to the stars through the gaping hole in the church's ceiling. There was a new hole in the floor, too. Newt and the goddess were gone. The mystics, gone. The demons, gone. Gone? No, I whispered, voice raspy as I looked for Al. I couldn't see him, and I fumbled, falling when I tried to get up. This took to the air, landing in front of me with his glowing eyes down in sorrow. They'd thrown themselves into the new reality to balance it out with their smut. It wasn't fair, damn it. I'd worked so hard. It wasn't fair. I couldn't leave them to that hell. Not again. Not now. Ivy? Ivy! Nina cried out, the sound harsh. I was alone, and it hurt. I collapsed, groaning as I hit the floor. A second crash sounded against my ears, painful and loud. No, don't, I moaned as something hit me, and then I was pulled away, rocked as warm arms held me, soft words tried to pull me back, telling me to never leave, to stay with him always. Ivy, wake up. Please, don't close your eyes. Look at me. Nina begged, and I managed to open my eyes to see her bending over Ivy. She shook in fear, but her pain-induced savagery was gone, and the first feelings of success began to overshadow my guilt from failure. Al and Newt. What had it all been for? I'm okay, I whispered, and Trent gasped, holding me so tight I couldn't breathe. I patted his back, smiling as Ivy's eyes opened. They flashed black, then spun back to her normal brown as she found Nina. The glow of their auras was clear, mixing but not, there but unseen. I could see it, but it faded even as I watched. Ivy began to cry in joy, and she sat up and held Nina's face with her hands as she tried to see past her tears. Your soul is so beautiful, she sobbed, and they kissed, clinging to each other as if they'd been apart for years and years. But maybe that's the way it felt. I smiled. It was good. It was just. But the demons were gone. Newt, Al. All of them. And it hurt. Are you sure you're okay? Trent said, and I nodded, grief for the demons welling even as I was happy for Ivy. I'd wanted to do so much more. The demons. The familiars in the ever after. There just hadn't been time. Of course my itchy witch is okay, Al said, and my head jerked up in the new glow of a handheld lantern to find him bending over us, expression wry. This was on his shoulder looking proud and exhausted. He'd broken the lines. The two worlds had collided. We had survived? Where is the goddess? Rachel is a puss bucket full of miracles, the demon added, eyes rolling. Thank you, Biss. I don't know these new lines yet. You're here. I exclaimed, then hunched into myself, coughing to get rid of the last stardust. Al's light spell glittered with the clarity of a new sun, almost rivaling the demon's good mood. He was here, his smut was gone, and his magic glowed with an amazing beauty. I thought you were sucked into the new reality. We were. Al set his glowing lamp on the pool table and extended a thick, ruddy hand to haul me to my feet. I felt his strength meet my shaking hand and I rose from Trent's arms as if being pulled from the water. It was the only way to get everyone across, he muttered, as if embarrassed. But I wavered on my feet, scuffing the bits of ceiling laying upon the floor. Al grinned wickedly and yanked Trent up as well, the fast motion sending Biss to one of the remaining ceiling supports. You saw us etch the lines to fasten it to reality, didn't you? You think they only go one way? Stand up. Fix your hair. My God, you still haven't learned how to dress yourself. But you were trapped, I mumbled, listing to the right until Trent slipped an arm around my waist. He was grinning. I'd never seen him do that before. Ever. All of you. Newt and the goddess. Fear slid through me and I looked at the hole in the ceiling. She knows where I am. Don't worry about her. Al's eye twitched. Newt. His words trailed off and his head bowed. Gone? I echoed, looking over the church as if I might see her, praying I would. She became, didn't she? Newt, I couldn't say it. There was no way that Newt could survive that. She was gone, both Newt and the goddess destroyed as they became something new. Perhaps it was fitting. Perhaps. But I just felt as if I'd lost someone tied to me in more ways than I'd ever know. Jenks hummed before us, hands on his hips. Someone better tell me what happened or I'm going to stick my sword into all of you, I think, Trent said as he lifted me to sit on the edge of the pool table beside AL's light, that Rachel made a new ever after and the demons etched new ley lines to keep it from collapsing. And Newt became the new goddess, I whispered, tingles coming from where Trent still held me, refusing to let go. I couldn't help but wonder how the demons and elves would handle that. The goddess was a demon? Trent frowned in consideration as he figured that one out, but Al was clearly pleased, making me think this might be the only way that the demons' pride would allow them to begin to forget. I'm going to have my hands full explaining this, Trent said, and I could see him already planning his next speech. Perhaps. I played with the tips of his ears, and he jumped, his startled eyes meeting mine as I smiled. But they're going to listen to you now. I'll help. It will be easy. Easy, he muttered, reddening as he took my fingertips and kissed them. Must you do that where I can see? Al harumphed, but it was all show. It's a damn small reality, but far more stable than the one we sang into existence last time. Dolly did a last sweep before the collapse, but we might have to let the familiars go. He winked, putting a finger to his nose. Just not enough room for them, the undead souls, and whatever gargoyles had been clinging to the memory of their past. And you're not trapped there, I whispered, knowing it was true when he smiled. No. Never again, but we have a place to be if we wish. Have you tasted the lines? He asked, and I shook my head, eyes widening as I reached out a thought and found them, glittering and silver, like pure thought shining in the night. Newt became the elven goddess? It couldn't be, and I looked over the church as if expecting her to pop in and tell me everything was fine. But she didn't. I'm sorry, Newt, I breathed, then wavered as my sight seemed to darken at the edges. My heart pounded, and I felt lightheaded. Ivy had stood, Nina beside her holding the grace only the undead possessed, but I saw a new gentleness to it, and I knew why tears still spilled from Ivy's eyes and she refused to let go of Nina's hand even as she gave me a grateful hug. Thank you, she whispered, and I couldn't speak as vampire incense spilled over me. Beaming, I gave her a squeeze, a tingling warmth rising through me when I pulled Nina in so I could hold them both at the same time. Nina remembered why she loved, she alone among the undead remembered. She was at peace, and the curse spawned by the hatred between the elves and the demons could be broken. Ivy was no longer afraid to live. I would have done this all for that alone, and my throat closed up as the two of them pulled away, new hope in their eyes. It was over, and a heavy lassitude began to seep into me. Can we go home? I whispered, and Al harumphed, probably remembering he didn't have one anymore. Trent scooped me up, holding me as he smiled. You are done, Rachel Morgan. You hear me? No more. Yeah, rake. Let someone else save the world once in a while, Jenks said as he darted into the air, chasing Biss out through the ceiling and to the graveyard. Limping, Ivy and Nina headed for the front door, and Al gallantly gestured for us to go before him. Reaching up, I slid my fingers through Trent's hair and pulled him to me for a very satisfying and well-deserved kiss. He was smiling when our lips parted, and I beamed up at him as Al grumbled for us to hurry up, happy with the world. Right, I said, eyeing Trent's lips and wondering how long it would take to get back to his place. What are the chances of that, Mr. Calamac? We just renewed the source of magic. You don't think someone's going to want an interview? He laughed, making me feel loved, but my peace came from more than that. I'd gotten Al back, and he was proud of me, even if trusting the elves was going to be as hard as hating them. I'd freed all the demons so as to be sun and shadow both once again. I'd proved to Ivy that she was worth being loved, and that would spread through the vampires like a spring's thaw, changing them forever. And though it meant nothing to anyone but me, I'd brought a new understanding between Trent and Elizabeth, because children should have the chance to be loved by those who love them always and no matter what. Trent, though, was mine, and my head fell against him as he carried me through the ruins of the church to see if his helicopter had survived. No one would ever take that away, not the demons, the elves, or even the goddess herself. Because for all the changes, some things were immutable truths, friendship transcends all barriers, understanding Trome's fear, and great power can always be surmounted by determination. And with Trent, Al, Ivy, and Jenks beside me, we had all three. I always had. Chapter 31. The sound of baying dogs over the happy chatter outside the pavilion tent held power over me even now, and I shivered at the threat of adrenaline. Feeling it through my hands, Red blew out, telling me to chill. Smiling, I gave her mane a tug, fiddling with the gold ribbons I'd been arranging. I was fine. I was more than fine. It was going to be a fabulous evening, one that I had planned and waited for if I could just get these turn-blasted ribbons to lay right. Easy, Red, I soothed, and she flicked an ear at someone's laugh, clear over the hissing lanterns hanging from the high supports. She didn't like the people sitting in the rows of white chairs where she would usually crop grass and roll to rub out the itchiness of a long ride. She didn't like the ribbons I'd plaited in her mane. She didn't like that I'd blackened her hooves, and she really didn't like my dress, swishing in the clean straw and trimmed in open lace. It was admittedly too white and too long to be suitable for riding, but that's what I was going to wear, and she would behave. Just a few hours, I coaxed, popping my cupped hand against her shoulder when she threatened to pull out the ribbons she could reach. The old horse snorted, ribbons forgotten at the unexpected sound, and I held her head to me and took solace in her horsey smell, still there despite the bath and brushing. A few hours ago the pavilion had been frantic with last-minute details and rushing about. It was just Red and me now, waiting until almost the end, and the soothing gray of sunset was nice. I really didn't have much of a part to play, but I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Red's ears flicked, her body young under a youth charm, but her mind old and tempered. If she was tensing, there was a reason, and I let go, turning to where the white cloth billowed, showing the wedding guests assembled amid fire pots and torches just now starting to give off light, but Red was looking the other way. "Mom!" Ray whispered, and my eyes widened as she came in the back of the temporary pavilion. "Have you seen my spelling cap?" I dropped Red's head, aghast as I ran to close the billowing curtains before anyone could see Ray. "What are you doing here?" I exclaimed, almost whispering it. "You should be lost in the woods by now." Elven weddings. I'd had no idea they were so complex. No wonder Elizabeth had wanted a church wedding. I had it this afternoon. Ray swooped about in her lacy wedding dress, and I halted, blinking fast so I wouldn't tear up. She had no idea how beautiful she was with her dark hair piled atop her head and her color high in worry. I went to put it on, and it wasn't there. I think Jumok's kids are hiding it. Ray. Jenks! The young woman exclaimed, hands in fists as she looked at the ceiling as if the pixie was up there hiding, and Red snorted, stomping at her show of frustration. Ray, relax. But I can't find it, Mom. I won't cry, damn it, I thought as I stilled her, bringing her to a halt as I tucked a stray curl under a jeweled pin. I love it when you call me that. Ray stopped short, her flush deepening. Well, you are, she said, fidgeting. Elizabeth is nice and all, but you're the one Dad loves. Meaning Trent, I thought, giving her a hug and feeling her strength and determination, happy that I might have had a part in that. Your mother would be so proud of you, I said as I dropped back, still holding her shoulders. You have her stately beauty. Ray's eyes dropped. And my dad's hands, she said, meaning Quinn this time. It made sense if you didn't think about it too hard. Mom, I can't get married without my cap, she said, her momentary calm gone as she began casting about for it again. Where's Jenks? I know it's Jumok's kids. They were plotting to hide it as they did my hair. Of that, I had no doubt. The pixies had been in and out of the pavilion/stable all afternoon. Trent had banished them shortly before leaving with Quinn, and smiling, I began taking out the pins holding my spelling cap on. Jenks is doing a last security check in the woods. Here. The last pin came out, and I shook my hair free. I wouldn't be doing any magic today. Wear mine. No one will know the difference. I can't wear yours, she protested. Eyebrows high, I smirked. I can ask Lucy for hers. She's sitting with Elizabeth. Ray winced, her eyes flicking to the shifting walls as if able to see the large glen beside the river where her mother had last stood upon the earth. The last I'd looked, Lucy was sitting directly between Elizabeth's stately snobbery and my mom's loud refusal to let anyone think Elizabeth was better than she was. Takata was enjoying himself immensely, sitting back and watching the show before the show, as it were. Ah, I'll wear yours, thanks. My heart almost broke from happiness as she all but flopped onto a linen-covered bale of straw and I carefully used my hairpins to fix it among her elaborate braids. Elizabeth was not happy, making no bones about her disapproval of Ray's marrying a Rosewood baby, even if that baby had grown into a powerful demon who'd turned his thoughtful studies into researching aura mechanics. The field was relatively new and massively funded by an ever-decreasing but desperate segment of the old undead. It had never occurred to me that Ray might marry one of the kids that Trent and I had saved from Kusaks. Funny how things worked out. But I think Elizabeth's disapproval stemmed more from the coming lack of grandbabies than from Carrick's being a demon. While elves and demons had finally learned to live together, in part because their new goddess was a demon and she wanted it that way, the biology remained static. There'd never be a successful demon-elf pairing. The magic fought the science, and the science undermined the magic. There were some things, apparently, that even a crazy goddess couldn't fix. Ray wound her fingers around themselves, fidgeting as she looked to the billowing drapes and the coming sunset. Maybe I should have asked Lou to ride with me. Mom looks ticked. Mom, meaning Elizabeth this time, and I sighed, fixing her hair and knowing it would be the last time ever. She's not mad at you, she's mad at my mom. To tell you the truth, I think Lucy likes sitting between them. If she can keep them from throwing curses at each other, then she can convince a hanging judge that the sun is black and the moon is green. Ray snorted, reminding me that under the finery and glam, she was the same little girl I'd spent the last 27 years helping Trent and Gwen raise, putting band-aids on cuts, making unexpected cupcakes at dawn before school, cheering from the stands in the rain, and drying tears when a boy was mean, missing her when she was with Elizabeth. If that wasn't being a mom, then nothing was. It had been glorious, even if Trent and I had never made it official. With Ray getting married, it felt as if a tie between us was being cut. I'm so glad you're standing with my dad, Ray rushed on, and I kept arranging her hair, knowing she needed soothing as much as that flaky horse did. I can't imagine Elizabeth doing it. I laughed, but it sounded almost like a cry. Me either. I had to stop. I had to let her go. Go on. You need to lose yourself in the woods. Carrick knows where you'll be, right? She stood, looking like grace-given substance, breathless with action and promise coiled up in her, ready to be loosed on the world. Yes. If you see Al, tell him if he doesn't wear the pelt, I will turn his ears into snakes. I nodded, my hand trailing from her as she paced quickly to the back of the pavilion and slipped into the twilight. Hi, Ivy. She called, already out of my sight but heavy on my mind. Jenks, your kids are butt hats. Yeah? Tell me something I don't know, short stack. Jenks shouted, and I spun to the makeshift door. Ivy? The sun was still up. I hadn't expected her to make it until the reception when Nina could come with her. Pulse fast, I wiped my eyes as she walked in, gray about the temples, wrinkles about her eyes, but moving as slinkily and smoothly as always. She made the 50s look good. Really good. You made it. I said, glancing from her to the saddle. I had to finish up and get out of here. I needed to be on the hill overlooking the glen by sunset, and it was almost that now. Eyes glittering, Ivy pulled me into a quick, heartfelt hug. My eyes closed as the scent of vampire incense and contentment washed through me. Okay, maybe I needed some soothing, too, and I smiled as I pulled back, thinking she looked better than great. And she'd made it before sunset. I'd thought she'd be too busy. Rachel, you are as radiant as Ray, she said, and Jenks hovered between us, his silver dust graying about the edges. He was due for another reach of charm, but was resisting. You mean wild, the pixie said. Love the hair, rake. I touched it, not caring that I'd ruined the elaborate upsweep by taking my cap off. It was frizzing already, and I took the last of the pins out. Trent liked it better wild anyway. Though I'd not seen or heard the goddess since Newt had become her, Jenks said mystic still coated me from time to time as she turned her thoughts my way. I knew every time she did because my hair became impossible. It happened a lot, and maybe that's why my life had been so perfect. You said you couldn't make it until after sunset, I said. Ivy smiled as if knowing something I didn't as she made kissy noises at Red and petted her soft nose. Nina told me to leave. Apparently I was fidgeting. Getting the office excited. Jenks snorted, and I thanked him when he dropped a pin into my hand. Nina keeps them in line better than I do anyway, Ivy said, eyes wistful. The old ones don't like me much. Not like before. I can't imagine why. Ivy and Nina had flipped the vampiric power structure. Not a week went by without a protest or incident, but it was contained within the vampires, living and dead, and the world was content to let them figure it out. They just don't know you like we know you, Ivy, Jenks said, darting back when Ivy idly threatened to smack him. It was an old game that neither tired of. Nina will make the reception, won't she? I asked as I went to drop the saddle pad on Red. The music had shifted, both the baying of the dogs and the quintet. I was going to be late. No help for it now. She wouldn't miss it. Ivy held Red's head as I placed the saddle, and my lace rustled as I leaned to bring the cinch up. It was good to see Ivy out of the office. Being the head of Cincy's IS had taken her out of the church about the same time I'd given up trying to be two things and moved in with Trent, though to be honest it was the girls pouting that moved me more than Trent's heavy sighs. But all things change, and we both loved our lives. I wouldn't miss it, Ivy whispered as I leaned into Red for leverage to tighten her cinch. You deserve this, and I wanted to be here to see it, . Yeah, it's your big day. Jenks said, wings clattering. Make it or break it time. He said, gyrating wildly. Time to crap or get off the pot. He added, and Ivy shot him a look to shut up. Excuse me? My motion to cinch Red's saddle hesitated. I suppose, I said. I'd miss Ray, but Trent and I had been empty nesters before when both girls had been at school. He means this wedding is a big step, Ivy said, glaring at him. The demons and the elves formally joined and their war officially ended. It took me forever to convince Dolly to help with the vows, I said, glad the grumpy demon had finally agreed to it, threats and promises aside. Tink's last will and testicles, you should have been there, Ivy, Jenks said, and Red flicked her ears, threatening to snap if he got any closer. She laid down the law. Started every other sentence with look, you, and had a list a mile long just to get him to come. You do what you have to do, I said, smiling. Al had been there, and I swear I'd felt Newt's laugh in my mind. I was smart enough not to tempt fate with trying to contact the goddess directly. Newt was gone but not dead, her spirit showing itself when elven magic spun out of control and into something unexpected and not always nice. Jenks, I protested as he teased Red, but Ivy just smiled and shrugged. Seeing Ivy happy was all I'd ever wanted, and she was happy. What would happen when she died was anyone's guess, which was probably why Ray was an expert in auritic physics and Lucy had focused on business law with a heavy slant toward vampiric living wills and trusts. I still say I should be with the elven emissary and Dolly in the woods wearing this rag, a low, cultured voice with a hint of a British accent said, and I started, not having felt Al pop in. My God, it still smells like wolf. You're looking well, Miss Tamwood. Ivy's eyes slid to Al as the demon brushed at the wolf pelt he wore over his extravagant suit. It almost rivaled Takata's in Mark's Ford look at me. I don't care that you're staring. The fabric almost glowing from silver threads and dark dyes. And you look ridiculous, Ivy said, making Jenks snort in agreement. It is the required uniform. But still, he winced as he took off his hat and hunched, pleading with me. Rachel, love, talk to Ray. Tell her this is undignified. It's a wolf skin, and not a very big one. She said she'd turn my ears to snakes if I took it off. Then maybe you shouldn't have taught her that curse, I said, remembering getting that call at 3 a.m. It was the last sleepover Ray had been invited to. Mothers of 14-year-olds have no sense of humor. She listens to you. Al protested, and Ivy let go of Red when the horse got a whiff of brimstone and tossed her head. Al, just wear it, I said. And get your ass back out with the wedding party. You're going to make them late coming in, Ot. I will not, he said stiffly, frowning as Ivy gave me a kiss on the cheek. Quen has my steed. I have plenty of time to pop back. Listen, they haven't even found her yet. It was true. The hounds still bayed, and I shivered. I'd asked Trent to forego that part, but Ray had insisted. The dogs wouldn't be allowed to follow them back to the glen, though. See you at the reception, Ivy said, turning to stand right in front of Al until he moved out of her way. Damn cheeky vampires, he grumbled as he moved. Thinks she owns the world. I soothed Red before reaching for her bridle. She's in love, I said softly. She does own the world. Al was silent, and I turned to see him staring at me, the wolf pelt hanging half off his shoulders. You took your hair down, he said, his voice shifting, deeper and less flamboyant. Is that for your elf? No, the pelt was slipping off his shoulder, and I stood before him and tugged it straight. Jumok's kids took Ray's cap, and I gave her mine. He wasn't jealous, not really. I suppose if you have stood with him this long against all the forces of nature opposing you that you'd be afraid to do anything else? Al said, his tone rising in question at the end. Jenks's wings clattered in warning that I was going to be late, but it was Al who grimaced. I'm not afraid of anything except missing my cue, I said. Will you just wear the pelt? I grumped as I adjusted it. It's only for an hour. Pretend that it's a job. I've seen you wear worse. A horn blew, and I frowned. Damn it, I was late. It's undignified. Al moaned, his usual mood restored. Jenks's wings shivered against my neck. I hadn't even felt him land. This coming from the demon who let a live Tyrannosaurus Rex eat him so he could blow him up from the inside during the last 10 minutes of the film? Al frowned. I do my own stunts. It was in the script. Which was true. Al had 5 Oscars to his credit and had produced and directed movies that had earned twice that many. As he had said, Al did his own stunts, and the dinosaur had been real, re-engineered from old DNA using sophisticated magic and some of Trent's more illegal machines. The one they didn't blow up was on loan to the San Diego Zoo. Can you get me tickets to the premiere of Mesozoic, in time, no one can hear you scream? I asked, and when he winced, I shook my head. Wear it, big man, or I'll change something other than your ears to snakes. He leered, making Red's ears pin back. How do you know someone hasn't beaten you to it? Al! I shouted. Where? It's. Sighing, he tugged it back into place. Jenks was laughing, his dust looking gray in the lamplight, and I hustled forward to adjust the pelt before Al could take it back off. He looks like a Neanderthal in Armani, Jenks said, laughing merrily. It's not that bad, I soothed, pulling Al down to kiss his cheek and make his ruddy complexion shift even redder. You look like the big bad wolf. Now go. I have to meet Trent and Quen on the hill. Quen is with the hunting party, and if it wasn't for Ray, I'd never do it. Then I have to meet Trent. And she loves you. Go. Grumbling, Al backed up, but he hesitated before he winked out, a familiar, crafty glint to his expression as he took a breath and his eyes opened wide. Tink loves a duck, Jenks said loudly. I think Brimstone Breath just got an idea. Yes. Al exclaimed, and Red bobbed her head, agitated when the demon was suddenly coated in shimmery silver ever after. I have an idea. He cried again, his voice distorted as the energy field fell away to show that Al's silver-threaded overdone finery was gone, replaced by thick boots trimmed in fur and an elegant coat with shadings of tree and field. The wolf pelt worked with it, especially in the graying light and the smell of horse, and I smiled. If I'm to be a huntsman, I will be a huntsman. They will tremble in fear, and that whiny Carrick will think twice about stealing my beloved Ray. Go get him, Al, I said, weary as he jumped and his shiny afterimage fading to nothing. Jenks snickered as he took to the air. I think you might have just birthed the idea for his next film. Just as long as he leaves me out of the credits. I got hate mail for 3 whole years the last time. The dog's song shifted, and I looked at the graying walls of the tent. I had to go. Come on, Red, I coaxed, and she obediently took the bit, noisily moving it around until it felt right. You're late, Jenks said, helping enormously, and I led the horse over to the mounting box. I normally didn't need one, but I normally didn't ride wearing 20 pounds of lace. Red didn't like it, and she shied. Hold still, I muttered as I swung my leg over. Red squealed, and I pulled her in tight, bashing my chest against her as I lurched on. We spun in a tight circle, and breathless, we came to a halt. There in the flickering light of the gas lamps was Trent. He was sitting atop Tulpa, a bemused expression on his face as he took in my hair, the mane of it going everywhere. I thought you were going to wear it up, he said, and I flushed. Jumok's kids hid Ray's cap, and I gave her mine, I said, thinking he looked fantastic in his father of the bride finery. My God, Elizabeth would be kicking herself tonight. Quen decided to stick with Al to keep him from going out of bounds, Trent said, gesturing for me to hurry up. It's just us on the hill, and you're making us late. So I heard, I muttered, meaning about 3 different things. My pulse quickened as the horns sounded again, closer even as the dog's singing became faint. Tradition said the bride and groom were to come in with the groom's parents and the bride's protector. It was only after the vows were spoken that the bride's parents joined them. I thought the ceremony uncannily like the Pixies' tradition of stealing the bride when there wasn't enough dowry. I don't think we can make the hill, but we can hide at the edges of the glen, he said, and I nodded, bringing Red around and heading for the back door. My heart was pounding, and I thought it silly that he could still do this to me. He was a little wider across the shoulders with maturity, and the first hints of silver were in his hair, but you had to look close. The stress of maintaining his species-friendly industries was taking its toll, but he'd made his way back from almost nothing even with me beside him. It felt good. Rake, if you've got this, I gotta go, Jenks said, and he darted off before I could raise my hand in acknowledgement. Tulpa bobbed his head as we came alongside, and Red gave him a look to behave. The stallion was ancient by horse standards, the father of 5 of her offspring. Ah, you haven't seen my cap, have you? Trent said, and I realized my being late wasn't why he'd come back down. Leaning across the horses, I gave him a kiss, pulling his cap out of his back pocket at the same time. Want me to pin it to you? I said saucily as I put it into his hand. Trent blinked at it, then leaned forward to hold the fluttering drapery out of our way. I had it all the time? He muttered, then dropped it on his head, looking heart-stoppingly charming. I took a clean breath of the sunset-gloomed air, bringing Red back under my tight control when she tensed, wanting to run and leave the noisy throng. It was sunset, and I stifled another shiver when the approaching party called and the assembled guests answered them with their own horns, guiding the wedding party in. The faultless sky had shaded to black in the east, pink and blue in the west. Birds took flight at the noise, and I settled more firmly on Red. Maybe the elves had something here. I'm glad you're with me, Trent said as he pointed out a sheltered spot where we could watch from under the trees and still be unobtrusive. I don't know if I'm coming or going today. Beaming, I shifted a strand of hair from his eyes as the horses walked to the edge of the glen. We'd been noticed, but everyone was focused on the empty space between the chairs and the river where the ceremony would take place. I'm happy for you. I know this means a lot. That Ray have a traditional elf wedding, I mean. The rims of his ears reddened, and he gave me a sidelong look. It's that obvious, is it? I angled Red closer and let my head drop against his shoulder. It was awkward, but I made Red stay there for at least a few paces. He was happy, and that made me happy. If not for that dumb tradition about ruling elves needing to marry someone fertile, he might have had a wedding himself, chased his bride down among the trees, defended her against her parents, and triumphantly brought her home to his family. But it didn't matter. I had everything I could ever want. Look, they're coming, he whispered, and I followed his gaze to the far end of the glen where Carrick and Ray rode in on Ray's black stallion, the shaggy monster high-stepping and excitable. They looked beautiful, waving at the assembled people when they stood and cheered. Behind them came Quen, Al as the huntsman, and Carrick's parents, the two looking proud and tearful. I knew how they felt. We spun Tulpa and Red to a halt, holding back as tradition dictated until their vows were said. It might be a while as they were swamped by well-wishers. Trent was beaming, his eyes never leaving the couple as they dismounted and graciously touched hands and cheeks to everyone. I can see why you'd want this instead of Elspeth's church wedding, I said, and he jerked, eyes flicking to mine. It's beautiful. What I wanted didn't matter, he said, pausing to bring Tulpa's head up from the grass. It still doesn't, he said, leather creaking as he leaned across the space between us and kissed me. His lips were warm and his touch sent a wave of tingles down to my core, but guilt kept me from enjoying it. Seeing my downcast eyes, Trent took my chin in his hand to make me look at him. Rachel, it's not too late. The demons won't stand in our way. The elves either. Why don't you ever say yes to me? To marry him? Sighing, I dropped my gaze. I don't know, I whispered, and then frustrated, I pulled my head up. Trent, we've been over this. You can't marry a barren woman and maintain your hold on the doer and the enclave. Trent slumped, making me angry. What is wrong with what we have? I exclaimed, careful to keep my voice from carrying. I thought you were happy. I am happy. Trent's eyes held a mix of heartache and anticipation that I didn't understand. Rachel. I'm happy you're happy, I interrupted, a growing feeling of frustration joining our old argument. The girls have grown up beautifully. I don't know how they keep it straight, but I guess as long as they're loved, it makes sense to them. Our eyes lifted to the river as the head of the doer and Dolly waited with Ray and Carrick. The chairs were empty now as everyone stood around the couple in a protective circle. Everyone who cared for them, loved them, wanted to see them happy. My frustration sort of left. It makes sense to me, too, Trent said softly, but I felt a hesitation in him, something he hadn't yet said. From the river, Al shouted and gnashed his teeth, falling down as if dead amid cheers as he formally gave up his protection of Ray, the huntsman defeated by a token blow from Carrick and his mother, their hands joined on a ceremonial sword. It would go to Trent as the symbolic spoils of war. You're happy? I asked again, and he reached out and set his hand atop mine as I held Red's reins. More than I've ever been in my life, he said, but still I heard a doubt, a lingering niggle of worry. Then nothing could make this more perfect, I prompted. He said nothing, and I shifted Red's reins to my free hand so I could take his hand more firmly. Trent. Dropping his head, he whispered, a new little boy or girl would make this more perfect. My breath caught, and I forced myself to not shift my grip, making it neither less tight nor more so. He wanted another child, and I couldn't give it to him. You know I'd never stand in your way. He pulled my hand to his chest, drawing my eyes to his. I'm glad to hear you say that. He was smiling, bursting almost. My heart seemed to break, and I pulled away. Behind him, clouds of blue butterflies rose up as the couple became one. Sunset. That's our cue, I said, a lump in my throat. He wanted another child, and I couldn't give it to him. Hell, what did I expect? It was my own fault, really. It wasn't supposed to matter. I told myself it didn't matter, but after 27 years, it did. Rachel, no! Trent exclaimed, leaning in a jingle of tact to grab Red's bridle and bring me to a halt. Not with another woman, I mean you and me. Us. From the crowd, a soft sound rolled out as the butterflies rose, symbols of love and war all wrapped up in one, for as butterflies seek out flowers, they also seek carrion. What do you mean, us? I asked, and Trent took my hand, nudging Tulpa into motion and drawing Red into his wake. My head hurt, and my shoulders were stiff. Why was he bringing this up now? In front of everyone? He was totally self-satisfied, sitting with that damned smugness that irritated me, eyes forward and smile fixed. His eyes, though, were dancing. It's our present to Ray and Carrick, he said. AL's and mine. We've been working on it for over 3 years. We both thought a child, one that was part of each of them, would be a fitting expression of their love. But if you don't want to. Present? I breathed, and red began to prance as my seat shifted. My thoughts went to Ivy's cryptic mood and AL's odd question. Hell, even Jenks had been acting weird. They knew? You found a way? When? Trent turned to me. Everyone was watching us now as we slowly approached. It wasn't so much the nuts and bolts as it was. Viable children? I interrupted, my pulse fast. Between elves and demons. Trent. You found a way? We were almost there, the crowd parting to show a clear path to where Ray and Carrick waited with knowing eyes, the curve of Ray's smile saying she had been in on it, too, but Trent stopped us, turning to me and taking both my hands. Rachel, I appreciate that you respected my duty enough that you refused to marry me to prevent the doer from turning from my counsel, but you have some thinking to do, Ms. Morgan. With the possibility of an heir between us, you can't hide from me behind duty or a technicality of convenience anymore. I couldn't say anything, stunned. I'd been saying no for so long that I didn't know how to say yes. We'd better go, Trent said, the rims of his ears becoming red as he realized everyone was looking at us with delight. Pixies had joined the butterflies, and the entire glen began to glow in the rising moon. A great shadow of leather and angles cut across it as Biss back-winged, shifting his flight erratically until I heard Jenks swear when the gargoyle caught him. His red eyes blinked at me across the distance, and he gestured for me to say yes even as he kept Jenks from butting in. Damn it, did everyone know about this but me? Trent. Breathless, I pulled him back to me. I knew I was flushed, and Red bobbed her head, a clear barometer of what I was feeling. I don't need to be married to be happy. I don't need to have a child. He leaned in and kissed my forehead, and from before us, I heard my mom sigh. I know that, he said, looking deep into my eyes. We've tried it your way now for over 25 years. Can we spend the next 25 my way? And if you don't like it, you can always. With a little cry, I slid my hand behind his neck and pulled him to me for a real kiss. The assembled people cheered, and I closed my eyes as the sound of pixie wings wreathed us. Give up? Leave? Echoed in my thoughts as his lips met mine, holding both a promise and a desire. Never, I answered myself as we parted and, hands still connected, turned to those who meant most to us and were welcomed in between the pixie dust and the blue butterflies. The beginning. About the author. New York Times best-selling author Kim Harrison was born and raised in the upper Midwest. Her best-selling Hollows novels include Dead Witch Walking, The Good, The Bad, and The Undead, Every Which Way But Dead, A Fistful of Charms, For a Few Demons More, The Outlaw Demon Whales, White Witch, Black Curse, Black Magic Sanction, Pale Demon, A Perfect Blood, Ever After, and The Undead Pool, plus the short story collection Into the Woods and The Hollows Insider. She also writes the best-selling Madison Avery series for young adults. www.kimharrison.net. Facebook.com/KimHarrisonShallows. At Burning Bunnies. Visit www.authortracker.com for exclusive information on your favorite HarperCollins authors. Also by Kim Harrison. Books of the Hollows. The Undead Pool. Ever After. A Perfect Blood. Pale Demon. Black Magic Sanction. White Witch, Black Curse. The Outlaw Demon Whales. For a Few Demons More. A Fistful of Charms. Every Which Way But Dead. The Good, The Bad, and the Undead. Dead Witch Walking. And don't miss. Into the Woods. The Hollows Insider. Unbound. Something deadly this way comes. Early to death, early to rise. Once dead, twice shy. Holidays are hell. Dates from hell. Hotter than hell. Credits. Cover illustration by Larry Rostand. Author photograph by Kate Thornton. Copyright. This book is a work of fiction. The characters, incidents, and dialogue are drawn from the author's imagination and are not to be construed as real. Any resemblance to actual events or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. Harper Voyager in Design is a trademark of HCP LLC. The Witch with No Name. Copyright 2014 by Kim Harrison. All rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions. By payment of the required fees, you have been granted the non-exclusive, non-transferable right to access and read the text of this ebook on screen. No part of this text may be reproduced, transmitted, downloaded, decompiled, reverse-engineered, or stored in or introduced into any information storage and retrieval system, in any form or by any means, whether electronic or mechanical, now known or hereinafter invented, without the express written permission of HarperCollins eBooks. First edition. Library of Congress cataloging in publication data. Harrison, Kim, 1966. The Witch with No Name / Kim Harrison. Pages cm. ISBN 978-0-06-195795-6, hardback. 1. Morgan, Rachel, fictitious character, fiction. 2. Demons, fiction. 3. Witches, fiction. 4. Vampires, fiction. 5. Werewolves, fiction. Title. PS 3608.A78355W53 2014. 813.6 DC 2320140077793. EPUB edition September 2014 ISBN 9780062356017. 14 15 16 17 18 OV/RRD 109876543321. About the publisher. Australia. HarperCollins Publishers, Australia, Proprietary Limited. Level 13, 201, Elizabeth Street. Sydney, New South Wales 2000, Australia. http://www.harpercollins.com.au. Canada. HarperCollins Canada. 2, Bloor Street East, 20th floor. Toronto, on, M4W, 1A8, Canada. http://www.harpercollins.ca. New Zealand. HarperCollins Publishers New Zealand. Unit D, 63, Apollo Drive. Rosedale 0632. Auckland, New Zealand. http://www.harpercollins.co.nz. United Kingdom. HarperCollins Publishers Limited. 77 to 85, Fulham Palace Road. London, W6, 8JB, UK. http://www.harpercollins.co.uk. United States. HarperCollins Publishers Incorporated. 195 Broadway. New York, New York, 10007. http://www.harpercollins.com.